Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you for tuning on in this Friday. A little bit of a special time show today, as we just had some schedules get pushed a little bit this week with some other stuff set up. So usually we do this on the Wednesday weekly roundup side of things, but today we'll be doing it on Friday. So let's dive on in today. Boy, that light's bright. Let's take that light down a little bit, shall we? It's a little bit much in the old eyes. So let's dive in today and look into some of the news here as we enter through the final game of the season for our Seattle Seahawks. This thing gets all wound up. We put a bow on the year, kind of find where the team is sitting, and got a feel for kind of where everything is at from a finality standpoint. Mike McDonald, coordinators, young prospects coming up. We get that really good feel of it coming out the end of this game. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of room today for us to talk a little bit about, where we've seen some of the progression of this team and, where they're going to need to be fixed, where you're going to need to be okay at and feel solid on that. But we do have one more final game this year, and though there is not a lot riding on the line with this particular game, it is one that is setting up, it would seem, to not necessarily be greatest for the Hawks, and the final result of it in a couple of different measures. If they win, that would affect a little bit of their draft seeding, because of course there's nothing to really be gained by winning as far as to get in the playoff picture. I'm not advising they try to lose this game. This is just sort of a outcrop of what's going to happen by them potentially winning it, with the Rams sitting a lot of their starters. And then you have on top of that the Geno incentive deal that's going to be clicking in on this contract, where Seahawks can't get in the playoffs, but in this regular season finale, Geno will have $6 million of incentives on the line, including yards, including completion percentage being over 70%. So if you're looking for this to be the week that Geno has a throwaway at some point, pockets breaking down, he's taking that sack, baby. He's taking that sack. You better believe it. So you have $6 million that's going to click in here for Geno Smith. I don't think there's any way you could have sat Geno. I know some people were saying, hey, let's get a look at Sam Howell. I think even the people that were saying, let's get a look at Sam Howell, know that there's nothing Sam Howell's going to show you that you don't already know at this point in time of the year. And I know he didn't play a lot of time in the last game, and I know he gets to go against backups against the Rams, but then even what does that tell you if he does do well? That's not going to be a typical kind of matchup he's going to face. On top of all of this, a couple quick points to this too. Is number one, Geno Smith has been a really good warrior for you this year. He's taken a beating. He's been under duress. You've not provided him an offensive line to protect him or keep him healthy, as now this is the second straight season he's dealing with some fairly major injuries due to the fact that he's getting shellacked, not due to the fact that, he did something bad or didn't slide when he should have slid and he got lit up, didn't want to go out of bounds when he should have got out of bounds. In fact, he got rolled up out of bounds late by a player last year, had Aaron Donald crush and had a bruise go from right here down to the bottom of the side of his torso. So he's had to deal with this kind of stuff, and yet he has been the capable, competent part of this offense throughout the last 2 years at least here, and a lot of times helping us carry through, even though it hasn't always been perfect. And there's just no way you can come back to him and say, hey, we want to pull that $6 million back our way on this side of it. But it is just something to keep in mind as we go into this game, and something that's going to make that tight cap situation for the Seattle Seahawks coming into this offseason a wee bit even tighter, unfortunately. One thing worth noting here that's kind of started to stand out as we do get past a little bit of the sample size data here with Geno Smith. I think there's starting to be a bit of a strong argument that Geno might be at his best in more indoor type situations and climate controlled type situations. So interesting stat here. We're 13 starts here with the Hawks, 26 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 108 quarterback rating when he's indoors. Climate controlled. 4.5% sack rate, plus 0.19 EPA per pass play. That's an advanced analytic stat that gives you a little bit of a keen metric on this kind of stuff. Then when you cross-reference that with him in outdoor situations, 43 touchdowns, 31 interceptions, and 89 quarterback rating. His sack rate doubles to 8.1%, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure why the weather would necessarily increase the sack rate, but nonetheless, that's what you see. And then his EPA goes from a plus status down to a negative 0.02 EPA pass play there. So quite a stark difference in where he's at from indoor to outdoor. He's 12-13 at home since becoming the starter. 35 touchdowns, 24 interceptions when playing in Lumen. 5-4 in 22, 4-3 in 23, and 3-6. I never like giving win stats to quarterbacks, so make of those what you will on that. I don't really like to ascribe wins and losses to quarterbacks. I think that that's kind of silly, but there is a little bit of a difference in his performance. It's just worth noting. Not asking you to take a lot away from it. Just a statistic I thought was interesting came up this week, and I think does give you a little bit of information on there being a pretty good difference between him playing outdoors to indoors, and that's something that should maybe affect a bit of decision making when thinking about the fact you play majority of your games outdoors. As I said, we got to the end of the season here now. We're starting to be able to get an opportunity to make some assessments about what's really finally gone on with this year and where this team's landing at, what they've done, how they've done it, how successful everything's been in the grand scale of things. And nothing has been a bigger measurement in wonder than the McDonald situation and whether or not he's the right coach. Man, he's so young. Man, he's never been a head coach before. How is he going to do? Will he be able to be that defensive maestro that can turn this defense around? Or is it merely that the Baltimore Ravens have a machine-like edifice out there on the East Coast and it's almost a plug and play, whoever you want to be in there? So whether it's Rex Ryan, Martindale, or McDonald, they just keep that conveyor belt going. Well, I think that we have seen with Mike McDonald and his impact on this defense this year, especially, I think even as head coach on top of this, but what he's done to the defense, if we just want to put that in the microscope, has been one that's pointed more to this being that defensive mastermind type that we thought we were getting. That there are a few of these guys that exist anymore in the sport. It's an offensive run league, but you indeed might have gotten your one guy. You got one of those true blue guys that is that kind of way in how he's built, where the smartest offensive minds in the sport are going to have their struggles against this kind of guy. And if you have a lesser offensive mind, if you have lesser offensive personnel, he can just absolutely stamp you down, a little bit like we saw with the Bears on the road on Thursday night. Because that was probably the worst game for a Bears offense this year. I know Caleb's not been awesome and people love that offense and Walden got fired, but it's about as bad as it's been for them this year and hold them down to 3 points. And so I think certainly noteworthy. The Seahawks defense is allowing their fewest points per game, 21.4, yards per game, 328.3, yards per play, 5.3, passing yards per game at 205, and the lowest opponent red zone scoring percentage, 52.8% since 2017 on all of those statistics. That is the end of the LOB era. That's an immense defensive improvement this season. Lowest points, lowest yards per game, lowest yards per play, lowest passing yards, best in the red zone defensively since 2017 across the board. That's a hell of a turnaround in his just first season and definitely points an arrow-wise to this defense continuing to improve in time. What happens when he actually starts to get his exact personnel to fit his defense and not just merely the guys he inherited from the past defensive scheme? I think there's a lot of carryover where there's guys that work in the scheme that worked in the others, but not everybody. So you do wonder what happens when he starts to be able to really calibrate that type of stuff in. But a great stat, and Mike McDonald has been a fantastic addition here in that I think John Schneider got this one right. I think he knocked this one out the park. We'll see with time, but definitely feels like you're on the right road. Couple of bad run game numbers. Sorry I have to show this to you, but I think this is a little bit representatory of just how poor the run game has been this year and how poor Grubb has been at times in his commitment to it, which it's been a bit of both. You know, it's not been, I think, just the one or the other. Maybe one informs the other a bit where Grubb doesn't have confidence in it, so he doesn't want to run it. But you're 29th in running back carries, 31st in play action. That one really hurts. Oh, that one really hurts, especially when you understand that in play action, what we've been really learning over the past couple of years as this gets more advanced is that you don't necessarily have to run the ball well for play action to work. Play action always works. So a lack of running game effectiveness here, which maybe something Grubb would say to me is, well, I don't want to run it because they're not fearing it anyway. So what's the purpose? And yet we've actually been told more and more by what other coaches say throughout the league on this and what the data says on this when you look at just teams that run play action and the success that happens off that and the success that happens off that with teams that run the ball well versus the teams that don't run the ball well. And it seems to point to the fact that it's just effective. It's something you would like to use. Maybe not make a centerpiece of your offense, but maybe not make the 31st as well in your ranking and rate. They were 32nd in quick pressures allowed. You might wonder, maybe these two things kind of go together. You don't run the ball. You're not a threat on play action. Teams can pin their ears back, especially with your high passing attempts. It would just seem that those things would kind of marry together as far as defensively. What would I be thinking as a defender in my mind if I'm up on that defensive line getting ready to pass rush and thinking about what I'm going to worry about prior to the play and what I'm not going to worry about? You make the job easier here for the defense in the way that you do this. This is something I railed on for years in being a team that would be 32nd on defense in when you would, in your coverage changes, what you would change from pre to post snap coverage wise, because you would always show what you were going to do post snap prior coverage wise. And this made you very easy to read for offensive coordinators, for quarterbacks, because they walk up, looks like cover 3, going to be cover 3. Walk up to the line of scrimmage, looks like cover 2, it's going to be cover 2. Versus, of course, what we run now defensively, where you're mixing your coverages post snap constantly, which is kind of logical. It makes a lot of sense. Same thing, I think, a little bit here, where you're not going to run play action, you're not going to run the ball. If you're not going to run the ball, at least run the play action. As I said, it can be effective without running the ball well, but then you find that you're not doing those things, and then you've got the quick pressures on the back of that. And then, of course, the final stat, which is that your first in shotgun rate, which I know has driven, I think, just about everybody crazy here throughout this season on how often they are in shotgun and how infrequent they are willing to go under center there with Geno. So it's not been good. Some of these markers of this offense as we get down the line of the season on this, both in the run game, both in the pressure game, but some of it I think is a little bit interconnected. And you've got to run the play action in this league. It is effective whether you run the ball or not. That's the bottom line on it. One other bad run game stat, last one I'm going to show you guys on this one. Then we'll get to a couple of the cut-ups here. But yards before contact per carry. These are on runs in the A and the B gap. So these wouldn't be stretch plays or pitch plays to the outside or fly sweep plays. We're talking about you're getting downhill. You're getting into the A and the B gap. Why do I note this? Why does Brett in his tweet note this? Because there's much less of a likelihood you should be having penetration on A and B gap runs. When you want to go to a stretch play wide, linemen are going to take a lateral step post snap rather than get upfield post snap with that first step. So everybody's going lateral. And once you have a lineman going lateral and you're testing his agility, this is when some holes can open up and creases can open up for a defensive tackle to get into the backfield. What should not be happening, what should not be occurring is on A and B gap runs, you getting the penetration. You're going over a B gap. You're going to run a duo block at the point of attack. Center, guard, they're going to hammer that defensive tackle right, and the running back's going to run right between their two bodies going at it. You're going to put yourself right in it, and you're going to dig on in there. It should be at least a 3 yards in a cloud of dust kind of play. Maybe it doesn't get you 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 kind of yards on it, but you're hoping, hey, let's crack out the 5, 6 yards on this when we do go into this. But the fact that you get penetration on it like this bad of a way as this stat's going to show, which is that the Seahawks are 32nd in the league with 0.6 yards before there's contact hitting them. So they don't even get a yard past the line of scrimmage before they're getting schwacked. That speaks to the fact that you have piss poor run blocking going on there. That those guys, especially in the inside, are not getting those holes opened up for those running backs to give them a chance. They're not being given a chance. And that's why Brett says, of course, God bless those Seattle running backs. They're doing what they can. Because you cross-reference your 32nd rate at 0.6 yards to the Eagles at number 1 at 2.7 yards. So Saquon Barkley's running almost 3 yards before initial contact hits him. Our guys are making it a half yard past the line of scrimmage before initial contact hits them. Makes your run game hard to go. Points all the way back, as many of you already know on this, to the Seattle Seahawks need to get this offensive line figured the F out, because this isn't going to work. You're not going to be able to have your team carried to anywhere if you're allowing, if you have this part of your game that's just so bad, especially when you put it on top to this horrible sandwich where you also give up a lot of pressures. It's not a good combination for an offense. It really isn't. All right, let's keep it rolling here and get to our next segment. This is going to be the PFF grades of the week. Oh my gosh, maybe not. If I hit the right thing. Let's take a look at the scores here for our Hawks this past week. And really encouraging to see the guy up at A, number 1, Abraham Lucas. Lucas came out in his first game against the Niners, well graded by PFF. and he's been pretty well graded overall. He's had a down game here or there, but since he's come back, he's been very well graded. Probably a top 5 player for you in all of these games, top 6 player for you. I'm not saying we take this as the end all be all, by the way. As I always say, the PFF scores go in conjunction with the eye test. I've watched Abraham Lucas on the All-22, seen him from a couple of different angles, so this matches to the eye test as well. He may not be out there flat out dominating, but he's playing the right tackle position at a high level, and much beyond just like average middle of the road. His presence back here is a pillar-like presence, and going into this offseason, if this team does know that he is healthy with that knee, as much as there is to do on the interior part of this offensive line, having his consistent performance up at this spot since he's returned really does feel more and more like this thing was a plan. There was a plan in place on this to go out and have him recover from this surgery at the longest possible timeline that they could give him. Maybe there's some still dodginess in there within the knee, but when he came back last year after his first season, I think where the knee injury was biting him and he came back, he wasn't the same. He was playing at a lesser level than what he had been in that rookie year. It was obvious he was dragging that leg around a little bit. And so if that was the case right now, I think we'd be seeing more of that from Abraham Lucas, where there'd be more, you'd feel a little more in the grades, you'd feel a little bit more in the tape, and him struggling, more pressures he'd be allowing from his side. And it's just not the case. So I know that there's still some question from some on him as to where he'll land eventually on this. We don't have to make decisions about him contractually right now, but I think you're feeling really good about going into the future with him there at right tackle. You got Jarrell there as a developmental guy behind him, and he seems to be really coming back into form, which is huge for us because we've got to hammer the interior of this offensive line. It'd be nice. It'd be horrible to have to come in this offseason going, well, we got to get the right tackle, a starter there, and find the 3 inside positions, especially for us that would like to see if the team can pull it off getting into a contending state by next year. Zach Charbonnet had a pretty good game. Ran really well. We just didn't stay committed to running the ball, which is why you don't see more production from him coming out of this one. Noah Fant probably had like about his 3rd best game of the year, but it's other than those 3 really good games, he was pretty much by and large quiet through just about every other game this season. So Fant's going to be an interesting decision for them. Take note as well of his run blocking grade. The part with Fant to keep in mind on and keeping him on top of the fact that you don't get the consistent catching production from him, or he does much as being a dynamic guy as a tight end there from the tight end position, that he's not a particularly good blocker necessarily. And another part to where, your run game doesn't go well. Why do you end up with penetration? Why do you have tight ends having guys slipping off the blocks, getting to the backfield? Well, he's one of those guys that's at the centerpiece of this a little bit. But had a good game catching the ball. That's mainly where his grade got pulled through at. Charles Cross, very similar to Abraham Lucas. Was talking yesterday at B&B where Brendan's hearing from some of his folks out there that there's maybe a feeling here, a little bit of maybe feeling here that Cross has not ascended to where we thought he would be, or he should be. I got to say I disagree where I think and I don't think Brendan has this taken. He's hearing it from some of his people out there, and I just don't think that's where it's at. Cross has been very good for you this year. He's been a top 7, top 6 left tackle in this sport. And that was always going to be about his upside. He was never a guy that was going to be factoring out to an Orlando Pace, Walter Jones. It was more Laramie Tunsil, a guy that could be right there around that Pro Bowl level edge of places, but not the All-Pro level edge of places. And he's hitting that mark. McIntosh, good game running the ball again, both with him and Charbonnet. Makes you scratch your head going, man, Grubby, why didn't you run? These guys had a pretty good game for what they did. JSN 61, all right, great from him on that side of it. Barner, Metcalf, Derek Young, Tyler Lockett, all middle of the road. Down at the bottom, Farrell Brown had a bit of a tough day. Of course, when you fumble the ball, boy, that was a horrible call by Grubb in the game there too. Third and what was it, 9, and you run a bubble screen to Farrell Brown. Yikes. Geno had a tough day at the office, not his best. And I got to say that the tape matched this up to what I saw from him. Just skittish, not sure, not confident in the pocket. I think that there's some of the beating has kind of added up with him over the course of the season here. The knee injury certainly is bothering on top of it, but it was not at his best. Laken Tomlinson, yeah. And in regards to Olu, Olu's not been outright horrible coming back in there this year. Probably better than an Austin Blythe kind of guy that you've had out there in previous seasons, but also not as good as Connor Williams was earlier on this year, and not the answer for the position in the long term. unless he can really develop this offseason and we can finally start to see it, but we haven't seen it here in his first couple of years. It's I think the key important point. Defensively speaking, Leonard Williams, I'm putting a video together right now for the channel. I'm going to make my case in the video for him to be the defensive player of the year. I know people in the chat are going to say, yeah, but he didn't even get to be a Pro Bowl. I don't care. I don't care. I've studied and looked into this pretty deeply, and there is no runaway candidate out there that should be the defensive player of the year this year. There's no clear cut. And especially if he can put the stamp on this game with the finishing it off right, he has just been a monster. Going back and watching the tape and having some games where he's basically taken over the game at times from the defensive tackle position, and you see it in those games being also games where it would be close to where if he hadn't done that, you could make an argument to where if his presence wasn't there in that game, you might not come away with that win. The New York Jets game, the first Cardinals game. I'm not saying we wouldn't have maybe got the win, but it would have been a whole hell of a lot tighter. And if that's, kind of a just casual metric to what you want to give to a defensive player of the year is to say, hey, the guy, he's actually helped us win games on top of being a dominating presence throughout the year end to end. But we'll see how that factors out. But a couple sacks in this game. Monster in the run game once again. He was great. Tyrese Knight continues to build upon a fine rookie year. This kid's got a ton of potential for him as a top-end will linebacker. These guys are hard to always measure when they are that good. Like KJ Wright was that good, right? He wasn't maybe great, but really good, really good. And there's not a stat with those guys that's easily tracked always for measuring them like you get with an edge rusher or what like you get with a Mike linebacker who's going to eat up a lot of tackles. It gets harder at this position because of the fact that they just kind of do a little bit of in between everything. But he's been well graded throughout this season, having a good year. Trey Brown, sample size snaps, but had a bit of best game of the year really for Trey. When you look at it, he's had really a rough one. Mafe, strong game from him. Julian Love, Draymond Jones off the edge played well. Defense as a whole did a good job. Derek Hall had maybe one of his better games of the year. He's been a guy that's been kind of poorly rated at times as well. Devin Witherspoon did pretty good. He's going to be my, again, underrated hero of the week again this week when we look at him in a second on that segment because he, again, just continues to flash all over the tape. 3 tackles for loss. He was a monster in this game. At the bottom, Uchenna Nwosu got his first sack of the year, but wasn't terribly well graded. I don't think it's necessarily Uchenna's fault on this one, but the Seahawks have to make a major decision on him this offseason, and they have to do so really understanding that he's been basically not healthy the past couple of years. The dirty hit in the preseason is really, I think, the thing that's kind of carried through this year. That injury is going to probably be one that, if you asked him, he'd say, yeah, that's the one that's going to have to wait through the offseason and get this thing back to healthy. But you're paying him a lot of money. You got to clear cap space this offseason, especially if you want to go out there and do good work to push this team to a contending state. I just don't know if he's going to have done enough to make them feel like give him another offseason, have him bounce back there as the third guy in this rotation, and it's worthwhile to spend that money. Maybe so. We'll see. But not the best game from him. Job as well. Ernest Jones wasn't well graded in this game. I didn't think the tape backed up that badly, but PFF's kind of sometimes hard on Jones for whatever reason. And Murphy coming in at 56, okay, great on his side. Special teams, I always show it to you guys, but like I always say, I don't know what to really ever make of much of the special teams side of it here. There we go. Make it a little bigger so you guys can see it. It's not too tiny. Drake Young, George Holani, Julian Love, Rashawn Jenkins doing their job out there on that side of it. Dixon had a pretty good day punting, and yeah, these grades are always about the same place. I never know what to make much of these, but I like to show them to you no matter what. No real come on man moment segment from this past week other than that play call, which I probably should have put up on this, which would have been that 3rd and 7 to Farrell Brown, which I had meant to grab and I didn't grab, but that would have been my come on man segment of the moment. Just your 3rd and 7, you got all these playmakers you can throw to. You got backs out of the backfield that you can utilize in that way if you want to go that route, and you decide to go to a bubble screen to the 3rd least tight end you'd like to go to in that situation for yak. Because if you're going to throw a bubble screen, you need yak. Farrell Brown in his career does not give you yak. He can occasionally catch a football. He's there to be a blocker. Odd that they featured him there in that moment, but that would have been my pick, for that one on that side. Let's keep it moving here, though. The biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
And Another guy that we featured quite a lot this year on the biggest hit of the week. We're going to do so again here. And he's just, there's a little bit of like he's got sandbags and kind of his shoulder pads at times, where when Tyrese Knight comes up and he hits you, you're going backwards. It's like he's got just an extra 10, 15 pounds that these LBs don't have now. And you feel on just a hit like this, is this an outright decleater? No. But watch him come up 48 here and just stick this guy as he's being held up. I guarantee you that back felt this hit. And this is what you see of where he hits. The guy doesn't just go down, but they get slammed down to the turf once he hits them on contact. I've seen it since preseason with him. And so when you watch Tyrese Knight on his upside and you get excited about where the future is going with him, also get excited about the fact that in the future, you're going to have this guy absolutely lay a few decleaters out. Like he's going to hit guys just right where they're moving at the right place. He's got a little bit of build-up speed because you can see here, he's only got about 3 yards build-up speed to kind of lay this hit. So in a short space, he can deliver a very strong blow. And I think this is just part of that upside that he does possess. And I think I've had about 4 or 5 times this year as the hit of the week, deservedly so. But he can crank, man. He's got some padding in those shoulder pads. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's putting concrete in there, and then, I'm not going to accuse him of that, but I'm just saying it's pretty crazy stuff on that. All right, let's keep this on motoring here if we can. And it's always a good idea normally, as we do on these segments, to take a look at what's going on in the building, what's going on with the opponents. Unfortunately, though, this week we are going to probably spin through this one pretty quick overall because as we know, we've kind of had things kind of get figured out and decided based on the fact that this game went this way. And the game I'm talking about here is going to be Arizona Cardinals against the Los Angeles Rams. It wasn't any prettier than our game. It was an ugly one. And unfortunately, though, the Rams were able to carry this one out as Kyler Murray had a bad interception at the end, threw it off his tight end's head. I thought he actually made some really good throws in this game, 321 yards. It may have been one of his better games of the year, but also with it, you get the bad, and the Cardinals are going to be in a position this year where they're really going to be looking at, I think, and considering this offseason moving off of Kyler Murray. I think this isn't already the first time that they've thought about doing it. I think that he's not a bad quarterback, but just for the money that they're paying him, I think that they might think that there's a different option they can go at. They're in a weird situation, though, too, because they have like $90 million. They've just paid a couple of guys to contract extensions that are part of the foundation guys like Connor, like Budda Baker. So they've got a way to really inject this through, but they've got a tough assessment to make here now with Kyler, who is a good quarterback, but does he give you enough with the supporting cast to then take you over the top if you can provide, him, those guys around him? It's the question at hand. I don't have a sure answer for it. And I don't envy the Cardinal front office and having to kind of make this call as you'd really like to inject this thing. Year 1 of Gannon, he's just got to establish culture. Year 2, you double your win total. You're on your way. Year 3, what are we going to do here? How are we going to make this go now? It's going to be a tough call for them. Made none the easier that there's not a lot of great quarterback options out there. But also another part of this that I was talking about with Jake here this week was the possibility of a team that looks at the quarterback market. Let's say the Vikings keep Sam Darnold. We know the first 2 quarterbacks that are really first round worthy in this draft are going to be gone by pick 5. Does a Raider team look at Kyler Murray this offseason and say, hey, we'll give you our number 1 overall pick? We can't wait around on this thing. We've been waiting around. It's not gotten us anywhere. We missed on Michael Penix last year, and who knows, when we're going to get an opportunity to get any kind of talented of a quarterback. Certainly we're not going to get probably a free agent to come here. Nobody wants to go do that. So this may be kind of a bit of our only pathway to it. So I know that's a little bit off topic of this game exactly, but just kind of an interesting thing kind of hanging over that Cardinal organization a little bit. The Rams really leaned again on Puka Nacua in this one. Cooper Kupp looks like, I'm not going to say full shell of himself, but he's still either really dealing with a major injury or he's lost a little bit from those injuries that he's had, as he's had a couple of them, as he just doesn't quite look the same. Rams did just enough, but in this game, that's all you had to kind of do. Their defense really did a good job of holding it down, and you got to give that Rams defense a lot of props for being such a young crew. There's not a lot out there in that secondary, in my opinion, that really stands out. It's all right, right? Like it's Yeah, they got good young talent on the defensive line, but, linebackers, meh. But that defense has performed really well throughout this season. The Niners and Lions had a fun little game, a lot of offense. I do not trust that Lions defense in the playoffs right now with how they're getting boat raced by offenses on a weekly basis. A big part of it, of course, is that they're just really weakened down. I don't think they came into the season with the defense sitting at the forefront as being this major big strength of theirs anyway, but certainly the injuries have really weakened them down as we get down the home stretch, and a bit of a representation to me that you don't want to be playing your best ball in week 7. You don't want to top out too early. And it's not their fault necessarily. Some of it's the injuries. Some of it, I wonder, though, is have the injuries piled up so heartily because, let's say, Dan Campbell ran a little bit of a tougher training camp, and that got them better returns early on in the year, but then now has worn them down a little bit as the season has gone along. I'm not sure on that point, but I do just tend to wonder a little bit. Brock Purdy, a little bit shades of a Kyler Murray situation here for the Niners. Throws for 377 yards, 3 touchdowns, and yet the 2 interceptions are going to loom large over those Niner fans that aren't big Brock Purdyites who say we can't pay this guy $55 million a year. But has he done enough to dissuade the front office from this offseason paying him that money? I don't think so. So a nice little silver lining on this year for Hawk fans is that Niner cap situation is about to get even more probably treacherous. And it very well may be too on top of this that we see Trent Williams retiring and maybe Christian McCaffrey retiring. And then that's going to make the Niner situation look very, very, very tough. And not they'll be bad in the foreseeable future. They're just going to be in a bit of a tougher situation in the grand scheme of things by how this is going to play out. All right, let's keep it motoring here. And there is, find my thing here. Got to find my deal. There's always those plays during out the course of the game that are always going to just kind of feel a little bit different than other plays. Like, ooh, that was a great call. It's something that's really excited me about this year and why I wanted to create this segment as I was anticipating, or really a little bit between Grubb and McDonald, that you were going to get some different mixtures of imagination on the football field as far as some of the play calls than we've had in the past, and that you'll actually be able to see in some of these play calls the coaches giving those players this great advantage to go out there and not just execute the play, but get a stop on a key play by almost the play call itself. So let's look at that play call today. It's a segment I like to call the play call that hit just a little bit different.
This one hit different.
Let's set the stage on this one, shall we? And the first point I want to set the stage on with this one is going to be the pre-play and how we show it up on that. If I can get this thing to show. Bop, bop. So, a little bit of movement before line of scrimmage. This is going to be about a 3rd and 6 or so. So I'm about the 48-yard line or so, 49-yard line is going to be the first down in Bears territory on this one. And they're in shotgun. They've got a 4-wide look. They're going to rotate out. They're going to look like they're going to motion out of trips here with the wide receiver on the high side right here coming back to line of scrimmage. But he's just kind of running this back and forth to try to get a pre-key of the Seahawks coverage. Now, instead of giving a pre-key of the Seahawks coverage, the Seahawks take the opportunity the second that you get a Dunzier rotating inside like that. They've seen something on tape as a key there. We're now, bang, here comes Jenkins and Ernest Jones into the B gap. And they're gonna both mug it. So now you end up on this play, and really from the Bears' standpoint, this motion is not meant to drive up guys into the line of scrimmage for a blitz look. The motion is meant to educate them on what they're doing in the secondary, man or zone, basically. It's what you're trying to get. So this does nothing. Seahawks just looked at this as a key point, and why? Because I'm guessing that there's a bit of a timing approach here, where the second he comes inside, when he goes back outside, that ball is going to be snapped very quickly when he starts back out. You get up in that gap so that you can almost time this up perfectly to be able to hammer it. Now, Caleb gets a little bit of an arm motion here out to his right. So he gets instructed on this play to go right with his first read. And he does not do so because he's reading whether it's man or zone. He's doing so because of the fact that you've drawn in this blitz. So blitz here, hand motion to the outside. See that hand motion? And who's it meant for? I think it's Keenan Allen there on your bottom right-hand screen there matched up with Tariq Woolen in press. And then he's really nervous because he's got 2 guys in press for the Hawks defense on top of this, so he doesn't get a lot of free releases. So just take note of what that does offensively again before I show you the play of how this starts to get Caleb nervous. Now he's putting into his checks. He's not looking to the other side of the field almost at all now. He just gets completely locked into this right side of the field. So let's go to the actual play itself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it first just a couple times so you guys can see this as to the way it plays out. And you can see at the top, it's the 50-yard line is the first down marker purely. So that's where this is a 3rd down and 6, 7. He's got to get it to the 50-yard line. But a few different things go on this play that are just, to me, wonderful. And the first thing that it starts out with is you've, of course, got all these guys up around the line of scrimmage. It's looking like almost a cover 0 situation where you're going to have almost no safety help on the back end. You've got 3 guys here for the 3 guys here, Woolen here for Allen at the bottom of the screen. Man on man. That's the way that this thing's going to look. But with Mike McDonald, well, what it looks like is not what it's going to be post-snap. We've learned that about him, and that's the case here. Where post-snap, what do we end up with? The thing that we've seen multiple times over and over throughout the course of the season, you're not sending all those guys, so you're able to confuse the offense and usually the quarterback first and foremost on that front initially. But then yet you still somehow find a way to get a free rusher at the passer. I mean, look at this. If from a Seahawks perspective, you went from showing him pre-snap that you're going to have 4 guys in coverage, Woolen, and the 3 to the high side. And then post-snap, when we look back to this, you're actually going to be dropping all those guys, but you added the 2 defensive tackles, and then you still got Uchenna Nwosu here serving as a spy on Caleb. He's there to take care of Caleb if Caleb tries to scramble away from this if you don't get the free rusher. But what the dropping of the defensive tackles do, because part of me is, this is definitely where Caleb's in, and he's kind of swimming a little bit from the quarterback position because somehow or another he gets told here, and the check you saw earlier that he asked him to make was, I'm guessing this was probably like a 9 route or post route, and then he had him go to an out route to the sticks is what he's having him adjust to based on the blitz look. That's my guess here. I would have tended to think that Caleb would have been taken more to the high side of this here and looked for the in-cutting route here post-snap. So this would have been where I thought you would have confused him, is on this guy cutting in here because you're anticipating that Leonard Williams is actually going to be coming and part of that blitz look, and so you hit your hot route right there rather than going to the bottom side of the screen here. You can barely see the guys. He's almost off screen, I know. Where you're then instead going to the bottom side of the screen on that kind of not long developing route, but an out route takes a little bit longer, especially if you want to make sure you're not throwing it blind as he comes out of his break. And that's where a little bit strange of a read from Caleb, but this is part of the confusion that you create on the play when you're able to, mess him up post snap. So even if he had gone to that hot, Leonard's there to neutralize it, right? So 15, Odunzie, your high side receiver, he's got the in-breaking route. That's open if there's no defensive tackle there. See how that's open? Years past, that kind of route we've seen it many times, would have been wide open. You wouldn't have had a defensive tackle sitting in that lane ready to take that away. So wonderful spot right there. Let's get back to the line of scrimmage and then take note of what this blitz does from the standpoint of Ernest Jones and Rashawn Jenkins especially. Because you end up with a free blitzer here when the Bears kind of have the numbers to deal with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offensive line. You've got the back who's not leaving out of the backfield. So you've got an extra guy there. That's 6. And when you consider that Uchenna's not coming, then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you've got 6 on 6 essentially here and how it should have shaken out. But you don't know what 6 are coming from where. And this causes the confusion. And if you see here, as I'm going to kind of roll this slow a little bit back and forth. Watch Ernest Jones 13. And watch what happens to the lineman here. Ernest and the lineman goes, I got to pick up both these 2 guys. So he tries to deal with both of them. He realizes he can only do one. The running back behind him has Jenkins. So if the right guard here just takes Jones, the running back comes up, picks up Jenkins, you pick this up from the Bears standpoint. But because of the confusion, because you don't know who's coming from where, and because the guard doesn't trust his running back behind him or know where his running back's really going, he ends up going to Rashawn Jenkins, and then look what happens with Jones. The door just gets completely opened up. So first, see that hand, right hand on Jones. It's there for a second. Then he lets him go, I'm guessing he's thinking the back's to the right of him instead of to the left of him. And then Jones ends up as a free blitzer on this play when you didn't really fully send that heavy house blitz like you showed it. The final beautiful part of this play is, okay, you've taken away the hot, you've confused the quarterback, you've rushed him off his spot, you've gotten a free rusher into his face, but the final cherry on top is watch where this throw ends up. You got to get it to the 50-yard line for a first down, and you end up with a receiver who doesn't even get to the sticks on the route because the timing of the play gets so messed up. That ball's on the ground right now where that receiver's got it. It's a missed throw. It's a bad throw. Caleb's off his back foot because Ernest Jones is in his face. But you don't even allow them to get to the sticks by the confusion, by the blitz package, by the zone drops. It all works together on this play to allow this to be a third down stop. And this is, again, versus maybe what you might have run counter in previous years where it would have been just a four-man front and drop everybody in coverage and try to cinch down the passing windows. So let me play it one more time, a couple more times here to show you. But just a great play call here from Mike McDonald on so many different fronts. It works absolutely how you draw it up. Bit confusing there to see Caleb go to that out route, which is to me a harder throw to make than the in-cutting route. But he has no time to process anything here. Jones is in the backfield instantaneously. One of the things we didn't get a chance to see as much from Jones this year is him as a blitzer. He is a very good blitzer, though. And when you send him, he knows how to get to the quarterback. Great play call for Mike McDonald. Awesome job on his part. He had a few of them in this game against Caleb where he was not going to let him get comfortable, settle in, and just feel good back there. He was going to make it a long day at the office for him in this porous offensive line of the Bears, who had Jay Curhan out there starting for him at left guard. You want to take advantage of that. And the Seahawks did well on that part of it. So great game from them. Nice to see the defense really rounding into shape at the end of the year, at least against, let's say, maybe opponents that don't have as many of the challenges as some of the top-end offenses. I think when we still run up against those top-end offenses, there's still some work to be done. But when you've gone against the lesser offenses in this league, or maybe middle-of-the-road kind of offenses in this league, you have straight out at times dominated them. And a large part of that is the ability to shut them down on those third downs, to not give them those long, draining drives, eat a lot of the clock, and as they did so in this game. But it's a great game from the defense, great game from Mike McDonald. That's pretty much what I got today here for the roundup. Let's bounce over to you guys here in the chat and see where your mind's at. I love the open discussion on this, and appreciate as well everyone being open-minded on some of the topics that we've had to kind of cover and get into here. And I think that we're going to get into this offseason. As I say on this, I know that there's going to be a lot of disagreement as much as there's going to be alignment. I think in prior off seasons and at times there could be much more alignment in the fan base and our vision for where the team's going and how close they are and what moves need to be made. And I think this offseason, there's going to be as much difference of opinion as ever. And, here at the Hawks Nest, we're going to welcome that as much as ever, myself included. I definitely ask the same if it's possible out there. I know that this is going to be an emotional time and people are going to feel very, very certain about what they think on the team in a lot of ways. I'm going to be myself very open-minded to it. I've got certainly a pathway this offseason. I'd like to see this team, go. I'm not gripping onto it with a death grip and that it's this way or no way, that I'm open to a lot of different possibilities for this offseason for this team to go. And I think the direction the team's moving is overall in a great direction. They've got the right coach, that I think they've got the right base of talent. There's still a lot of work to be done, in my opinion, but it doesn't mean that they're not on the right road, which, as we've seen with so many franchises, Cleveland, a Dallas, Raiders team. I mean, there's kind of a good number of them in this league who you look at it and you say, no, they're not on the right road. Even teams that are reasonably decent, like a Miami Dolphin team. I don't look at that team and go, yeah, they're on the right road. They're moving towards something. It doesn't quite feel like that everything's right. The road, the bloom is definitely wore off the McDaniel Rose down there in Miami. And so everything looks good with this team going forward. But like I said, there'll be a lot of difference of opinion. And I just hope we can kind of keep ourselves all open-minded, understanding that there is going to be that divergence. And if you don't agree, it's part of what makes this fun, is having a bit of that difference of opinion. All right, let's see what you guys are at. I appreciate you watching today. If you could for me, please slam that like button. We're motoring along here, man. We're making progress. I can smell 9.5. I can smell 20. So we're getting very close to that season-long goal that we've been trying to reach towards here as far as the sub count. So if you're not subbed up already, please do get subbed up. I would really appreciate it, as it does help this channel grow. And hit that like button if you get a chance. Pattern recognition expert. They ran late because they had the lead. Sorry, you're speaking to somebody else in there. Pattern recognition expert. When he was at UW, they had the best offensive line in CFB. That offense was dynamic. Anyone who has watched all the Husky games and all the film, you wouldn't say he sucks or whatever. No, I don't think he sucks at all. No, I think you're probably referencing somebody in there. Sorry, sometimes you guys have chats inside the chats, and let's skip down here. Some good discussion going down. Feed Me More Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Says run 30 to 40 pass attempts equals more pressures by default. Yep, I agree. Yeah, if your attempts are going to go up into that margin, you're going to give defenses a key to what you're having a tendency to do, and they're going to lean into those keys and the play calling especially. And when you allow, I remember there was a story that came out this year. God, it was, I think it was LT. It might have been Lawrence Taylor. It might have also been Singletary. So I can't quite remember which of the two, but he was talking about watching film, and they figured out on Boomer Esiason on tape that when it was a run play for the Bengals, that he didn't strap up his helmet. So this thing would be just hanging like this. And they caught it on tape that every time it was a run play, he never strapped in the deal. And that game, they went on to sack him like 13 times or something like that. And it shows you a bit, to me, of an example there of if a defense and a defensive line knows you're passing the ball, it now doesn't just become a little bit more difficult for those offensive linemen to stay in front of those guys. It becomes almost an impossibility. You have to have that threat put there, or else you're setting your linemen up to fail. And that story just really stood out to me. If you can find it, somebody out there, go check a look. It's a fun story, because I think Boomer ends up getting pissed. It might have been Jim Kelly, but the quarterback ends up getting really pissed because he's figured out, the quarterback smart enough to figure out that they've figured out some key, but it's like Teddy KGB and Rounders, where, Matt Damon's character figures out his tell on the poker table with the Oreo cookie, but then he's not sure if he's figured out. He's like, "Did you figure out my tell? What was my tell that you figured out?" Yeah, it's one of those kind of situations a little bit. But great point, Femi, and I agree, 100%. Feed Me with another $2 donation. Says Jared Goff is great and Saquon got 2,000. Wonder why. He's, of course, intimating towards that offensive line, that impact of that offensive line, how important that offensive line is for both of those two players. And it's something we harp on here quite a bit. And not to be, not because it's a pet project, because it's got true returns when you do invest in that line in that way. It's, as I've said many times over, there is no team that gets to the end of their NFL season and says, you know where it went wrong this year? You know where the cart, we fell off the horse? You know where it happened? You know where it occurred? We put too much damn investment into that offensive line. No one ever says that. No one ever gets there in their season and say that. They'll say, man, we don't have, we put too much into the skill position players. We didn't invest enough into the defense. We're spending too much on a quarterback that's not elevating the supporting cast. They'll say stuff like that, but they don't say we put too much into this offensive line. We should have put less in that line and should have put more over into this spot. I mean, maybe you can find one little outlier team if you want to look through last 20, 30 years, but by and large, those teams that take that approach and say, no, this thing's going to be a strength of our team, we're going to lean on this as a strength of our team, it really does pay off for those teams when they take that approach. And as always, if you guys got questions for me or you have a comment you want me to read, just put Brando Hawksnest HN. Asshole. Hey, asshole. I got a question for you. I'll probably answer to that too. Seahawks I go says Seattle's first and Sam Howell for JJ McCarthy. I don't know if they would need Sam Howell. I think that they would probably still roll. They got Daniel Jones there, but Seattle might make that roll. We'll see if Minnesota's going to really move JJ. It's always hard to tell on this because teams will give you a lot of smoke with this go and telling you it's one thing now or inferring that they're going to stand in one place now and then it can change overnight. But what we are, hearing here is that they might just lean in and trust their process with JJ and stay with him another year. And I think that makes a lot of sense, quite frankly, because I think that the value on JJ doesn't dip at all by waiting another season. And it really only potentially could increase, really, I think. But some of that depends on what the market's going to bear out for the Vikings this offseason, because you could also say, well, next year there's going to be a much deeper draft class of quarterbacks and that you're not going to be able to get as much if you're going to look to try to move him then. Yeah, pattern recognition expert. I'm out. I'm kind of out on more Milroe at this point too. I was open to him maybe starting to open some doors this year with this play, and I know it's improved somewhat, but gone back and started watching a little bit more tape of him this year and catching back up, and yeah. It's kind of like a receiver that is fighting his hands to catch a ball. It's like the equivalent of Milroe in throwing a football. Not that he doesn't have talent. It's like a receiver's got these big old oven mitts, for hands. He's got that, but just you can sense that they're just not comfortable in just catching. Spencer Jones, same below average offensive line, worst free agency in years. Bought in Sam Howell is not the answer. Schneider had a bad year. Definitely has some tough spots about this year for sure. And that line stands out as maybe the head of this, where you didn't put a competent offensive line together. And it's not as easy to explain away as simply just saying, well, you threw a lot at it and it didn't work out. No, you didn't throw a lot at it. And this isn't the first year you haven't thrown a lot at it. And that criticism of John is very, very fair. It's very, very fair. This is not the first quarterback that he's put in peril because of this too. And he seems to, I'm not sure that it's a blind spot. I'm hoping it's going to get corrected this offseason, but it does remain to be seen if they're going to course correct on this one and actually divvy up the appropriate assets to turn this group around in the way that it needs. Jordan says, I saw a mock draft where the Giants drafted Milroe number 5 overall, and I couldn't help but laugh. I'm starting to think a little bit like, I know that I know the bowl game was bad, but this draft class is not good for quarterbacks, and I'm starting to wonder if Milroe is going to vault up. Part of the reason that he was willing to make himself available for the draft is that he has been let know that he will be a lot held higher than some of us are ranking him. Because Jordan, I'm in the same place as you are as far as where you put him at. But that may not stop teams. I mean, we've done this in recent years where, we've put a grade up in that area on guys at this time of year and they enter into this pre-draft process and then everybody falls head over heels in love with them and they just start rising on up. But part of the reason why I think too, Jordan, it's always important to remember that where you were at with that initial blush versus what all these people try to kind of talk you into along the way, especially if there's not supplemental information to move you to seeing their point on Milroe as him being some high-end possibility of a guy. But it's like Jalen Hurts. You're watching basically like a little bit like a running back play the quarterback position. And like how that would feel if you asked a running back to play like it looks like that a little bit at times. So we trade DK to get Sanders? Which Sanders pattern? Jordan says if Sanders and Ward were in last year's draft class, they'd probably go late first. Yeah. I think the consensus would be pretty. I think if you took 32 NFL general managers and you said, look, whether you have a need at a quarterback position or not, would these two quarterbacks go behind? If you were picking and had your pick of the litter, would these two quarterbacks go behind all of these other guys that were picked up ahead in last year's draft in that top 12 picks? And the answer would be yeah. El Nino Jackson Dart looks good. He had a really good night last night. Watched him a little bit in that game, and boy, he's tough as nails from the quarterback position. You see that on his tape quite a bit, where he'll take it. He's not shy about standing there about taking a shot. He could be a fun guy. Could be an interesting guy for the Hawks to take a look at too, into sort of, I think, that third roundish range. Hopefully a guy that doesn't get vaulted up a little too high. I don't think he's got the biggest arm, but he's a fun quarterback. Like his talent quite a bit. Phoebe Morris Seahawks, thanks for another $2 donation. He says, I sent that to the people who don't want Cross paid. Yeah, I can't imagine not wanting Cross paid at this point. We've had for years here, since Walter Jones left at left tackle, you had Russell Okung and you had Dwayne Brown for pretty much a 20-year period. And it was dicey, the left tackle play around those guys when they weren't the guys rolling. And it's hard to find these guys. It's hard to find the competent, capable ones. Everyone would love to find Walter reborn, but Walter's generational for a reason. Walter's maybe the best left tackle in NFL history for a reason. I mean, maybe Trent's overtaken him at this point, but he's in the discussion. And you're not always going to have generational talent available to you, even high up in the first round. What you want is a blue chip prospect when you're picking 10, if you can get it there. And that's what we got in Charles Cross, was a blue chip prospect who's realizing his potential. And he's going to sign to a contract extension. He's going to be paid very good money this offseason, I would imagine. And it's going to be well spent money, in my opinion. He's been the best of that class to earn a new deal. He's been the most certain of that class to earn a new deal after 3 years. So hard to go necessarily find better out there on the open market left tackle wise if you're not picking up in the top 5 if you're looking for an improvement beyond what Cross is giving you right now. Martin Lawrence, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, Vikings bring back Darnold, or does he go to free agency? I think it's probably one of two situations go down here, Martin. The Vikings have the cap space to put the franchise tag on Darnold to keep him as an asset that they then can move for draft capital if that's really what somebody wants to do. It also gives them some leverage over the top of him if they want to sign him to a contract extension. So, as I always like to say on this, Martin, leverage is what gets these deals done. And the leverage would seem to me to point to the other teams not having an inroads to getting Darnold, for though you may be really loving the year Darnold's had, and you might be signed up as a Tennessee team to say, let's ride with this guy. Let's throw some money at him. Let's throw 45 at him. Are you going to throw that 45, 50 million at him and give up the 2 first-round picks in addition to make that pull? No, you probably won't. And so I think that I don't know if it comes to franchise tag. That's a leverage point. So Vikings people can come to Darnold's people and say, look, if you're going to push this line, we're just going to do this. And that sets the stage there for them to be able to just kind of sit business cap birdseed Martin to decide what they want to do with it. But I would estimate that they get a long-term deal done with Darnold. They roll with JJ as that backup there, and they feel great about their quarterback position, knowing it's well insulated. And I just think that's probably where they go, unless they really get blown away with a McCarthy offer. Some team really hits them over the head, then maybe they'll move it on that point. But Darnold stays, no matter what to me, Martin. Darnold stays in Minnesota. There is a chance, obviously, with the franchise tag, you don't have to give it up for the 2 first-round picks too, though. It can become a leverage deal where the team trading for Darnold says, okay, look, look, guys, we're not giving you 2 first-round picks for Donald. And it's like, then they'll be like, okay, well, give us a second rounder, because they're like, look, we got to pay him too, so we'll give you a second rounder. And it could go like that too, Martin. It depends on how, but the impression I get is the Vikings want to keep him. They like JJ too, and that they're not in a rush to try to offload either of those 2 guys. And they only have to look within their own division, Martin, to see a team like the Green Bay Packers that's taken this very same approach twice over and found a tremendous amount of success with it. Favre there, you still draft Rodgers. Rodgers there, you still draft Jordan Love. Maybe the Vikings pull a page out of that book and say, oh, we think that worked pretty well for you guys. We kind of like the thought of having a quarterback room set for a good period of time and knowing we're good to go. Especially if you got an offensive-minded head coach like they do. It makes a lot of sense to roll that way with it, Martin. Feed Me, thanks for the $5 donations and all of your support today, man. You're awesome as ever on that side of it. I really do appreciate you. I don't think Tyler's playing another season, even though he says he wants to. Offseason changes minds happen. Who's your 5 surprising NFL firings? Yeah, Tyler has indicated he does want to play another year. I do not believe that it's going to be here, in my opinion. I think Tyler is not a bad receiver at this point, or just some shell of himself at this point, but I think the skill set is a little restricted. Maybe there's a way he goes to a offense that's kind of humming and he can fit into that offense, and the route running and all of that ability still allows him to fit in that offense that has the pass protection that can hold up to take advantage of him. We'll see. Maybe a Kansas City type Chiefs team looks at a guy like Tyler Lockett, and remember with Tyler, he's from Kansas, right? And so Kansas City needs wide receiver help. They've gone for vet wide receivers like this recently in the past. Maybe they go out there and they grab Tyler to be a number 2 for them next year, a little bit more steady, and they can have Tyler and Worthy as kind of a 1-2 punch from the Z position, that they become a bit of an amalgamation of their Z receiver in that offense. But we'll see on that. Who's your 5 surprising NFL firings? That's a good question. I don't know if they'll be surprising or not. Trying to think here. We kind of know who's going to go, I feel like, a little bit. Like Brian Daboll would be, I guess, a surprise, but I don't think that they stay with him now. I think the Giants team wants to avoid it. They've been on a streak of firing coaches once every 2 years, over and over and over again, and Daboll's now just gotten through his 3rd season, and you'd be letting him go. But it's hard. I still, if I was a betting man on that, I would still say that they probably lean towards moving on that one. And I know they don't like it about it, but they are kind of that kind of team that operates that way a little bit. Vegas is going to fire their guy. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, Peterson will be done. I think McDaniel will probably be done with Miami. Miami spent a lot of money and they've been all in. Kind of on the fence with Shane Steichen in Indianapolis. I think they maybe will keep him back there, but he's not been necessarily particularly well developing Anthony Richardson, and how much of that heat's going to be on his, especially with some of the injuries he's had, that's maybe delayed some of that progression with Anthony. But Shane, the reputation for Shane Steichen versus what you get from him performative-wise from that Colts team, especially offensively speaking, there seems to be a bit of a gulf between those two. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the other guy as the 5th there, feed me. But those would be my 5. Mega Lucario 22, thank you for the $5 as well. It says Abe Lucas and Job out for Sunday. Murphy, questionable. Are we ready to take a right tackle in the 2nd or 3rd yet? It kind of all depends on the in-house assessment on what is going on with Lucas. Is this is a game where if there's any guys that I have with an injury history or that's on the line of being injured, or, hey, we got Lucas, even it's just that they're being careful with this. And they're like, look, we got him through a half season of play. He held up great. We're in a good shape for him into the future. Let's just shut him down this game. There's nothing really to be gained at this point trotting him out here. Let's give him another offseason of healing and getting better on that leg. This is that part I just say to Omega where there's a lot of conjecture and there's not a lot of certainty in regards to the Lucas situation. I completely understand those that might say, well, the knee's arthritic. He's just basically out there being a good soldier and a good warrior, and he's just doing what he can, but we can't count on that. And I get that. But if there is that in-house assessment and the surgical team's looking at it going, no, it's going to be fine long-term, and the surgery was a success, and he's on the road, and this stuff can take time, and that's why we were careful and patient with him. I think that it's okay to have some confidence on that in him, them in a long-term future. If you're going to go with the tackle, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of like what they looked at with J.C. Latham last year, where you're looking at a guy that can do both of a guard and tackle situation, that he's comfortable playing to both. I think Mike Jarrell gives you upside at the right tackle position that you've not had in Stone Forsythe or any of the other guys that you've tried out there at the right tackle beyond Stone Forsythe. Maybe a George Fan upside, maybe as when George was really good, but or decent. But I'm open to it. It's just going to have probably that guard inroad to it, I would guess, Mega Lucario. And there are a lot of guys in this draft, as I've looked and scouted so far, at least on the surface of it, that do seem to be tackle guard types, where you could make the argument to them. Ariante Ursary out there in Minnesota. There may be some teams that look at him as a tackle. He's a real wide body guy, legitimately like 330, 340 pounds. Is that really going to work at the tackle position at the next level? Not quite the most athletic or nimble out there from the tackle, so maybe more of a guy you look into kicking him into a guard at the next level. But then if in a pinch you got to put him out there at right tackle for a few games, you go, yeah, but we feel okay with that as well. I'm okay going right tackle, Mega. At the centerpiece for me of this offseason is this. Beyond go for it, become a contender, or don't go for it, or do all that other stuff, beyond any of that, make building the offensive line a centerpiece of your offense, of your offseason. Make that the priority point of your offseason. Work to turn this thing into a strength. Take it beyond the line. And a move to take it beyond the line, Mega, would be to say, okay, well, you have Lucas there and you got Jarrell, who's a swing tackle, both left and right. Yeah, you feel pretty good. To take it beyond the line, we say, no, we're going to get a guy who could be a starter for us at guard, who's also got ability to kick out to right tackle if God forbid, Lucas's knee doesn't hold up. And so I want to go to that realm of it. I think that the team would be best suited to stay in this lane as much as they can this offseason, as much as John can, and he's going to hate doing it. But these are the vegetables that you got to eat, John. You're nutrient deficient right now. And it's time to, overcorrect a little bit for past mistakes made. Great question. But I do think, Mega, we might come to be surprised once we get to the game time. There's a couple of guys that get held out in this one, where the bottom line of it is, why risk anything? You got a guy with a 2% chance of something getting worse. Why let it go further? If Geno didn't have his incentives in this game, you'd be running out Sam Howell with his knee and all that. But I'm in favor of that too. No reason to get these guys hurt for a game that doesn't really matter. Trey Griff, thank you for the $5 donation, Trey. Trade Geno for maybe a fourth, maybe third. Get Zach Wilson on a 1 year. Get a good offensive line in free agency in the first round. Get a quarterback in next year's draft. Boom. Thoughts? Well, I've already gotten a lot of heat and anger thrown my way this offseason that I'm feeling from at times my chat and some of the interactions I've had on folks with broaching this as a possibility, and not necessarily specifically Zach Wilson, but maybe Zach Wilson. This would be a little bit in alignment, Trey, with me making the observation that perhaps maybe, just putting it out there as I put it out there, that maybe there's a bit of an argument to be made that you take a wee little bit of a step back this offseason to take 2 steps forward. And that's one where a lot of the fan base definitely does not want to hear that and may not be on board with that going down in that way. I do find myself a little bit in the place of feeling like there's a good argument to be made to doing this, Trey, in the respect of, I feel like I want to. This team can maybe get to a contending state next year by having that almost not near perfect offseason, but you're having an amazing offseason to kind of get there to a contender state. They could get it done. It's possible, and if they take that route with it, I'll be supportive of it and I'll be hopeful of it. But I think that there's another equal argument to be made, maybe even a stronger argument to be made for the approach that you're advocating for, Trey, of a step back to go 2 steps forward. And I understand it makes people mad to hear it even raised as and broached as a possibility, and I'm not trying to piss people off or be negative to the team at all. I love this team. I want them to be great. I just want to be open to all possibilities to get this team to a contending status, understanding it's really hard to be a contender. You don't just get there by naturally watering the plant. It takes being really smart on a lot of different levels and having difference making things across the board a bit to get into that stage of things. And we're close. We're right there on the precipice, no doubt about it. But being on the precipice does not equal to necessarily next year you're over the precipice. Just like this successful year under McDonald as a first-year coach does not necessarily equal to then next year you're for sure a contender. It could. You can possibly get there as that next evolutionary step, but it doesn't just happen just because. It happens because A, B, C, D, E, F, these individual points we could go through to point to that we know will take you there. And that's where I want to get to, is less of a, I think we could be this if this goes that way and that goes this way and this breaks the right way there and that happens. I think we can be that. I want to go, I know we're going to be this. I know this is the team we're putting out there. When I came into 2013 after that 2012 year with your Hawks and taking Atlanta to the brink and having finally solved the San Francisco 49ers at the end of the year, you got into 2013 and you said, I know this team's going to be a contender. Wasn't a, I mean, if it, you know, if it just, if it's a combo, and that one, and we'll be good. No, I know this team's ready to go next year. They're locked in. They're locked the F in. And that's where I think, if we're talking about being a real true blue contender, that's really the stage we want to get to in going through an offseason and really trying to self-evaluate where your team is at, where they're going, and where they're much likely to be the next given offseason. So I'm okay with that approach if they took this approach this offseason. I will support them if they go guns a-blazing and decide that they want to compete this next year, Trey. I'll support them if they want to take the 1 step back for the 2 steps forward into 2026. I'm not because I'm just blanketly supporting this front office and team and everything they do. Hopefully anybody that's listened to me over 5 years knows that is not how I operate. But because of the circumstances involved here, and because of the fact, to my eyes, the picture is not necessarily pristine, clean, clear as to the next direction step forward. That there's a little bit of some things kind of going counterintuitively against each other at times on the team. More good than bad, on the right track. But it's something I found myself turning over in my mind, Trey, in recent weeks in regards to this team and kind of considering it. And in regards to the Geno thing too, I think that's the thing with Geno is that this is actually separated a little bit from Geno and what he's done on the field right now. It's more back to, his age and the timing of this and are you ready to contend? And if I sign Geno, then I need to know that I'm ready to contend. I need to have that kind of 2013 certainty if I'm going to sign up for a quarterback 35 years old on a multi-year deal. And if I don't have that, then it does provide me just a little bit of hesitancy on that, Trey. Great question, though. Great question. Like I said, just make sure you put B, because we got a lot of internal discussion today in the chat, which is great to see. Love it. But just if you have something for me to reference directly, comment, question, just put B, Brando, HN. That way I know it's not necessarily directed to somebody else there. Sean says, one thing I never hear anyone talk about with Schneider and the O-line is how our coaching staff has not been able to develop players at all. It's true. That's, I think, not maybe a big part of it, but I think that is a part of it, Sean, in that you have not had that development. I think a part of it that makes it hard for people to pinpoint on that as much, Sean, a bit, is the fact that you've had a good many offensive line coaches come through here, offensive coordinators come through here. And so it's hard to say with a guy like Cable, who I think at the end where you go, okay, you've been here 7-8 years, these guys at the end, these Affetti types, they're not really coming forward as players. Britt had to fail out at 2 positions before you finally found him at center, rather than you recognizing from the jump that he was really just truly a center. And it's definitely been a part of this is that you have not, developed these guys. And when I was talking to Sean EJ this past last week a bit on, getting an offensive line right, one of the centerpieces points he made was that you have to have a good to great offensive line coach. And a guy that's, can bring these guys along in that way. The thing that he did kind of give me some room on when I countered him a little bit on this, Sean, was that there's really only about 4 or 5 real top end guys throughout the league. Everyone else is kind of like in that mix of like, all right, they're not setting the world on fire. They're all in their own little way of, they're with their own abilities and being able to advance their line prospects. But, you go through the old generation, and it was Howard Mudd, it was Bill Callahan, it was Scarnecchia out there with New England. You had your 3 line coaches back in the day that were kind of your main guys out there, and then you had a lot of other guys. And we're kind of in that place right now, I think, with line coaches where there's just not as many good ones, Sean, to go out there and find. This is why I double back down to saying if you can't find that guy that can help overcome maybe not drafting as much or spending as much in to develop them great, like some teams maybe could lean upon, then you've got to go over the top and spill over the top as far as then investing the level of talent into the group. I agree with you. You got to find that guy if you can find him, but absent finding him, then you got to take the talent level and go above and beyond on it, because you don't have the development angle that you can lean on as much. But it's a great point. And like EJ said a couple weeks ago, definitely a key point to building a really strong offensive line. Herzad says, the Hawks Nest, other than Ben Johnson, who do you think would be available to get if we decide to let go of Grubb? Kind of depends on some of the head coaching hires that potentially get fired. It does seem to me, Herbicide, like this Pete's guy that they've been looking at here in-house, who's got a bit of a track record, seems to be the guy that I'm getting a sense a little bit by the way that stuff's getting leaked out through media sources a bit on this one, that they're setting the stage for him to be the guy. From my perspective, I can tell you what I would want, Herbicide, but I'm unsure on by who the guy meant. McDaniel gets let go. Peterson gets let go. Steichen gets let go. Stefanski gets let go and doesn't get another head coaching job somewhere. Any of these guys are guys that I would be in alignment to looking at and wanting to bring in and would be upgrades. My main want here, Herbicide, is to get a guy that's called plays in this league, has a track record of doing so, has a track record of success in doing so. And if you check those boxes for me, I'll feel pretty good about that. They swung for the fences with the Grubb hire. I think we got to go more with the 3 wood down the middle of the fairway on this one. And I'm okay taking that bit of a different approach with that. But got to see who's fired quite yet. There's not a lot of glamorous great candidates that are just kind of sitting out there right now, Herbicide, on the streets that are straightforward. Yeah, just take this guy. He's just sitting there ready to be grabbed. It is a little bit of a dearth of options. Just a little bit of a dearth of options. Rick Cepeda, thank you for the $5 donation. Rick, how did the Chiefs become a contender? How did the Chiefs become a contender? Who might win 3 straight? Well, I would say that obviously that's a deep question, man, because you have Andy Reid as your first point, and being one of the top coaches in the NFL, one of the all-time great coaches, and you have an all-time great talent in Mahomes, which is, the second part of it. I think that that's not what you're getting to, though, in the heart of your question, because those are the straightforward, easy ones to go to. But I think with what you're intimating here a little bit is the thread that has connected the Chiefs as a thing beyond, let's say, Reed and Mahomes, as a reasoning for them getting to these potential 3 straight Super Bowls and them doing what they've done over these past couple of years, has been their commitment to having a top-notch offensive line. And Reed had top-notch offensive lines when he was at the Eagles. He understands the importance of it. The Chiefs have also had it there. And the interesting part about the Chiefs is it's not just merely that they've been able to lean on having guys that have been there for the past 10 years at one position, where they haven't had to go out there and draft and scout and do all that stuff, right, Rick? Where no, that's not been the case. They've had to do that stuff. They've had to replace. You got to and win a Super Bowl with Jake Fisher and Jeff Schwartz as your pillar tackles. You had another guard during that time, I think retired very shortly after that, who was one of your real stable guys for that team, and what he did and how he got the job done. And then you have in the 1 year and during that year where you get back to the Super Bowl and you lose to the Buccaneers, both of your 2 tackles go down to major injuries that are basically career-ending injuries. I know Fisher played a little bit beyond that, but they were both done at that point. And the interior of their line took some hits as well. And so they made a tangible decision at that time to not pay Tyreek Hill the $30 million a year, to trade Tyreek Hill, to get those assets, and they were going to do 2 things: rebuild their offensive line, and they were going to put investment in their defense. But the offensive line was going to get the first part of that. It was going to get a 2nd-round pick of Creed Humphrey. You were going to spend big money on Joe Thuney. You were going to spend a 1st-round pick to trade for Orlando Brown. And they've continued to do that here throughout the years in what they do and looking at that line and how they approach it. And yeah, it's a big part of why they've still been able to continue and hold on to this success, keeping Mahomes clean, keeping Mahomes from suffering major injury throughout this time as well, really. Is he's not getting battered and bruised and knocked around all the time because he's got the line that keeps him clean in that way. And just one more reason, Rick, that I advocate for taking this approach is that there's a lot of data to support the fact that it will aid you along your way. It will help to take you to the promised land. We had the highest paid offensive line in the sport in 2013 when we went and won the Super Bowl. That's not by luck. That's a part of the puzzle there. Yeah, your defense. Yeah, Marshawn. Yeah, Russell Wilson. Yeah, your offensive line, though, too. Space, thanks for the $5 donation, Space. He says, so we're having this debate on whether or not we should go after JJ. What's your opinion on that? I am particularly, I will try where I can, folks, in giving you my opinion, to own my own biases of my opinion. And say to you guys, okay, look, I'm going to tell you guys something on this, but I'm going to fully own the fact that I'm completely, I'm in my mode on this one. I'm in my spot, and I could be wrong on it, but let me take you in through my thinking on it with this, Space. When JJ McCarthy came out, I did not get as wowed by his talent as so many did. Real young guy coming out, a lot of room for him to grow and get better potentially, I suppose. I wasn't wowed by his talent. I saw a guy real thin build, not the biggest of arms, not the best of mobility. I didn't see a lot of wow traits there with this guy. There were stats people were having to go to with, like, his third down effectiveness, because they couldn't go to traditional things you'd used to like to go to for a quarterback prospect to determine them as a top end prospect. So I saw him coming out with a guy with a lot of limited tape as far as a passer goes, as far as going through progression reading, as far as showing you some upside you need to see for a guy with not necessarily the high-end physical tool skill set. I've also had a couple of these quarterbacks that have come out in recent drafts. I think it's a bit of the Russell Wilson effect, where Russell was the smaller quarterback who came out in a draft and was able to be an Iron Man and sustain and not get injured. And this has led a lot of NFL teams, I think, to believe that these undersized quarterbacks, and I'm not saying JJ is in the realm of Russell, but I do think he's a little undersized, are going to be able to maintain and hold up over a long haul. And I think in a physical NFL, I think you got to kind of have some size quotients that you go upon to be able to lean on. Otherwise, you're going to just get beat up and broken down. A guy like Bryce Young, for instance, I'm not totally sure you take that guy over the long term and he's not going to have a couple of his years cut short, cut down, cut off because of the fact that he is smaller and just can't take it, where 340-pound man lands on top of him with his shoulder in the wrong direction and that thing's snapping like a chicken bone. with JJ, this was my opinion of him coming in. Worries about his ability to stay healthy. And then he goes and has a knee surgery and a torn ACL before he's even walked onto the football field. So it's confirmed the very thing that I was worried about him having if he entered into the pros. I know there are people that like him a lot. I could be missing the boat on it with JJ. So far, I've been right on my outlook of where he is and where my concerns with him. And so those things persist for me, Space. They persist. And I think when you're trading for him now, you're not trading in a buyer's market. You're trading in a seller's market. There are a few quarterbacks that are available out there. There are going to be few quarterbacks taken in the first round. This means if you are a QB out there for trading for any quarterback, you're paying max prices. You're not getting the bargain basement here. You're not getting the benefit of the fact that he tore an ACL. So now you'll just give him to us for, like a second round pick. You're going to start with a first round pick with JJ. So you're trading a first round pick for a guy just coming off a torn ACL surgery. By the way, had to have a second surgery because of complications after the first surgery this year. That makes me nervous. That makes me really nervous. And I think I would lean more in the direction of saying that I don't want to take that risk. But I do think as well, I'm not as certain on this that the Vikings are going to move him. There's another thing too, is the Vikings don't really want to necessarily move JJ. This is the part we come back to on spending the max prices, is that it's a seller's market, and then you have a team that's be perfectly happy keeping him. The guy was a top 10 pick. He got paid substantial amount of bonus money. If you move JJ McCarthy from the Vikings situation here, you're going to eat a lot of dead money to make that move. And as we've been instructed in the past on deals like Russell Wilson and Jared Goff, when they got moved, when that kind of situation happens, now you're paying extra to do that. Now you got to throw in one more pick to make that happen. And so it just, when I run this through the wash in my mind on this Space, I come out to the other side and I go, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do it. I understand why people are thinking to do it. I get it, but that's too much negative there for where the possible potential of this kid could go. I'm still not sure that the upside there at the end of the day with JJ is really that tremendously high. For all you'd have to kind of go in investment-wise there. Talon Deal, thank you for the $10 donation. Talon, very kind of you, man. Really, really appreciate that. Says, hey, B, I don't know if this has been asked, but who would your top 5 prospects be for our first 2 picks? Much love, man. Happy New Year. Your channel is the best. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Talon. I really appreciate that. And great question as well. Who are your top 5 prospects be for our first 2 picks? Well, let's go over here to the current big board I've got going. And this is always, as I will say on this, folks, this is a board that's always in, I'm always in the process these aren't ever finalized necessarily. So take it with a grain of sand I'm going to move these guys around throughout my time of scouting them. These are just kind of the first initial look with all these players and having the opportunity to kind of get a feel for where they are here. So I'm about 80 deep right now on those guys I've scouted. To your question, I'd probably try Talon to keep this realistic as far as we're going to be picking 18th, 19th. So, who's the guys that are the top guys as it would look right now that'd be available kind of around that pick. I'm not sure that you're going to be driven offensively to go that direction with that pick if we're going by value with the first round pick. I think that there's much more of a case to be made that you might be pulled defensively. Historically speaking, when you're sitting at this pick, oftentimes you're looking at a really nice edge. Last year, for instance, where we're picking around, you had the Vikings in there with the Dallas Turner or Jared Verse, who went to the Rams. The value there could really spill out there. And especially this year, when I look at the edge group, where you have Michael Williams, James Pierce, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, all guys that I have first round grades on. And then even so far into the second round, we've got some strong second rounders to me with the Nick Scourton, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart. These are also guys that could appeal to Seattle, and even in the Seattle into that first round territory where they have him at the higher assessment than me. I mean, even a Landon Jackson with his size as a potential power edge might vault up the Hawks board in some degree or another. But edge of one of these guys, I kind of like all of them. And if you were to tell me the value of those guys falls, especially those top 4 guys, falls to the Hawks as that first round pick, I'm okay with it. Malachi Starks, free safety wise, I know Kobe Bryant's here, but Kobe Bryant's got 1 more year left on his rookie deal. So while Kobe's been really good and maybe he is the future there, you certainly could make an argument that the value from Malachi Starks at 18-19 as a guy that can play safety slot, just a playmaker. You can run more of your 3 safeties looks next year with him out there. He'd be an improvement over what you have in Rayshawn Jenkins, not to mention it frees you up to be able to move on from Jenkins and save that money. That'd be another guy there. And then the other one that I would look at would be Kenneth Grant, and this is for the first round pick talent, but the Kenneth Grant, the nose tackle for Michigan's awesome. Mason Graham's going to get a lot of the pub, rightfully so. He's a legit amazing talent, but Kenneth Grant is really, really solid. And in the last couple of drafts, we haven't a lot of good nose tackles. Kenneth Grant is one of them. That guy stands out on tape, and if you took him in the first round, I don't think that I would have a very big problem with that. So it'd really be talent mainly for that first round pick. I'd probably target more into defense. I could see there being a run on some of the offensive players really ahead of us, and especially with the linemen, and that just leaves you with kind of these guys you're sitting at in the first round. Second round, I'd probably then be pivoting back a little bit more to offense on where the value is at on that, and there'll be a variety of guys where we could be coming up in the second round, from Tyler Booker to Arante Arce, Kelvin Banks, Wyatt Million. Kelvin Banks is actually probably second round. I got to get him up the board there. He's too deep. He's too far down. But Tyler Booker, Kelvin Banks, Donovan Jackson, I'm going to race him up to the third round, maybe the second round. Those guys would all be guys I think second round wise could be interesting. Jaden Roberts, right guard for Alabama, another guy that maybe somebody you take a look at there. Right tackle, Jonas Savaiinea is a guy you could kick maybe into inside. Emory Jones out of LSU, similar in the second round. So that's where we come back. You can see why, just to me, the value is more right there, where those guys are second rounders versus first rounders. And I kind of like all those guys in sort of a similar area. I don't think any of them is going to be in a place of difference maker talent like that. And this guy's an impact guy for you on the line. But as a meat and potatoes, solid second round pick with a pretty high floor, feel pretty good about any one of the multitude of these guys. And a couple of these guys I got lower. Like I said, Kelvin Banks, a million, are probably going to get up into the second round on my final evaluation. Arante is tougher to say because I'm a little bit more lukewarm with him. But the one defender I'd go to second round would be probably either Barron out of Texas, or if you're going to get Siobhan Ravel, the kid who got the torn ACL, has got a lot of upside from the cornerback position, tremendous talent, who's going to dip into the second round because of the torn ACL. You trust in that, your doctors say it's good to go on that. He'd be a guy that I definitely would go, possibly him there too. Those would be the main guys. Great question though, Talon. Appreciate the donation. Phoebe Moore Seahawks has been celebrating 11 months. 11 months as a Hawks Nest member, almost a year. Thank you for that. Feed me. In my opinion, Russ is not a Hall of Famer. He had mostly low pass attempts, and when he did, he sucked the first three. And when he did have high passing attempts, he sucked the first 3 quarters. He had a good deep ball, not a Hall of Famer. Yeah, Russ is going to, I think, have a bit of an uphill battle and climb here. This was a year where you thought maybe he could kind of push through with the Steeler team, and maybe he's done enough here just kind of at the end here with the Steelers from a reclamation standpoint. He's going to throw for 2,000 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. It's not a sparkling 64% completion percentage, 97 rating. It's going to be interesting to see. All time. See if I can find this thing here. So when you look at the just all-time passing leaders here, Where's Russ at? I thought I saw Russ here somewhere. Oh, there he is. So Russell Wilson's sitting 17th all time. Vinny Testaverde, Carson Palmer. Those two guys are not likely to get into the NFL Hall of Fame. I think Palmer might have even an... Has Palmer got an MVP? Did he get that MVP with that 1 year with them? But he had like one magical year. He had the one magical year. No, he was second in MVP voting that year. Okay. So Russ is 17th all time, 45,000, almost 46,000 passing yards behind these two guys who did make the Hall of Fame. Tarkenton, Moon, Elway, above him, made the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning looks like he's probably going to make the Hall of Fame. Stafford, I'm not saying he should. Stafford is going to probably make the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's got now 14,000 yards more than Russ. I think he'll get in over. Dan's going to get in there. Aaron's going to get in there. Matt's going to get in there. All these other guys that get him. So there's really only two guys above Russell Wilson who aren't going to be in the Hall of Fame or aren't already in the Hall of Fame on just the passing yardage mark. And that would lead me to believe with having a Super Bowl title, and I think he's got like 9 Pro Bowls, I think Russell's going to get in there. And I think he's got the good argument to be made to get in there. Now, he also has only 7,000 yards more passing than Dave Craig, to put this in perspective. You know, because you can see Dave Craig there at 27th, and that's where maybe some, you know, to your point on this feed me, where it's maybe, you know, not always as super clear on that, because nobody's making a case for Dave Craig with 7,000 less passing yards for being a Hall of Famer. Especially a guy that played in a lot less of a passing age, you know, for him to be at 38,000 in a run-first offense. But then you go back to Russ and go, yeah, but Russ was in a run-first offense through a lot of it. I think when it comes down to it, Russ has done enough. And that when you look at the guys ahead of him, that's kind of he's hit enough of the standard. Did he clear it? You know, if this was a field goal attempt, feed me. Did he knock the 55-yarder with 10 extra yards? You know, where the announcer goes, man, that thing would have been good from 65. Or did he just doink it through the back of the deal and then it bounced off the back of the, you know, the back little, you know, deal there on the field goal post and then bounce through? It's kind of probably a little bit like that, but you know, he is probably going to get in. It's hard looking at all those guys ahead of him there on that list and not saying that he doesn't have that right to get in there. If all of them got in there, you know, he will have the touchdowns passing and, you know, he'll have good numbers on that. With that side of it, he'll have the good quarterback rating on that side. He'll have also, let's remember, feed me with in addition to all those guys on that list, he's going to have the rushing yards as well, right? 4,000 or 5,000 yards, you know, rushing in addition to that to his line. Feed me, thanks for the $2 donation. It says, think it's funny how Kirby, he got snubbed. Players vote too. Is this Kirby Joseph? You mean? Well, Kirby's got a bit of that dirty background with players. You know, Stafford's on mic'd up, walking over to yelling over at him and telling him he's dirty to his face. So he's got that, you know, he's got that background to him, unfortunately, with it, feed me. And you're right, players vote on it too. You know, if you're gonna run around like that and act that way, you're gonna carry that rep. There's a price to be paid for it. Detroit seems to be willing to pay that price all the way across the board with their players, though. Feed me, thanks for another $2 donation. Says, thoughts on Grubb implying that he thinks he's staying? Well, I would guess when it comes to as a coach on this matter, you don't want any indicators as to what you're going to do if you're going to intend to let a guy go. You know, you're not going to be like kind of trying to lay the groundwork with Grubb for the past couple of weeks, being like, you know, so do you miss Kalen? Did you ever think maybe like, you know, I don't know, like maybe Alabama wasn't so bad? Do you ever think that, Grubby? Why would you say that, Mike? I don't know. I just wonder sometimes if maybe you're a little quick, you know, to pass on Alabama. Maybe in retrospect you would have wanted to, you know, maybe you would have wanted to go down there. I don't think you want to kind of I know that's a little overt, but you don't want to suddenly let anything off the hook on this one, or let it seem like this is going to be the way you go with it. And that would indicate to me with it where, he's probably got a lot of support and, hey, you're going to be right back here. And yeah. I know we love you. No. It's great. No, it's offensive line. Yeah. No, that's their fault. No, totally. We'll see. It's hard to predict exactly. I don't have a feed. I don't have a read exactly of staying or going. It could kind of be either way. And the part that has stood out to me is the few different separate times that McDonald has mentioned how he really wished they would have gone with more of the running game and stayed with it a little bit more consistently. And yeah, that's the part to me that's been a little bit of, usually those coaches keep that stuff under wraps. That's a behind closed doors kind of thing to say. But I wish I could say I had a better read on this, Feed Me. I don't on this one. It seems like a flip a coin kind of situation. Mega Lucario agrees with me. He says the Vikings are not trading JJ. They just picked him in the top 10 and no team is giving them that in return. KOC is playing Darnold for the comp pick when he goes to get to some other team. JJ is their guy. There we go, Mega. I'm pretty much in exact alignment on it. Just doesn't seem like the timing's right here for Minnesota to move him unless they're getting maximum return back. And you don't want to get maximum return back for a guy coming off a torn ACL. Donnie, how you doing? It's good to see you, bro. Happy TGIF. Justin says, as a Niner fan, I can talk about bad O-line play. I was talking with Jesse about it too, Justin, over there at Last Second Sports about this. Just, this offseason, it's the same kind of mistake being made a bit by the Niner team. I know you don't have a lot of money to spend in free agency, and you had to go get like a Devondre Campbell to have insurance there for Dre Greenlaw. But you made a great pick in Pooney, and you just imagine, what if with that first round pick, we take a JPJ there, Jackson Powers Johnson. And Jackson wouldn't have exactly fit to the Shanahan lineman he likes, and I get all that part with the mobility stuff, but targeted another guy, double dip down on that offensive line for Brock, or Ricky Pearsall, but we make the same kind of mistakes, Justin. It ain't to wag a finger at, your Niner organization. We've made the same kind of mistakes where it's like, you're passing on this for that. This was sitting right there. I mean, we passed on Creed Humphrey for Dwayne Eskridge. One of the safest center prospects I've maybe seen in my lifetime, who somehow fell to the second round. And we went for a garbage wide receiver instead. A raw garbage wide receiver. An undersized, raw garbage wide receiver. Alien Wizards, his thoughts on Cabe Klubnik, Brandon? I have not had a chance to take a look at Cabe. I'm sorry, Alien. So yeah, I will be taking a peek at him and getting a little bit better of a view of him here shortly. I am knee deep right now in these prospects a little bit, but I do need to take a look at him because I have seen, of course, a good amount of some of the other guys to a degree that'll be out in next year's draft. He, including Aller. I had a chance to look at a few different games of Aller, but I have not had a chance to take a look at Cade. I'm sorry. I will take a look at him though. He seems to be Alien on the surface of it as we enter into the next season. It seems to be, for next year's draft, maybe Arch Manning, Drew Aller, and Cabe Klubnik seems to be the third guy in that pecking order as it currently stands. It's subject to change. Obviously, in that final year, it's going to determine everything, but he seems to be the guy that stands out for folks. Some people I've read too on him on getting an evaluation is he's a hard read to get on. I hear a lot of people going, man, I don't know what to think about this guy. Dogzilla says, I hope Geno lights it up for his Rams. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Oh, yeah, Alien Wizard Klubnik is going back to college. It's a 26er. Joe Smith says, I hope Milroe goes that high. One more player available for our O-line. Amen, Joe. I do too. I'm getting that weird sneaking suspicion. My tuning fork is, down there in the gut. The gut's tuning fork's got a little bit of a hum to it right now. And this Milroe thing is like, somebody's going to get caught up on the tools. Somebody's going to get too caught up on the tools. They're going to see that year of improvement from Saban to DeBoer, and they're going to be like, I think it's fool's gold. Stoyan, hey B, I wanted to ask you, how realistic is it for us to get Burrow or any top-end quarterback via trade or free agency? I believe we need a good quarterback fixing the offensive line. Please give me some thoughts on that. Very low would be the percentage. We don't tend to see quarterbacks being moved in their prime that are very talented. Say nothing of being very, very productive. In which case of a guy like Burrow, that's what you can say. In the case of a guy Stoyan like Trevor Lawrence, that's something you can't say necessarily. He's got the talent, but honestly, the productivity. And so these trades very rarely happen. What has occurred, though, is that over the last 4 years, we've seen more of these trades occur than ever before. Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Matt Stafford. It's kind of like this is now opened up in a way that it didn't in prior generations of football, which does have me being a little bit maybe imaginative towards the situation. And while the chances are low, I think it's a very fluid situation where when you put to it logically together, like I have a little bit of what might go down there in the Burrow situation, being that you're looking from a Burrow perspective at, look, where are we at as a team here? I'm heading into my prime. This team does not look like it's ready to contend. The defense is slowly bled out talent over the past couple of years because you're a cheap-ass organization that doesn't like to spend money. And I know that, and the nation knows that. And that's not changing next year or anytime in the future. Even the way that they structured Burrow's contract, the reason that he's available to be traded right now is because of how cheap the Bengals are. They shouldn't have been dumping optional bonuses into the third and fourth and fifth year of Burrow's deal. They're doing it because they don't got no money. And think about that as a player going in. You got one prime. You got one moment of greatness, one moment to go and get to that spot. Do you want it to be stuck behind an organization that doesn't spend while your best buddy from LSU gets moved out, while your second best receiver goes and signs with the New England Patriots, while you watch the best pass rusher on your team leave, and also in free agency? I feel like that's as much of what could drive this could be, Burrow's outlook on the situation there with Cincinnati. And then we come back to the final piece of the puzzle being that they've done it before. They've had a number one overall pick who ascended to expectations of what they thought he would be when they picked him. And they still moved him down the line. And they moved him down the line because that player said, I don't want to be a part of this crap no more because I've recognized your ways. And I think if history strikes, it happens once, historically speaking, why can't it happen again? So it's a bit of advanced math. It's a bit of long odds, Stoyan. But I also think that there's reason to believe that it could very much drift in this direction. If not this offseason, in the very, very near future, into maybe next offseason. Great question. Misfit, Hawks Nest, Brando, Micah Becton, free agent guard. I like him. I'd be open to him being in there, Misfit. He's reclamated his career. He's been well graded, played very well for that Eagles team. I mean, he's a house of a man. He's also a guy that's what you'd like if you keep especially the same system and look for the same kind of offensive lineman, mobile offensive lineman. He's a guy that's a former tackle going to guard. As we've learned in looking at prospects, that these are the kind of guys that if you're going to run a mobile scheme, this is how you tend to a lot of times find your guards. Rather than picking the one out of the draft that's that way, it's find the guy that is the mobile guy who then does have that talent. So I've been very impressed by what he's done this year, Misfit. I would be definitely open to him in free agency for sure. He's a big boy. EIEIO says, greetings, B and Nesters. Greeting. I love that name. Love it. Ethan says, Hawks Nest, I completely agree that the O-line must be the number one priority. And I think so can be dramatically better with hammering the improvement in the line and that the team can contend. I could see the pathway for it, Ethan. If they're able to get the line, and especially if they can find offensive linemen that are capable, competent, and ready to go day one versus you're just getting prospects that you need to wait for the developmental time, you can kickstart that much faster because of it too. Ethan says, the Oxnest, the main thing I disagree with you about is your points regarding the defense and who they've played well against. They played well. They played great against Minnesota and the Rams. I don't know if I go great. You gave up 27 points to the Vikings at home. So I don't know if I can necessarily say that in that respect. By and large, you didn't give up necessarily a lot of yardage, but 3 passing touchdowns on the day. But I mean, it wasn't that they set the world on fire, I suppose, to your point. But they hung 27 on you. They did do that. They did enough. I guess it's just, to me, I see a difference on it just between the teams you played that are competently offensively to the teams that are bad. You shut down the bad offenses, no doubt about that. I think the competent offenses were, able to work a little bit more at you. I also don't think that I would point to and say to you on this, Ethan, that the Rams offense this year is a good offense. I don't think that we can say that about this offense. I think coming into the year, we thought they could be a good team offensively. But I mean, shoot, over the last 3 games, they've scored 12 points, 19 points, 13 points. They got another game this year where they've scored, 21 points, 23 points against the Miami Dolphins, 19 points against the Packers, 18 points against the Chicago Bears, 10 points against the Arizona Cardinals in that first matchup, on top of only scratching out 9 points in the second matchup. They could only hang 20 points on that Lions team this year that's been awful defensively throughout the year, really. So I think that the Rams weren't necessarily the biggest offensive challenge. I'll give you a little bit of room back here when it comes to maybe a little bit on the Vikings game, even though 27 points at home is certainly not a great performance. Wasn't helped maybe by, obviously, a couple interceptions by Geno on the day. But I think when you do look at the teams that were competent offensively, if we're looking at the overall stretch of this year and we're looking at those teams that were, legitimate offenses, legitimate top-end offenses, let's call them top third offenses in the sport. Let's, to try to do it, put in the right perspective on that. So Lions team, 42 points you gave up to them, 36 points to the 49ers when they were at a stronger place than where they were a couple weeks after when you played them. Buffalo Bills hung 31 on you at home. So when you were challenged, the Packers hung 30 on you at home. I think that that's more beyond just sample size on that, where especially when a lot of these are happening at home, especially where you should have some advantages, I think it's eye-opening that your defense has given up that amount in that way. It doesn't mean that they're not on the road, and maybe they can take that step forward this year. I just don't know if we can rely on them. And my point on it, Ethan, would be just, I don't know if we can rely on them to be a dominant unit that can carry an offense still kind of finding its way next year to a contending state, if that's how we're kind of trying to draw this up necessarily. I don't know if I can quite get to that stage of it. Yeah, I do think people are talking a little bit about Geno right now. I think that there's a fair point to be made about Geno and some of him getting a bit jumpy. And this past Bears game, I think he's starting to operate a little bit outside of himself. This particular play to me really jumped out as one that sort of stood out to me of what's going on in Geno's processing right now. This is one that has bothered me as much as maybe any snap in this game a little bit. Now, the Pharaoh Brown was worse, but this is one where Geno's got a clean pocket he's starting out from. This was the play, of course, where I really felt like he could have scrambled for the 2 yards to get the first down. Some people have mentioned that there's a spy on the play, which is, yeah, the middle linebacker's a spy, but if you notice, Geno needs 2 freaking yards here. All he's got to do is fall forward to get the first down. All he's got to do there. What I don't understand with this, though, if I take this to you guys and I show you this pre-snap, DK Metcalf is down at the bottom of the screen with press coverage. You're going to have a single high safety over the top that you can't see currently in the screen who's over the top to the back side of this, okay? Everything else is up around the line of scrimmage out of press. I don't know why Geno, who's got DK running a 9 route here, doesn't instantly recognize DK in the mismatch he has and take a shot to DK deep. And this is the thing that gets me into a little bit of like, he's kind of seeing things because his eyes go right instead of left. He doesn't even give DK a chance on this play. But if you notice, that safety, and I know you can't see it, take my word for it, that safety's more middle of the field post-snap. He's a single high, middle of the field safety. Geno has fit this ball in numerous times over the top between the closing safety over the top and the outside corner. But he's never really looking DK's way on the play. And there's a lot of those kind of plays, to your point, Jordan, at times on tape with Geno, and I don't know if it's maybe the lack of trust with DK and him being the cause for a couple of picks for Geno this year, but you get one-on-one with DK in press and nobody's over the top, you got him running a 9 route. Guess what, folks? That's when we throw that to that wide receiver. We don't stare back to we don't have our first read take us to the right side of the field. Ethan says, HawksNest, I'm all in with your approach. If Geno's commanding 40+ million, at that point, you're probably trade DK as well. So that in my opinion, approach is spot on. I think with a great line. I think he's going to command more than 40. The amount that I go to in my mind, something like 42.5 million per year, somewhere in that neighborhood would be probably the cost on a 3-year deal. Grashy says Grant and Murphy is scary. They would be scary together. Yeah. Grant's so much fun to watch on tape. He's this nimble nose tackle, got all the power you'd want, all the ability to win the leverage war inside off the nose with that ability to anchor down. But then he gives you that really good twist stunt ability, and he's working off essentially a McDonald defense already there with Michigan. So, a lot of those creative blitzes and moving guys, and he would be able to fit right into that stuff here. So you're getting a guy that not just gives you good run stuffing ability, but actually gives you some pass rush from the nose tackle position too. EIEIO, I like Tyler Warren too, man. He's a good player. I don't see any defenders I feel that way about. I think Justin Hunter's got a good potential chance of being maybe an all-pro in this league. Will Johnson can maybe get there as another corner in this draft, but it's a draft with not a lot of blue chip prospects. That's for sure. Dabnatrot says, HawksNest, how do you feel about our fan base calling for John Schneider to be fired this offseason? It's getting on my nerves reading this nonsense. Yeah, I think people are getting a bit impatient. And not wrongly so, Dabnatrot. I'm not throwing shade at any of the fan base for being in a place of tapping their toes, looking at their watch, saying it's been good many years here, John. It's been a good many years. And I think that, especially with how bad the offensive lines looked and how many years there's been with that position group that hasn't been dealt with, I can understand people's problem with that, Dabnatrot. I can get where the frustration is coming from. I don't think it's just necessarily emotionality based. I do think, though, with all situations, it's got to be well thought through as to how we're coming to conclusions, why we're coming to conclusions, if it's the right move, and when the timing was of the right move. And with me on this, the timing of the move with John, if he is as on a hot seat as people are on right now to say that he should be fired, that it's out the door right now. Well, then, to my point on this, then the seat should have been warm last offseason. And if the seat was warm last offseason and you knew you were moving on from Carroll anyway, then the move to make at that time is to double dip and send everybody out the door at that time. If that's really if you're at that point where it's even slightly warm, in addition to the fire that was under the chair of Carroll. The organization didn't take those steps. And fan base may not want to always hear this, but I think there was a lot of in-house assessment on what had gone on prior to making the decision of Schneider or Carroll or both, and why they went with Schneider. And specifically at the head of this Dabney Trot is John is in the first year as a runner of the general manager. This is the first full year where he gets to be fully in control over all personnel decisions, where Carroll can't override him. First year. And in that first year, he was still having to eat a lot of the dead money from those prior contracts on deals that could have been driven by Carroll. Like, for instance, the Jamal Adams deal. That's a trade and a contract given out that didn't make a lot of sense to me from John Schneider's perspective, being how he typically would kind of approach these kind of deals and situations. That felt like one where Carroll really drove it. And so, had he Quandary Diggs, Jamal, $30 million of dead money on the books. We know in the case of both those two guys, a big part of the reason why Carroll was let go was he wanted to keep both those guys on the roster this year. And that management wanted to push those deals out. Let's get the bad money out. Let's clear this off the books. So you got to, I think, give him a little more time now, Dabney Trot. The final thing on this being is that if you go and move for a new general manager, you're setting sort of a clock on McDonald, absent him going out there and lighting the world on fire. Because a new general manager is going to want a new coach. And now we're starting to get into that spinning chair situation that organizations get into, like the Giants, for instance, where every 2 years you're spinning off one or other, rather than having some kind of alignment in place and a plan in place and a philosophy and vision, and you're really executing the right way and understanding that things can't get microwaved. They've got to be cooked right. Ryan Ball, one stat that I like about Matt Ryan is before Patrick Mahomes, there was only 2 quarterbacks to make it to the Super Bowl, taking more than 13% of the salary. Peyton Manning made it to the Super Bowl taking 18.8%. Matt Ryan went to the Super Bowl making 15.5% of the cap. It's hard to do when it gets up to that amount. Still is very tough. One of the few to get it done. Joe Smith, you're right about Jamar Chase leaving this offseason. It's a piece of the Burrow puzzle. Chase went through 3 years. He was a top 5 pick. He was amazingly productive through his first 3 years of his career with the Bengals. He had earned the right to be signed to a new contract. If it was literally 31 other NFL teams, Jamar Chase would already be under a new contract right now. But because it's the Bengals and they operate in this fashion, they made him play out the 4th year of his rookie contract. He's mad at him. I don't know that Chase is even willing at this point to sign a new deal with that Bengal team this offseason. Very likely they're going to just end up having to move him on that. And if this is where you could start a little bit of, to me, a potential dominoes for a potential team like the Hawks to jump forward. Thomas, I feel Schneider set up Grubb for failure for us fans are blaming a first-year OC when we should put the light on Schneider. When McDonald fires Grubb, I'll hate it, and we'll call out the new OC. I think that's fair, Thomas. I think it's fair. Is there some things that I feel like Grubb could have done better to work around the situation this year? Yeah. But was he asked to work around a situation this year? And is that not what you really want to ask a new hire like that to come in and do? Yeah. I think that's a fair point to be made. And this has got to sit at the feet of John as far as, you've not addressed this properly. You have failed to take all of the steps you needed to take in prior years to deal with this line group. And this has been an issue going on for year after year after year after year. The excuses now have to stop. You've got to walk into this offseason, and as I say, do too much almost now because you've gone so very light on it time and time and time and time again. But yeah, hard situation he set Grubb up there with that offensive line that he put up. Phobia says running back prospects. There's some good ones. Some people are already kind of calling this like a generational running back draft. I don't know if I'm quite there on it. I think you have Genty, who's obviously a one, he's your number 1 top 10 first round pick, awesome talent, great. I don't see the next stack of guys as some people do, which would be Omarion Hampton out of UNC, Jaquarius Marks, Quinshon Junkins, Caleb Johnson, Travian Henderson, Even Cam Scattaboo. I think all of these guys are between the third and the fifth round, kind of where we would tend to have the analytic people tell you take a running back. This is kind of why, as that the guys are talented. I don't know that they're separating talents that you want to take day 2 of the draft, but day 3-ish or late day 2 into day 3, there's some guys in that side of it. They've all got little differences to their game. Amari Hampton's, really explosive, good change of direction. Quinshon Jenkins is another guy with very much explosive, good lateral movement, an absolute baptizing stiff arm that he can use in a variety of different ways. A little bit of a spin move he brings out in the open field. He's a no-nonsense guy just trying to get downhill as Quinshon. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, a real kind of more of your kind of cut from the cloth of a sort of a Dickerson type, upright runner, smooth, another speed explosion guy a little bit. None of these guys are really tremendously creative necessarily. Hampton's got some open field moves, but we've got some running backs in this draft, which isn't bad. Like, this is a draft that like a Kyle Shanahan would like. He's going to have wet dreams over these running backs. You just get downhill, you're explosive, and then you're fast. Yes. He loves these kind of backs. But if you're looking for the creative back, the Kenneth Walker type, that's going to be, really inventive in the open field and do a lot of creative stuff and be super explosive and tight, laterally super explosive, jump cut guys. Not as many of those guys so far of what I've seen in this draft, Phobia, but it's a good one. PB Moore Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Feed me. He says Josh Allen sat for 6 games. Mahomes sat. Herbert sat. Yeah, it's really, I think, the smartest approach to take with a young quarterback. But we see with NFL organizations, they're not willing to do that. I tend to backtrack that being feed me that they don't do that because general managers don't feel strongly about their situation and keeping in their job. If you're going to let that rookie quarterback that you just drafted start and you're going to be bad as an organization, you got to trust that your ownership's going to allow you the time to let that guy sit to develop. And many organizations, I think, just don't have that. They just don't have that timeline built within them. They're going to press and they're going to say, play him. We got to see what we got. But so many quarterbacks have benefited from having that time that they've sat. Tom Brady spoke to the fact that it helped him and that he's a big believer in it. You mentioned a couple of guys. I think there's even more names beyond that of guys who've sat in recent years, and it's been to their ultimate benefit in doing so. Feed me. It really does help. I don't like to throw him in the deep end and just hope he can figure it out, especially if you don't give him a great environment up front to deal with. But much more beneficial to do that, I think, than trying to throw them out there early, in my opinion. Thomas Cox, thanks for the $10 donation. Thomas says, while I'm not excited about the quarterbacks other than Howard or Leonard, I just think when it will be time to decide. I just think when it will be time. When will it be time to decide to get a rookie quarterback like Wilson in 2012? Is it 26, 27, or a trade? Well, I think it could even be this year that you see it go on here as well, Thomas. I don't think that there's anything, hesitating. And I know you and I have had a lot of conversations in regards to the approach of the quarterback position. I think that John's wanted to be in that mode. And he's told you that he's wanted to be in that Packer mode of trying to take a quarterback every year if he could. But I think the other part of that puzzle is that you got to be sold on the quarterbacks in that middle area to go and make that jump for that QB. And he's got to be a guy as well when you're looking on that board. I think, where were we at in the 3rd round when we took Lucas, where you had technically, I think, still Malik Willis on the board there, Thomas, so it's like, well, if you're driven to go get that quarterback in the 3rd round, you have a guy there, Malik Willis, who a lot of people thought was maybe a 1st-round talent coming into that draft. He's there for you in the 3rd round, but your value base of your board takes you to Lucas as that right tackle, who's almost a sub 1st-round grade that you might have had on him. And then that overrides it. Despite that fact that might have been one of the scenarios that we're talking about in the recent years where there was actually a guy kind of sliding around in your area who would have been worthwhile. I think what we've seen, though, Thomas, over the past couple of drafts with those guys that have been in that area to go be picked into that 3rd, 4th, 5th round range, your Matt Corral types or your Desmond Ritters or your I was trying to think of a couple of others. Even last year, we had the kid out of Tennessee that some people were hot to trot on. A couple of guys out even last year, Spencer Rattler. A lot of people love Spencer Rattler. I think that we've been proven in retrospect that those wouldn't have been right picks as far as finding quarterbacks of the future with any of those guys. In retrospect, Thomas. I can't say that it's necessarily going to fit to being the same way this offseason, though. You do mention one of the guys that I think is a potential target here in Will Howard. Riley Leonard's another one who's maybe a guy in that range, because now we do have, to my eyes and the way I'm evaluating, I think Jalen Milroe ends up finding his way higher than he should go. But Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Jackson Dart, Riley Leonard, maybe even you could throw a Dylan Gabriel in there if you're wanting to run the spread stuff with Grubb and you're like, look, he's run college offense. This will be an easy transition. We have his rookie deal. I'm not a big guy on Gabriel, but I also understand what I'm kind of getting in that cat a little bit. But there's a collection of those guys into that, in what I would call the third round range of it here, where you can replicate more of that Wilson scenario, Thomas, specifically because these guys exist here in this spot of the draft, where in my opinion, over the last 4 or 5 years, they haven't existed. Where it's just, you've gotten that third round and it's so much easier to look at the value of your board and say, this guy's so much ahead of this quarterback, This guy we like so much better than this guy. We're really having to leave outside of our value-based model here just to go get this quarterback at that point. So I think this is the year that you look to make that go down. I think the team's going to be open even to the potential of doing that, Thomas, with holding 3 quarterbacks on the active roster at one given time, even if that's the requirement, given that in Howell, you only have 1 more year left of his deal. So it's not necessarily he's even here as a long-term solution if you are to go with Geno as that backup guy. So if you don't take that approach this year, Thomas, then I think that you're going to be looking at being very aggressive next offseason with the quarterback position. And that would be, I've been a guy that says John's never going to move up in any draft for a quarterback. I've been pretty solidly on that draft in and draft out because of, as we talked about a couple of years ago, Thomas, the timing not aligned right, especially for that Anthony Richardson, CJ Stroud draft. I think the timing will align right to this, not this offseason, but next offseason with the quarterback class coming out, the position they'll be in as a team, how close they are across the board and all other accounts. I think that'll be the time where they will jump if they don't do the third round guy this year, though, Thomas, which I think is much more of a reality than it's been in the last 4 years approaching this draft, because there's just more of a collection of those guys. Just so many of these recent drafts, you've got like last year, you're 6 up at the top, and then it's drop off city once you get on into like the 5th round. And you go, man, can we get some middle here? It's just, and part of that's also the teams at the top, doing what's probably going to happen to Milroe this year, Thomas, where 7 years ago, this guy would have drifted into the 3rd round, but now because of the nature of the beast, everybody's jumping. Does a Jalen Hurts, who I thought was even overdrafted in the 2nd round when he's taken, does a talent like that coming out now go up even into the top of the 1st round because of how much the value's been pushed at that position? I might think kind of so in the direction that this thing's headed a little bit with that. Our teams are just more and more willing to push these guys up the boards than ever before. But this year seems like the right year. And if they don't go 3rd round this year, Thomas, I'd have a lot of confidence that they're going to make the big trade up next year then and go target. And if not that they'll go make a trade on the open market for a guy that they lock into. Great question, though, Thomas. And I know you're chomping at the bit on it. I totally get it. I think it's coming soon, though. I think it's coming soon, and maybe this draft. Ram Faithful 39. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Ram Faithful. I appreciate that. I know you're a Los Angeles Ram fan, so it's not easy to hit that sub button when you're in a Hawks channel, but I thank you for doing so. I really appreciate it. Primo, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, hey, Brando, is John on the hot seat? Go Hawks. Well, the responsibility is fully on his shoulders now. There's no, blaming anything on Coach Carroll or saying, well, Carroll's got oversight over me. You got the oversight. And there's going to be a lot of questions that he's held to account on in regards to the offensive line this offseason. The data is brutal to take a look at. It is god-awful, and it's almost without excuse. It's almost without reason. How can it be this bad? Especially when you understand that you spend as less of money as anybody in the NFL on this line. That this problem that's happening is one that you can see coming. But does that one Achilles heel override a fantastic Ernest Jones trade? Does it override you being on the right side of the Russell Wilson trade? Does it override some of the smart decision making that you have brought out to bear over the last couple of years? I would tend to not think so yet. And again, we were just talking a second ago about this too, Primo. I think that when you bring in a new general manager, whether this makes a lot of sense or not, this is just the nature of the beast. When you bring in a new general manager, you're bringing in a guy who's going to want to bring in his own coach. Human nature is these guys all have seemingly pretty big egos. Doesn't tend to be coaches, general managers. They got egos. I come in, I inherit a coach. That coach does great. Do I get the maximum, lauding of success for that? Or is that, well, the last guy hired that guy on? See where I'm going with that? So you bring a new general manager in, you start then the clock to McDonald, where if McDonald comes out and he has a lackluster second year, now are you looking to pivot? Because the new general manager really wants his own coach. He wants his own guy. He's got a guy in mind, actually. He's got a guy in mind that he wants. Now we're resetting that clock. Now we need to find the personnel back for that coach. So we start to just get in this spin cycle where you're not really with a vision. You're just you're rolling around fast. The time to let John Schneider go, if we're this hot to trot to let him go after this year of this line play, was last year. That's when it had to happen to avoid the spin cycle we're talking about. And so the fact you didn't do that, I think at the very least you got to give him one more year. I would probably say that absent him completely ignoring the offensive line or taking the same approach to the offensive line this offseason, you probably got to give him 2 years. I get that there's a little bit of people being impatient with him on this. I'm not excusing him on the line. It is without excuse that it's this bad, especially it's this bad for this long. But I think that that's just my logic to it, is I don't want to get in that spin cycle. I want the chance for Mike McDonald to have this thing take off and be successful. And I think that becomes impaired if you move off of this general manager to somebody else. And so probably just going to have to roll with it with John. But, there's a lot of people that are in that role right now, Primo. And I get the line. The line's been tough to look at. I mean, it's sunk this whole ship almost. That was your iceberg you hit this year. Bobby says, can we have a positive win-loss at home next year? Freaking embarrassing, man. We should be able to win at home. Hopefully ownership takes some steps to neutralize some of these tickets that are being offloaded on the constant. That would go a long way to helping, but I think that they need to look at this as a true problem that needs to be looked at if they want to not see a tradition sadly slide on out the door as far as being loud at home and having that home field advantage. Ethan Hawksnest, I should also clarify that my opinion on the defense stems from the Rams game, and after that, it's Mike's first year, and a lot of what we struggle with is understandable. Yeah, we agree there 100%. King Bomber, I have been listening for an hour without being able to comment. I'm sorry about that, King. YouTube sometimes is a little bit dicey on that, You asked if I had taken a look at Jackson Dart, and I have looked at Jackson. Let me grab some of my notes here from the other night of taking a peek at him. Interesting guy. And did a little research with this too on this there, King. So 3-year starter at Ole Miss. He's going to break all of Eli Manning's passing records there. Highest rated quarterback by PFF in college football this year for whatever that might be worth. He's a quick decision maker with some plus mobility. Kind of a la, though, really more Baker Mayfield plus mobility, King Bomber, right? I think that we're going to be people that are going to talk about his mobility as a little bit of more of a centerpiece of his game, when in actuality, I don't think it really is. It's good. He can lean on it like Baker can. He can lean on it with escapability like Baker can. But it's not Russell Wilson prime escapability either. He's got a tiny bit of a slingshot delivery that adds a little bit of an extra to his windup. It's not a bad Randall Cunningham windup, but there is a little bit of a little extra in there. Maybe his greatest skill is putting the ball in the right spot at the right time. Solid arm strength, but not a defining trait, and there are some limitations there. I think he can make all the throws, but it will sometimes take some time to get there, especially on go routes. You're not going to see much arc. He's got a little bit of that, to me, going back to a guy like Sam Howell even coming out, where he can get the ball down the field, get down there on the 9 routes, but that delivery is going to elongate a little bit more the more he's got to try to push the ball down the field versus those bigger quarterbacks that can just sort of snap the ball. He's listed 6'2", 225, and I'm sure he's around that 220 range. I'd probably reckon to guess he's more in about a 6'1", kind of spot, King Bomber. I don't think he's quite there at the 6'2" height of things, looking at him on the field. So there is a little bit of some size limitations there on that side of it. He's capable of throwing off balance from different arm angles, capable of throwing the ball late, getting hit. He is tough as nails on tape, King Bomber. You saw that last night in the bowl game where he got cracked right in the face. So it took there for a moment, took a big deep breath, picked himself up off the turf, didn't miss a beat. Here we go, let's go. He runs really tough as a runner, maybe sometimes almost a little too tough. He'll lower his shoulder in there and really try to finish runs off. He's capable. He can be hit late and not need to always get his whole body into the throw on some of the shorter intermediate throws. He's not going to be able to do that on the deep stuff where he's got to have his whole body ready to go to get it into the throw a little bit. I do have a little bit of some issues on some of this look at me vibes I get off Jackson King. I get a little bit of this thing. It's like the Shador thing, man, where these quarterbacks now coming out want to get in, lean into this, like, just another player on the team, man. I'm out here being, swaggy, and I'm out here being, like, aren't I awesome? Aren't I amazing? And you got to carry yourself a little bit a certain way as a quarterback. And when I see some of that look at me kind of feel that I get from them, I start to get a little worried about the mentality. Just a little bit. It's not a thing that will send me off the kid wholly, but I'm not in your quarterback position. I can have that my running back. I can have that my receivers. I can have my cornerbacks be like that. I can't have that be my quarterback be like that. He's not the biggest improviser, but when he does, he's good at it. Thinks quickly on his feet, can react late and make the smart decision on time. Really good decision making. Not a guy with a lot of turnover worthy plays on his tape. So I like him, man. I overall good talent. As I was talking above there to Thomas on his donation with this one, a guy that I could see into that range of kind of that third roundish range, like where you took Russell, who's kind of a somewhat similar prospect and where they're at in their career, how much football they played at the college level, how much success they've had at the college level. Maybe getting a guy a little bit ready to go if you want to go for a guy that's a sort of cheap, like Russell was, making less than 1% of the salary cap, but yet maybe ready to play to be a kind of functional player in the right kind of offense. He was fun though, King. I liked him a lot. It's been nice seeing Jackson and getting a chance to look at him and the Ohio State kid here over the last couple of days to help kind of improve that third round stock of QBs that I was looking at, because those guys both fit in that range, and I like both of them. They're both kind of encouraging to look at, in my opinion. John, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, Pumpkin's chilling out. She's exhausted today. She already got a little bit of salmon, so she's definitely, salmon sweats and salmon naps. It's inevitable once you have it on that one side of it. It's inevitable. Jackson Dart is a cool name, Nick. King Bomber says, also heard that you weren't interested in moving up for Starks on the B&B show. What if he fell to 18? Would you take him then? Yep. Good value at 18, King. But if I'm taking a safety up in the top 12, I want an Earl Thomas safety. I want a Kyle Hamilton safety. And I like Starks a lot, but I don't think that he's in the Earl Thomas, Kyle Hamilton upside. I think he's you could say he's in kind of maybe in the neighborhood, proximity, but not quite enough. And enough of a difference where, to your point, that 6 spots makes that difference. Where I'm 6 spots higher, there's a better player for me to grab on the board. But when I'm at 18 and I'm looking at the difference of Stark and his upside, and maybe I like his upside more than, let's say, an edge pass rusher we might be looking at, like, a lot of people like Jalen Walker. I kind of see Jalen Walker as kind of a Bruce Irvin type. So would I like a guy with Starks with that upside that he might have that goes beyond where a Walker's at? I might, yeah. I might lean more into that direction, King, on that. So I'm okay at 18, but I wouldn't want to move up for him or give up abs. That way I wouldn't go. Joe says, I like Geno. $42.5 million is pushing it for me, though. I think it's too much. Don't disagree with you. It's just merely where I think the contract's going, but I don't disagree with you. It also makes me a little nervous to get up into that mark. You got to come back to it, Joe, where you got to be sure about your team, sure about where you're going if you're going to make this deal with Geno. It can't just merely be, well, what else are you going to do if not him? I think that's the wrong way of making that decision. I think there's two different ways of looking at the Geno in order to decide yay or nay on signing him to a contract, and it can't be on, well, what else are you going to do? That's a defeatist attitude, right? Can't be that. It's got to be, is he worth the money? Are we ready to contend? And both those answers need to be yes and yes, and with exclamation points. And if they're not, I'm on that line too as well, Joe. Austin says, feels good to have 9 wins already locked up. We reached our goal for the year. Yes, we did. Zombie Central, Hawksnest, I feel like Leonard and Pierce would be the scariest matchup. And with having Murphy as the nose tackle, oh man, the pass rush and run defense would be elite. Pierce is fun. I like Pierce quite a bit as a player. So, Leonard Williams, James Pierce out there off the edge on one side would be pretty cool. I've got a Josh Hines Allen comp to him, Zombie Central, for Pierce. But legit first-round talent. Don't quite have him into a blue-chip range of things, but a guy that could very well land right in the Hawks' lap. That's the type of player that recent history, in recent years, Chop Robinson and Will McDonald, these kind of guys land into that spot in the first round by most drafts in the way that they run out. I don't know if Murphy's going to be long-term nose tackle there 24/7. I think he's going to be more of finding his fit into rotating in around Leonard at the 3-tech, fitting a little bit in at the nose tackle, and maybe even finding some snaps at times coming off the edge here and there in order to just give him some more opportunities to pass rush. Thomas says, I so want Starks, Walker, or Williams from Georgia, but I think if Booker is available in the first round, Seattle needs to select him, Warren also, or T-Mac. Like all those guys you mentioned, all the Georgia guys are really good. With Walker, I'm a little worried about him on just being run defense, stout. Are you just getting more of just a pass rush kind of type guy? You can move him around in the defense too. So you can kick him inside. You can get him out of an inside linebacker, have him blitzing. There's some stuff you can do with Jalen that goes beyond just in the box of off the edge. Warren is a really sensational talent as a pass catcher, highly productive. He does not slow down when he comes out of his cuts for a man that's legitimately 265 pounds, which is what you tend to see with these tight ends is when they'll go up the field fast, but if they've got a cut on an in-breaking route, they're going to slow down to almost a standstill to make the cut. He's not that way, and he's going to get open. He's going to make catches at the next level. He's a first-round talent at the tight end position. He is also an H-back who's got some blocking limitations. Do you want to take that in the first round? Do you want to select a guy that, you had kind of ideally thought Fant would kind of be in that first round area? Versus the other directions, you could go with the other players and their upside that they would bring. A lot of people are going to be banging the drum for Warren. I do believe that. We're going to probably get rid of Fant this offseason, so it makes some sense. But I do have concerns a little bit with Warren in regards to as a blocker. Can't deny what he does as a pass catcher, but I am a little worried on the blocking front, especially if we're talking about a first round guy. Truffle says, Brando, what are you thinking about? When are you thinking about doing a mock draft? I did my first one the other day, so I'll post it up here for you guys. I always hate making you guys go through it on the long end of it because of the fact that I'm still not sure on all these prospects at the end of the day. So here was my draft. I went with Kenneth Grant in the first round at 18. I came back in the second round and took Tyler Booker at number 50. I took a Z wide receiver replacement for Tyler Lockett, Isaiah Bond in the third round. I grabbed right tackle Emory Jones out of LSU, who I think is going to be able to kick in to become a guard at the next level. Seth McLaughlin, center from Ohio State in the fifth round. Keon Sabb, a safety out of Alabama. Jabbar Muhammad, former UW cornerback, transferred to Oregon, who I loved him at UW, man. I thought he was a hell of a corner out there. And Kobe Bryant, who I know a lot of you guys like as another cornerback, who I was able to grab in the seventh round, who there's no way once we get to draft day that Kobe Bryant's going to go in the seventh round. But I'll take advantage of these early PFF skewed boards, and that would be the way I would go. So pretty good heavy amount of investment in the offensive line, get my nose tackle. and get a couple of really fine corners at the end of the draft. That was my kind of initial foray into my mock draft on that. But admittedly on this, I'm still like Keon Saab. I've looked very little at him. Haven't looked a lot at Seth McLaughlin. So I'm still definitely only about 80 prospects deep in this draft as far as getting a real good look at those guys. But we're adding about 3 a day right now. So I'm hoping by the end of January, we're at about 160 so, and getting in that position, we're really starting to get a good view of things, and I can make these a little more accurate truffles. Obius says $100 million for a bridge quarterback's insane. It's kind of a high price for that. Yeah. Doesn't make a lot of sense if that's where you're at. That's why I say the contending part's got to be the part of this. It ain't about spending that money for a bridge. Contend. If you're not contending, don't spend that money on a quarterback. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me on that. Nick says that Booker dude has only let up 1 sack in 3 years. Yeah, I'm okay with getting him in the first 2, as someone else said above on that. If you want to jump and make the reach for him, I think he's one of the safer, and he's a left guard at that, and left guards are hard to find. He's one of the safer guard prospects in this draft to go grab, in my opinion. You know just what you're getting with him. May not have a lot of the high-end upside, which is why he drifts into the second round, but you know where the floor is at. He says if we get an elite defensive prospect in the first and getting O-line for the rest of the draft, that'd be a success. Yes, sir. Agreed. And I think you can go that way, King Bomber, by the value board. Like last year, run a 14 offensive players into that first round. The value of the board drifted for those teams picking into the teens to go for defense. Colts, Hawks, Vikings, Rams. Hey, the value, we're running off the value of our board. It's saying defense. And that's the direction they went. If we can trade back and get Booker, I think that is the ideal King Bomber if you can pull that off. And yeah, King Bomber Will Johnson will be a top 12 pick. He'll be the second corner taken off the board behind Hunter, and not very far off Hunter at that. He pretty much comps out to a Patrick Surtain. That's where teams are going to look at Will Johnson. At least that's my opinion on it, of course. John Anderson says, Brandon, everyone last offseason was saying we are a few moves away from being a contender. Now, a year later, we feel much further away with all the questions. I don't know if and I'm trying to think, John, if this was really where my take was on it. And it might have been, I'm trying to figure out where I was at, because I want to say that I was in more of a place of there's a potentiality of this team, if this comes together and that comes together, being a contender. But I don't think that we were with certainty of saying that, you know, I guess we were saying to a degree we were close. I don't know if we're further away now, John. You know what I mean? I don't think I would say we're further away, but what few moves away you were, which was true. There's the other stuff that was more in a certain place that then becomes more opened up and less of an answer on that side of it, I think. And that's where, you know, that this is more of the place of it. I think we're thinking, well, this line will settle in a little bit better rather than you being at the back end of the stack. You're looking for guys like Arik Woolen to really come forward this year. And that being a guy we walk in the year going, hey, this will be a guy that can be one of the top corners in the league and one of our, you know, foundational players on defense. And, you know, now you're not sure. So it's like, yeah, there's been things that I think have opened up here, John, that we thought would be more of this is in a certainty place. I don't know if it means that we're further away, but it doesn't. I don't know if it also means, John, that we've made a tremendous amount of given collective progress to getting to contention. You know, you've made progress in some areas, you've gone back in other areas. And that's where it's kind of changed the puzzle pieces here a little bit, where rather than this stuff maintaining and then this stuff comes forward, so collectively the whole unit comes forward, it's this goes back, this comes forward, collectively you're about the same, and that's how you end up, you know, middle of the road year in and year out. And that's also why, John, it has some folks like myself in a little bit of a reassessment from where we've been in prior off seasons to say, is there a bit of a course correction that has to happen here? Is there a situation where we've been misidentifying where our team is at, and not just us as fans, but us as a front office, and looking and saying, no, you're just this couple of inches away, when in actuality, you're more like a foot. And I can't say with certainty one way or the other on this, but I do have a little bit of a nudging suspicion that there's a little bit more of that at play here, John. Mickle Cam says, Happy New Year's, Brandon. Your channel is one of the best. Well, thank you, Mickle Cam. Always love your content and your knowledge. What is your opinion on the J.J. McCarthy rumor? Would you want John to trade for him? Cheers. I haven't heard anything strongly as far as the rumor that we're necessarily connected to J.J. Fundamentally. It certainly is possible. You have some connection between Mike McDonald and the Michigan program and familiarity with J.J. McCarthy in that way. I think that the Vikings are only going to move J.J. McCarthy unless they get maximum value back. They're not trading for a guy who's coming off a torn ACL, who's gone through multiple surgeries this offseason, who didn't play at all this year. You're not getting that guy for some third-round pick. You're going to have to give up prime draft capital, and they're in a position to dictate that. Seattle's not in a position to come to them and say, well, you got Darnold, you got JJ, so give us the best. The Vikings can come to us and say, hey, look, there's 2 quarterbacks that are going to be taken in the top 5 of this draft, and then there's not another first-round quarterback. Hey, look, we're going to keep Darnold on our team and remove the top quarterback from the open market, so he's gone. So that's only going to push that much more than of the value to making a trade for a guy like J.J. McCarthy to cost you more. So to go get J.J. McCarthy, you got to pay the ultimate high-end costs for a guy that's got coming off a torn ACL, for a guy, in my opinion, that I wasn't particularly big on coming out of the draft anyway. I don't see how that trade aligns up for us to go make it Mickle Cam. I think the cost would end up being too great. I think that there would be a team out there that could offer more than us. You know, if the Raiders were offering an 8th overall pick and we're offering 18, who does the Vikings take? And if you're the Raiders, why not potentially make that pick? Why not make that trade? If you trust in McCarthy as a player, you don't have a pathway to going and getting your next quarterback. Well, you want to go spend $20 million a year on Justin Fields? When you're looking down the door of bad options, suddenly even one that isn't the cleanest and clearest looks pretty right and real. So it just doesn't add up to me. I don't know how the maths on that one to making it work out, but it's possible. Thomas says most quarterbacks need to sit. Why I'm a proponent of keeping Geno short term and drafting Milroe, Ewers, Howard, or Leonard, but I believe Schneider will wait until 2026. Well said. Thomas, I bet on Schneider. I bet Schneider will never trade up. I just doubt it'll happen. I keep coming to, you have ammo to get the number 1 pick for Stroud. I have Spoon or JSN, but having Stroud would have been way better. Probably, yeah. You'd have your QB in-house. I will say if you put him behind this offensive line, Thomas, you would have gotten CJ devastated over the past couple of years, which is part of my worry with CJ wasn't that he was, with me, I loved him as a quarterback coming out. I was comping him to Joe Montana. But the big worry I had with going and moving up in that draft to do it, and it would have played out to be the case. You've gotten Geno injured twice this past 2 years. You very likely would have had the same happen. And that's a Geno who's navigating the pressure relatively well. You go put a rookie quarterback behind that line, and you're going to get him clobbered. Amazing Mario Brothers B, do you see John looking to outside help like a consultant to help with his shortcomings, identifying interior O-line talent? Potentially. I mean, he's been so bad at it for so long. You eventually come back and go, John, this ain't your wheelhouse. There's places you do really well, and you draft pretty well. This just doesn't seem to be one of the spots that you're able to identify. And maybe something he's aware out of in his own game, and why he references him as being overdrafted and overpaid. It's like, all these guys are drafting these guys too damn high. But I don't know who you hire on that. You know, you got a guy in house in Steve Hutchinson, who's a guy that I know they lean on a lot for these offensive line evaluations. So that's kind of, he's already that guy that's sort of like that consultant there for you for that purpose. But it's possible. Brad says, I think John will trade up if he likes the guy enough. Wasn't he talking about trading up for Cross if he had to? He's talked about it a couple times. Yep. It's been considered. I think he might. I think the timing's got to be right. But we got to admit, too, we've never seen him do that in a first round ever. John Naylor Pumpkin chilling out. She's chilling, man. She's having a good day. Thank you, John. Dogzilla Monster. Thank you for the $2 donation, Dogzilla. Who is the top-rated inside offensive line guy in this draft? Probably Booker. To King Bomber's point, he's probably going to come very close to being very near first-round grade. Absent that, the center class is pretty weak. Some of this is also a question of Dogzilla, guys that can play both tackle and can play guard, or guys that played tackle at the college level who more project to be guards at the next level. So Kelvin Banks has been a left tackle for Texas, but he's probably a guard. But could a team draft him in the late first and say, look, you give us some tackle guard flexibility in what you can bring, and that adds to your value? Wyatt Milliam, guy out of West Virginia, another guy that played left tackle, but another guy that might kick more into the inside at the next level. So another guy that might vault up boards to be a guy that's a late first round pick because he's got that versatility. In Booker, he's a pure left guard, so he's not going to give you that same kind of versatility in what he brings to the position. But Emory Jones, Jonah Savaina, these two, that's another guy. These guys all have a little bit of that potential kick inside. Even a Josh Simmons with Ohio State might have an ability to kick inside a little bit. So it makes it a little bit hard to answer that question for sure, Dogzilla, because are you drafting him to be a tackle / guard? Are you drafting him to be just a guard who was a tackle in college? It's sort of dependent player by player on this. But what does stand out is that there's a lot more top-end tackles who can be guards in this draft versus recent years where I think they've been more tackles that were tackles. Guys where that's what they align to. That's what they project to at the next level. That's where you want. They're good enough to be on the outside at the edge. Because some of kicking inside is that you got a little bit of short arms, or you're like Arante out of Minnesota where you're carrying probably an extra 20 pounds too much. Lateral ability is a little challenged maybe. This tends to be those guys that can get away with it at the college level, Dogzilla, but can't get away with it at the pro level. And so you got to kick those guys inside. So it's kind of unusual. There's a good amount of guys this year that sort of fit into that marker. But as far as pure interior offensive lineman, Booker, I think, is pretty far and away above the other pure inside offensive linemen in this draft. There's good ones in the second and third round too, but he's probably the best, probably very close to that. Almost, maybe even very close to almost a first round grade. I'll keep him in a second round, but probably a high second round. Joe Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. Joe, he says, Bengals. Joe Burrow on Bengals. Joe Burrow. Let me say this right. Sorry, Joe. The Bengals, Joe Burrow on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins' contracts. Don't want to make a living out of letting great players leave. Link in the chat. So take a look there at Joe's kind of to my point on this, a little bit of this being a fluid situation and one worth monitoring. Where Joe says you don't want to make a living out of letting great players leave. And how does he take that? How does he take that as a guy that's 28 years old, has his couple years left of the real prime of his career? And you're looking at these two guys that have been so much an important part of you getting to the Super Bowl and your offense being prolific, who you're just going to let walk. And by the way, in this draft, who's the wide receiver that you're placing Jamar Chase with if you let him walk for Burrow? What, Luther Burden? McMillan? I like McMillan, but you want to put Joe Burrow with route runners, with guys that are going to get open. And T. Higgins, he's got a little bit of a McMillan type out of Arizona where he can be a contested catch guy. But could definitely see Joe on this, where Joe sees those guys walk. He sees Trey Hendrickson walk, and he goes, look, you guys are resetting this. You're rebuilding this. And you're doing so because you don't want to spend money. And that's fine if you want to make that decision as an ownership group. And you've been doing it for years this way. You got your standard Brown family. But that doesn't mean that you are going to hold my career hostage so that you can put butts in seats because they like having Burrow as the quarterback. You know, I'm here to win. I'm here to go get a championship. That's what I want. And how does the Bengals ownership come back to him in that moment, make those kind of moves and go, no, this is what's best for you and the team long term. This is what's best for us to be a contender long term. Yeah, there's no way you can sell him on that. We'll see how it goes with him there, but I think it's a fluid situation, and I think it's one that could definitely shift in a way that benefits Seattle. It's not going to be easy, even if he is available, by the way, to go get him, because there's going to be tons of teams throwing everything at the Bengals to pull him out. But I even think from the Bengals standpoint, this makes sense. That's the thing with this too, is it's not even a dumb decision by the Bengals. It's dumb to let all these guys go. But if you're going to let 2 of them go, might as well let 3 of them go, right? You're going to let Higgins go, and you let Jamar Chase go, and you already let Jesse Bates walk in free agency, and you let DJ Reader, a real fine defensive tackle, walk in free agency. If you're going to do that already, then might as well hit that reset button fully, right? Max out the trade capital returns you can get for Jamar and Joe, and get a bundle of picks and throw that young talent on the field and hit the reset button. You know, it's like, look, you guys have chosen to be this cheap. They are, I think, the cheapest ownership group. Maybe the Raiders is the only one that's right there in the same place. Maybe the Raiders are even worse, but they're the cheapest ownership group in the NFL. And as a player, if I was in Joe's situation and this played out this way, I'd have 2 middle fingers I'd be pumping out there to the ownership group at that point. Come on, what the hell are you guys doing? You can't look at me with a straight face and say we're contending in the next 2 to 3 years. So what, when I'm 31, you'll get this team back around to contending again? In the interim, I've got to get my teeth kicked in, and our defense is trash, so we have to score 1 million points every week on top of it. I don't think it's crazy to say that guy might not want to sign up for that for the near future if that's what he's facing. King, if Seattle had every quarterback to draft with our 3rd round pick except for Wired and Sanders, who would you want? Also, who do you think has the best traits of the day 2-3 guys? Arm strength and mobility. Well, pure arm strength and mobility is Jalen Milroe. But Jalen Milroe also is absolutely has no feel for the position whatsoever. So he's off the board on that metric for me, King. Will Howard would be the guy that checks the boxes. Will's got the size. He's legit 235 pounds. They use him out of read option a lot. He's got a little bit of that. He's not quick twitch, short area burst guy. He's got the Josh Allen kind of long speed with the long legs. I mean, he's got, I think, a 70-yarder to his name this year off of a read option. Ohio State used him a lot in that way. Kansas used him a lot in that way. He's got a pretty good arm. I don't think it's like a, scintillating prospect arm talent. It's good enough, and he's got a lot of good size and moxie in the pocket. He'll stand in there tall. He'll take a shot. He can deliver it on time. So he's a real interesting prospect in that day from checking those boxes, King Bomber. Daddy Dennis, how you doing, man? Thomas, honestly, I want a quarterback that isn't afraid of the moment, kind of has that Tom Brady in him, that dog in him. Yeah, me too, man. Not all of them have it too. It's hard to always kind of see it. It's hard to kind of always spot as well. Daddy Dennis says maybe we can lure Russell back. I mean, everything's on the table this offseason as far as all possibilities, Daddy Dennis. There may be a bit of a possibility here where Russ might have a bit burned some bridges on his way out with John in their relationship. John did not have the best relationship with his agent when Russell was here the first time. And there were rumors there at the end when Russell left, of course, that he was kind of in the background trying to pull some strings to maybe get both Carroll and John fired at that time. Don't know if that's the truth or not, but it does make it necessarily, if that was the truth, that'd make it impossible for Russ to come back. But maybe maybe Russ comes back to continue to retake his legacy, and he's like, I'm going to come back to Seattle and take a veteran minimum deal, and they can use all that money to build up a super team around me once again. And time is a flat circle, and we come full 360 degrees back to the beginning again. You never know. You never know. Kyrie Kelly and Mamwari would be a really good second round pick, but not our first. I think I've got him. No, I haven't put him out. I got to watch more tape on him. I just watched one game. I couldn't tell a lot off the first game I watched with Mamwari. He's got good size. I do think he's going to have to stay at safety position, Kyrie. Some people are thinking of maybe him going to the linebacker will. I think he's more safety. Nick says, if we get Starks, do we move Bryant back to corner? Laughing out loud. No, but I think remember with this, guys, we used a lot of 3 safety look packages this year. And some of the wonder has been about defense and where it might be going into the future is more of a building to 3 safety looks on the back end. That this, you could be maybe a bit of a forerunner on this and getting ahead of this. The other part of this is that Kobe's got 1 more year left on his deal. 1 more year. So smart organizations don't react in the moment to losing a player in the moment. Smart organizations get ahead of players who they may not be wanting to spend that money on down the line. And you're already giving money to Love. Do you want to pay both of your safety positions good money right now? Did a little bit of the prior defense have a problem of putting too much money in the safety position? Is that something that maybe you want to correct as an organization? So when it comes to Starks, there's a role for him in the team immediately. There's a role for him in the team long term. I think you can use him. He's a talent. He's a puzzle piece. He's a puzzle piece that fits right into a defense like this that can use a guy in a variety of different areas. But I think that his talent is so good too that that's a bit of an overwhelming factor on potentially driving that pick as well. The upside that you see in him. But no, I think you just rock a lot more, Nick. Three safety looks. Daddy Dennis says the pre-draft grades have me scared. Most of the experts I trust classify this as a poor draft. Won't really know until I get about 200 prospects deep for sure on this, as I'm about, I'm the top 86, 90 in. And I think that when I do go through this every year, the thing I notice on this, Daddy Dennis, is that the tendency is that if it's a draft class that doesn't have as many blue chip prospects, combined with a draft class that doesn't have as many top end quarterbacks, it tends to be a draft that then is classified as a weaker draft class. I tend to find that tends to be one to the other. And I look at it in this draft more, Daddy Dennis, as it's an average draft class. I think the problem is that the strength of some of this class is in positions that aren't tended to be valued. Running back, for instance. Edge is always valued, but there's a significant amount of edges in this class. The cornerback room is a good one in this one. So it just doesn't have the traditional positions that people really do love. But it's got some talent. And I think especially for like when we're picking interior of the offensive line, I think it's a better draft on the interior offensive line this year at the top than it was last year or maybe the last even couple of years. So in that part, it's better for what, we kind of need. But I get where they're coming from in certain respects too. This quarterback class, pretty weak. Wide receiver class that's been strong for years on end, pretty weak. Thomas says, does Warren remind you of a young Travis Kelce or someone else? Kelsey's probably a good comp. Because Kelce had the same kind of thing that he was able to do for a large part of his career, still kind of can do it, right? It's the Kelce swerve, right? Where he's running full speed in the open field. And then the route running, he can swerve. So I'm swerve left, swerve back to right. I'm running full speed the whole way. I'm not swerve, slow down, speed back up, swerve, slow down, speed back up, swerve. So the swerve is happening as they're running that full speed at good speed for their position, where they're really challenging that guy that's guarding them to stay with them at that point because they can't move that same way. And that's the part with him where he will have that difference-making skill set and as a pass catcher to be very productive as a pass catcher around that. He's got real nice, strong hands, great catch radius, tracks the ball really well. The things you want to see from him as a pass catcher from the type position are all upper level. But the Kelce comp's good too, because Kelce didn't come out as necessarily an amazing blocker either. So maybe there is a little bit of room for some development there with Warren as well in that. King Bomber, Tyler Warren versus Colston Loveland. Both of them are H-back tight ends. Tyler Warren's the better H-back tight end to me because he's more dynamic as a pass catcher. Loveland's solid. Loveland's kind of like Noah Fant vibes. That's what I get off of Loveland. He's solid. I'm going to put a second round grade on the kid. I was expecting a little bit more on the tape with Loveland. He's fine. Nix is another Kobe Bryant. Another Kobe Bryant from my mock draft. I had to do it, man. I like him. He's fun. Slovey wants his dude. Kenneth Grant looks like a monster. He does. Kenneth is in the last couple of years. I've watched some very unimpressive nose tackles where you're just like, ugh. Another rough year of Pickens here. Very slim. And this is one year where we've actually got some legitimate nose tackles that are really fun. And he's at the head of the stack, or second stack, because Mason Graham can do both. But he's a lot of fun. King Bomber says Bond might get pushed into the late first, early second. He will. That will be driven, though, King Bomber, then not necessarily because his talent determines it, but because of the fact that there's the scarcity of top-end wide receivers in this draft. He's not an X. He is probably a Z. I don't even think he's probably much in what he's going to give you from the slot. And I like his game, but I would not want to jump on him in the second. Much more to me of the third because there is some risk there. Thomas says Muhammad's going to be hated among Husky fans. Total hater. Total traitor. Possibly. Ethan says, I'm liking this Kenneth Grant idea. That way we can get Murphy rotating with Big Cat. Yeah, exactly. Get him more into fitting into his role. You can, Williams is going to get older here as a player. You can ease off some of the stick on some of his snaps here and kind of tailor that down just a little bit maybe. June says, no way another corner named Kobe Bryant. He's good. Somebody will back me up on this. He's a fun guy. Tom says, I'm not surprised. Somewhat there is no loyalty to the program compared to when I was a kid. I would envision a Steve Emman leaving. Yeah, Emman wouldn't have left. It was a different era too, and it's I can't blame these kids for moving around. This is really on the NCAA to get the rules in place to where these kids don't just float around every year as guns for hire. That's not on the kids. You can't fault the kids for wanting to try to maximize out their value, especially if they're maybe not going to have as much of a pro career to call upon. And in Jabbar's case, I don't know if it's as much you can go to a guy being a traitor when the head coach left. I mean, was the coach the one that, if DeBoers is still there, does Jabbar still stay there? Probably so. Maybe not, but I would think probably so. That definitely was a factor that didn't help it, But it's hard to hold it on these kids. Flag says Graham in the first and Booker in the second is A+. I would probably have to change my pants if we were able to get those first two guys with our first two picks. Flag. I'd be like, hold on, guys, just a second. Hold on. That'd be me if we got those first two guys as our picks. Flag. Whew. Thank you. X says, thank you and Pumpkin for a great season of insightful football information. Well, thank you for that, X. Appreciate that. I know Pumpkin appreciates it as well. Say thank you, X. Say thank you, X. Thank you, X. Thank you, X. Not feeling too talkative. She's got to clean. She's in clean mode. Rich Gibson says, John, don't listen to the noise. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep it going, John. Hope you're having a good day, Rich. I think on the comp picks, we're looking at a 4th and a 6th return on the comp. Not positive on that, but I think that's what the comp site was saying with it. Kyrie says, take away the interceptions caused by our receivers dropping the balls, running poor routes, him getting hit as he was throwing the ball, or the receiver being held. Geno makes the Pro Bowl again. Probably so. Yeah. I'd probably agree with you there. Interceptions hang a little bit high on that a bit. King Bomber Brandon, what do you think of Jalen Milroe versus Hurts? Guys who can't throw the ball, Alabama quarterback, rushing specialist. I'm not a fan of them. I think that when you're doing those guys on a rookie quarterback contract, it makes some sense. And when the Eagles took that approach with Hurts, I could kind of get what they were doing, where we built the super team. We're going to take the Russell Wilson kind of path here and see if we can replicate that. And they got very close. I mean, Hurts got in that Super Bowl game and had them very, very close to winning that game. I'm okay with it as a basic approach, King Bomber, and being that we've had that blueprint that's worked even here before. But you've got to have the super team in place when you go get that guy. You don't get the guy and then build the super team in place, because the whole point of it is to have his rookie quarterback contract maxed out. I also don't think that then you pay that guy $50 million a year, which the Eagles did with Hurts. That the whole point of that guy and the whole point of the value of that guy is having him on that cheap rookie deal, so you're not pulling from other parts of the team. And so that's kind of the key on making that kind of move. If you had an offensive line in place that was just grade A for a guy like Milroe to come into, maybe it'd be a bit of a different deal for me, but these guys have limitations, and you have to work around those limitations at all times as a play caller, and that's hard to do. I don't like signing up for that. So we just don't quite have the team in place to maximize a guy like that in the way. I think he is a similar player, though, King. I think he's, I think Hurts was a little more advanced as a player coming out, but Hurts also had more time in college than Milroe will have to refine that skill set. And Milroe's got more of a top end than Hurts does as well. But I don't know who the Milroe team would be that's like set up and they're good to go, and maybe they just need a, or maybe like a Saints team. It's got a real run blocking line, and, he can just work off read option stuff down there a little bit. Have him and Taysom Hill trade off. Dara says, if the Hawks have a few seasons of not making it to the playoffs because they want Geno and Grubb gone, are the fans going to be okay with it to rebuild? That's a great question, Dara. I mean, I've raised the subject on potentially the one step back to two step forward off season. That might be what they take as an option, and me being open to it. I've got flamed pretty good at times on some of my comments about broaching this and putting this out there as even a possibility. That would lead me to believe a little bit that the fan base is really not wanting to sign up for that. I don't know. There's some that would be okay with it, but I do sense enough of people on this that are pretty annoyed at the thought process of this going down in that way, that it might be a tough sell job to the rest of the fan base to ask them to suck it up and deal with that. Ethan Tech World, TheSeahawksNest, do you remember your outlook on Josh Allen as a prospect? Love Josh Allen. Love Josh Allen coming out. He had everything that you could want from the quarterback position. That's first and foremost. Arm strength, mobility, toughness, moxie. At Wyoming, he had quarterback. You watch the tape and his receivers couldn't separate. So he has to throw tight window throws, contested catch throws, because his receivers aren't getting open, which then led to his completion percentage being like 53% in his final year of college coming out. And that was the main thing people wanted to ding him for was, well, he's not accurate because the completion percentage isn't good. But this is why you've got to watch the tape and marry it to the statistics, because stats alone will never tell you the whole tale. You have to marry the two together, or else you'll get lost in the sauce and you'll not see the picture clearly. So you turn on the tape of Wyoming, a lot of guys not getting separation, a lot of balls in the right place, bouncing out of hands. He's got a lot of velocity he throws with. Not a lot of talented pass catchers there at Wyoming. A lot of balls hitting guys' hands and then bouncing out because of that velocity, where you go, hey, a pro's going to catch that. Pro's going to get paid to catch that with that velocity on it. And so I thought he was very much worthy of being a top 10 quarterback in the draft. I don't know if I saw him getting into this kind of Superman mode that he's quite reached, but certainly saw top end quarterback traits there for him and worthy of being selected high. Peter Baychamp says, Brandon, chances John can turn this into a good offensive line in one off season. I mean, I can answer this question kind of from two different positions here, Peter. One position is, can it be done? Can John take the steps to take this unit? And I think that really what you need, Peter, here as much as anything, is get an offensive line unit to kind of middle of the road. Be great to get top 10, top 5, but just get it to middle of the road from back end. Can he do that? Yes, he can absolutely do that, meaning that there are the resources available to him to execute that and bring back to next season that day one you're in that state. Will he, though? He can. Will he? And that's the part that's going to be the question mark here, Peter, is that he very well may be resolutely in a position of, this is how I operate in regards to the offensive line. I'm going to go draft a guy semi-high. I'll draft some back-end guys in the 5th, 6th round, and I'll go pay for 1 or 2 aging free agents on their last legs. That, for 10 years, Peter, has been over and over and over and over again the approach he's taken. So to predict now that he's going to take a left when he's taken a right 10 years in a row, hard to say that he's going to do that. He should do that. He's got a fan base that's literally screaming at him from an inch away his face saying, get this thing fixed. So if he's ignoring it at this point, you're pretty tone deaf to what's going on out there to stay in this mode. But can he do it, Peter? Yeah. Are the resources there to do it? Yeah. Are you going to have to spend a lot to get it done? Yeah. But can you do it? You better believe it. Sorry if you guys are hearing some outside noise, by the way. We've got some construction going on outside here today. Thomas, when I was hoping Seattle would draft Stroud, I was hoping he would sit till Geno's contract's out. It would probably help him more and could be like what Mahomes did when he started. Oh, that's a good point. I'm with that, Thomas. They could have just stayed patient with that and not forced him out there. You know what I mean? Like, just let him sit. Let him sit. Catalyst says we'll probably let Lucas play out his contract. I hope he can return to his rookie year. Oh, he's been great this year, Catalyst, for us. So, I mean, Catalyst, he's been a top 15 rated right tackle in this sport by PFF. It's matched the eye test of what I've seen from him on the football field. Shoot, just look at this. Take the very last game that he just played. You know, who's your highest rated offensive player coming out of this game? It's not Charbonnet. It's not Cross. It's not DK. It's not Geno. It's not Jackson Smith. Your highest rated player coming out of this game is Abraham Lucas. And I think that he's had at least 2 or 3 other games since he's come back where he's been the highest rated player by PFF. And again, it fits to what I've seen from him on the tape. So Lucas is back. Is his knee 100%? Is his knee going to be clear in the future? I don't know. But is he back from a performative standpoint of where he was in his rookie year? Yes. Yes, he is. Slubby one, no Kyle McCord. Just haven't looked at him quite yet, Slubby one. I'm still getting through. There's still a few more quarterbacks for me to get through. Nick says Milroe is worse at playing the quarterback position than Richardson, except he doesn't have the excuse that he's barely played since high school. Agreed. Yeah. Guys who might have some similar upper end traits to your point, Nick, with that, where they're kind of some similar build and arm strength and mobility. But I mean, yeah. Richardson's Peyton Manning, comparatively speaking, coming out from an advancement standpoint to Milroe. Donnie, you have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate you checking out. Nick says, as a Syracuse fan, I think McCord in the right system could be a sustainable starter, but I wouldn't take him till day 3. Definitely have him on my list to get to eventually for sure on it. Sometimes the day 3 guys I'm a little late to get into on the quarterback front, but I'll take a look at him. War Chief B. There's a quarterback I would like you to look up and keep an eye on. I think he would be a great fit for the Seattle Seahawks. Braden Schrager, quarterback out of Hawaii, 6'3", 222. All right, I'll put him down on my list to take a look at. I'll get McCord down there too, Nick. Braden Shager. Braden Shager, not Schrager. Schrager. Got him down. I'll take a look at him. Thanks for the suggestion. Ethan says, you know what this draft class is sort of reminding me of? 2022. One of the two greatest draft classes in Seahawks history. Maybe not the depth of 2022 in some respects, but it's reminding me of it. Yeah, I like that, man. I think that's a fair outlook of it. Thomas says, I was going to say it. I understand Muhammad leaving, but DeBoer will barely get my respect. I root for Bama to lose every game he coaches. Yeah, I'm okay with, you want to hold DeBoer to account on it bouncing around. I'd be fine with that one, you know. But you can't, when the college coaches leave, you can't blame those players for wanting to bail to different programs that are more solidified. Brian Myers says, Harold Fannin. Harold Fannin is currently my third tight end on the board. He is a very weird player to look at. Absolutely insane production. He's weird, but he's fun. Weird, but fun. He has this kind of inverse bow-legged thing. It's almost like it's like what you get with like Kenny Smith of basketball, with the knees almost rubbing together, and then his hips are so tight, it almost looks like Harold Fannin is going like he's doing a cross-country move when he's running on the field. But he built on his strong 2023 with a supremely productive final year in college. I think he's over 100 catches this year. He brings all the necessary traits to the position with some strengths. Excellent as a pass catcher, a bull with the ball in his hands. I mean, he will run people over. He's got open field moves with jump cuts. He's got kind of a slow roll juke that he'll do and set guys up. Bully stiff arm. He's capable of being lined out wide, but probably mainly has an H-back future, yet he has spent most of his snaps in line this year. So he's a little more maybe in line than Colston or Warren. But he will really finish runs in a real unique way for the tight end position. Sticky hands, yak monster. I think his speed will be average, but I think he's going to be more of a quickness guy for the position. But he's kind of Brian Wild to watch. It's just the knees rubbing together, the tight hips. It's a guy that, it's almost a little bit of this factor you get with some players where they end up being difference makers at the NFL level because of the unique way that they're built. Does that make sense? Like guys kind of come stock standard issue in a certain way, and that you're just this much of an outlier in how you're just kind of put together. And it can allow you to maybe be a separator. If we came out of this draft 3 years down the line and Harold Fannin ended up being the best tight end of this group, as talented as this group looks like it is, with at least 3 second rounders on my board right now, it wouldn't necessarily shock me for this reason, where it's an Antonio Gates. You look at Antonio Gates, right, as a player, kind of how he moves. He doesn't really move like a tight end. He didn't move like a receiver playing tight end. He's a former basketball player, just kind of had it's hard to get a pin and read on him as a route runner when you're trying to cover him in space, but just enough quickness that makes him tough in there. But then with the sticky hands, and these guys can be the guys that then suddenly become those guys, at that position versus, what you might find for more traditional skill set there that you're looking at that really stands out. King Bomber says the comp site's saying 4th, 5th, and 6th round pick. For some reason, we're not getting a comp for B-Wags when we didn't before. So for some reason, we're getting a comp pick for B-Wags we didn't before. Not sure if something has changed. I know that some of this is the performance of the field of what you get from these players too, King Bomber, I think. So it is both when you sign the players in the moment and then what you get from them throughout the season on the field. So last year, that comp site was saying a 4th and a 6th round pick. Maybe they're adding a 5th round pick now because the free agent deals that you signed with Baker and Dodson were 2 releases where they didn't give you really any performance throughout the year. And so that then changes the nature of the, that would then change a bit of the nature of the comp picks, maybe giving us an extra comp pick on that, possibly. Jonah, I'm just going to say Jonah out of Arizona from here on out because I'm not going to try to butcher that last name, which I'm horrible with. King asked about Jonah. I have him as a 2nd round guy, 6'5", 336. So he has a little bit of like what Arante or Urase has out there in Minnesota, where he's a tackle who probably is just too big and too thick to be playing tackle at the next level. He carries the weight really well. He's light on his feet for a guy so heavy. Why he's been able to operate at Arizona as a tackle, despite the fact that he's legit 335. I mean, he looks it out there. He is a real neutralizer as a pass blocker where he puts that weight behind him where guys come at him and upon contact, he's just shutting guys down. And you're just feeling him really able to use as much of his mass to do it. He stays in front of him with the light feet. They make contact, and then he's just going to be so much stronger than that guy across from him, partly because of that extra little bit of, poundage, tonnage that he brings. But there's times where he literally brings pass rushers to kind of an e-brake stop off the side as a right tackle. He's very comfortable moving in space. Wasn't asked to do it very often. Good finisher when climbing to the second level and pulling back across the formation. You don't feel quite as much of his power or girth as a run blocker as you do as a pass protector. He's not a pure drive blocker. He's more of a technician. So you look at him and think drive blocker, but more technician. He's got to get his base right underneath him. He's got to land his hands correct. That's what he's looking to do. He's sort of positional. He's a positional blocker at times in the way he runs out there. So on the surface of it, looks like a guy that would be a transitional guy to the guard position a bit by size and what he brings on that. I think he might fit to more right tackle at the next level. He might have enough on the light feet out there to where a team can say that he's there, but also a team I look at 335 like Arante there in Minnesota, and they might just as well say, you're about two hamburgers too much past being a tackle at this point. We're going to have to kick you inside. Thomas says the Michigan loss really didn't help me like him in a row, but you can't dismiss the rest of the season for him. No, it's all in perspective, Thomas. It's a bad finish, and that's going to sit in it's going to be a bitter taste in people's mouth in the way that it ended off. It was an improvement of a year. He's really a guy, when it comes down to it, Thomas, who needed another year in college. This should have been one of those poster children for, you're the guy who should be able to take advantage of that NIL money, go back to school, and continue to refine the skill set under DeBoer for another year. That's really what he should have done. Makes it more of the risk, more of the question now with him coming back in this year. Rick says, love your show. Take a second to stretch and hydrate. Who do you have in New Orleans this year? Oh, in the Super Bowl. Oh, I'm doing good, Rick. I'm rolling, man. You know me, man. I'm rolling. Who do I have in New Orleans this year? I like the Bills. I think this is the Bills' year to make it happen. So I'll go with the Bills out of the AFC. The Lions, I think, have ran out of gas. Eagles don't quite feel like they're playing at their strongest either. Man, I'm really driven between the Packers and the Vikings here. I'm going to go ahead and just stay with the Packers. Rick, they were my pick to represent the NFC at the start of the year, and I know that they're going to have to go on the road to get it done versus the Vikings that play at home. But I'm going to go with the Bills and the Packers in the Super Bowl. The Bills, Packers, or Vikings would be the combinations I'd see. Nagasa says, we love PFF grades, but only mention when we like it. DK is 34th best wide receiver. Well, I think it's pretty fair to say, Nagasa, that considering we know he had a torn MCL and he missed one game on a torn MCL, I'm not going to say it's an end-all, be-all excuse, but I'd reckon to guess that DK Metcalf's not playing at anywhere near full health through the back half of the schedule here. But, and I know you as Nagasa as a guy that's very anti-DK. I know you're very vocal on that. And I can appreciate that. You know me and this is the characterization I would say is me. I'm open to a lot of different possibilities, and I love DK. He's been my favorite player, but you got to make a tough decision this offseason with him, and it's one where you got to make the choice of paying him $33 million a year, and it has been made a little bit more difficult down the home stretch of the year. But no, that's the main reason I wouldn't reference as much of PFF grades with DK on this is that he's been obviously, I think, limited. I mean, after he made the catch low in this game against Chicago, Nagasa, he was off on the side of the field, working that same knee injury that he had a couple of weeks prior back there with the Falcons. So he's been he's tried to tough it out and all that, but he's not playing at 100%. But it's not been the best year from DK either on the overall stretch either. So painted accurately, Robert says, why is Abraham Lucas out for Sunday's game? There's not a lot to be gained in playing him. You've known he's been able to come back. He's been able to play healthy. Why risk it on this? Why have him play a needless game on that knee? Is it maybe that the knee's got some soreness down the stretch? It could be. I would reckon to guess that that's not the case, being that when he tried to come back in year 2 from the knee injury that happened in his rookie year, his performance really dipped. He wasn't able to be the same. He's been performing really, really well. I just think that the team's going to be careful where they can be careful coming into this game at positions where you might have guys that are a little bit beaten up over a long year, or a guy in his case that you want to protect for next year, and that's really where you're looking for with him. First rejected Cam Scatabo. We're going to have to see where Cam runs. People are really high on Cam, and rightfully so, in that he's really productive and fun back, and he runs like his life's on the line every time he gets a carry. But I think some of what he's going to be the key with Cam is what's the 40 time look like and what's the burst look like? Is he a 1.59, 10-yard split guy? Is he a 4.6 40 guy? I have a little bit of concerns with him on that. I like him a lot as a running back. Absolutely like him a lot as a running back, but I'm a little worried on that side. Bonds' myth, hence mythology, means pertaining to the divine. So why do you think mythology means something not real? I don't know. That's a deep question, man. Thomas, have you looked at Donovan Jackson? Sorry, I wasn't on the podcast when you've looked at him. Donovan's a fun player, man. Yeah, he's a fun guard. Probably fit him in about like the 3rd round range of things. Did a great job for Ohio State in the last bowl game there for Ohio State. He was a good soldier. He went out to left tackle for them. Shows off his athleticism to hold out there at left tackle and be able to maintain and look pretty good. Look comfortable doing what he was doing. So he's another one of those guys that I talk about in that 2nd to 3rd round range of things in that interior of the offensive line, where interesting prospect, would be a fit, would be probably an upgrade over what you've had. Played a lot of college football, probably pretty ready to go. Part of why I like some of this draft more than others, Thomas, because that's part of that, for that positional group we kind of need. There's, if not a glut of guys, there's a collection of guys in that place that all would probably fit and work. Martin says, Brando, how do we get the O-line reestablishing the line of scrimmage downfield? It doesn't happen enough and would go a long way to improving our run game. It's interior of the offensive line mainly. Right tackle was a problem for some of this year, Martin, because you didn't have answers behind Abraham Lucas. So, it depends on the time of year that you're talking here. Once you had Lucas in there and Cross, it got better. But this comes down to having the talent. You want to move guys up the field. You want to create holes in the running game. You have to have the good players to do it. A scheme's not going to get it done. Play calling is not going to get it done. I've got a guy I need to have a guy that can move another guy and create those holes and have a collection of those guys that work in uniformity to do that at one time on a given play for a play success. 4 of the 5 guys do it right. One guy sucks it up. It can blow a whole play up. And so that's where we come back down to Martin and the necessity for investment here. And that's what stands at the head of the needs to make this happen. And that's also the place that stands at the head of why it's not been good, Martin. As I say with this, why hasn't the line been able to establish it? Because you've gone as cheap there on the offensive line as anybody else in the NFL. You've done as piss poor a job as anybody in the NFL at developing those guys that you do go out and draft. So you don't spend the money, you don't develop particularly well, and your play calling in addition to it hasn't helped matters on top of it. And so I don't think there's a lot of complicated things in football on how to deal with stuff and how to get things resolved. I don't think this one's terribly complicated. Improve the talent, improve the investment into the positional group, and you will see the improved play with it. The Real Cheese, thanks for the $10 donation, Real Cheese. I'm guessing I'm a little behind on donations as well here, so bear with me. Oh, yeah, we're good. Real Cheese says, how do you feel about focusing on left guard and center in draft and free agency and letting right guard ride to see if they can step up? Probably put insurance signing at right guard because that's a lot of needed development. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. Great question on your part. And I do want to take this positional group further than where we've gone in the past, Real Cheese. So where we've gone in the past, let's just look at the right guard position. As we say, we've got A and B. One of those two guys will develop, certainly. Surely one of those guys will just improve with another off season of time to get stronger and better and further along. I don't really want to rely upon that, Real Cheese. I'm not saying that we have to bail out on Christian Haynes, but I'd as much as rather be in a place of moving Christian Haynes to center and seeing if he can fit better into there, because he looked lost at right guard. Sa'atoa Lamea was pretty good as a run blocker on this line, but he was atrocious in pass protection. That's one of the big worries that people had with him making the transition from right tackle to right guard at the league, that might be something that holds him back as a player. And we saw more evidence of that than we did that he has found resolution to that issue. Anthony Bradford was raw coming out of LSU, was a 97th percentile athlete. I don't know that you feel that 97th percentile athlete on the field, and I don't know that he has developed any further along as a player than what he was walking in the door. So there are guys you have at that right guard position, but I don't know that those are guys that I feel tremendously confident that they're going to take that step forward. They haven't given us that evidence that they're going to take that step forward. I want it to be based on something if I think the player's going to do that. I'm okay with hammering the interior of the offensive line, Real Cheese. So let me say it on this real clear. Number one priority this offseason, right? And I think sometimes, Real Cheese, people want to get into the individual perspectives of how you do it. So you're going to spend the money here, and then you're going to draft here, and then you're going to go overdo there. But let's not do that. Let's not do that. Because I think we're making it needlessly more complicated, and this more leans into giving John Schneider the excuse off the hook for what overdrafted, overpaid, right? This is what leads to that when you go, well, how specifically do you do that? How do you, but who's the guy? But there's only Trey Smith available, and then you got Tevin Jenkins, and then but the center class, there's not many centers in the draft to go draft. So, I mean, like, what do you do with the thing? Make it a priority. You come into this offseason as an NFL organization, you have a plan. You got a priority list. You got to say, what do we got to take care of? What do we got to develop? What has got to be the thing that we need to hammer as a team to get this team right? And what drives the higher priority? Because we can't make everything a number one priority. I can't make getting a nose tackle, getting the interior offensive line, getting a quarterback, getting a replacement for Tyler Lockett, getting a replacement for Noah Fant. I can't make it all number one priority. That's impossible. That's pie in the sky stuff. I've got to put something at the top of the list. And when I put at the top of the list, I say offensive line. In 10 years of John Schneider, in 14 years of John Schneider, he has never made the offensive line a point of priority in the offseason. He has never looked to make that a point of his strength, absent when they first walked in the door. And when they first walked in the door and they made it a point of priority, and you were spending more on the offensive line than anybody in the National Football League, when Russell Wilson walked in to take this team to a Super Bowl, you spent more than 31 other NFL teams on that offensive line. You made it a point of emphasis, a point of priority. You said, we are going to hammer this. Not merely make it good, not merely make it decent. We are going to hammer this. This is why, to me, Real Cheese, it blows my mind that John Schneider just will not come back and face this truism. Why he continues to look at the situation and avoid it at every turn. Because that was a line that it didn't just go perfectly by plan, by the way, that 13 season, where you spent out all the money, you got it right, you got just the starters in place you thought were going to be in place, just as you had idealized it, just as you had seen with the vision in your mind in 2010. No. The highest paid guy on that offensive line was Robert Gallery. Didn't play that year. One of the highest picks you had for that line, John Moffitt, 3rd round. I think it was 2011. no longer on the team by 2013. But because you had made a first-round pick of James Carpenter, because you had made a top 10 pick of Russell Okung, because there was a second-round pick invested to Max Unger, because it wasn't also you just spending money. It was also the draft pick investment on top of spending money. There is no magical way to this. There is no you just draft amazingly and fix this issue. You have to hammer it. You have to hammer it again. You have to hammer it again even when you're not comfortable doing so. And anything short of that, real cheese, is going to be a situation that's not going to take this past where we needed to take. So it's one where I know we can get kind of caught up and lost in all of the details of what it takes to make it happen and who's really available and all that. It takes John making it a point of priority. Show me an offseason where he does that and show me it failing. You can in 14 years. I can in 14 years. No one can in 14 years. So this is where it can be done. It absolutely can be done. But it means that you don't make the safety position the bigger priority over offensive line. It doesn't mean you go in now, hey, let's go get another couple defensive tackles and we'll put our money back into that. The second that we shave it away with a Draymond Jones and a Uchenna Nwosu. It means now those resources go to your offensive line. So that's, I'll be devout in this way, real cheese on it, where it can be done. And I don't really want to get caught up in the players on it, because I think that sends us off road here of giving John that excuse down the line of, well, where he was picking, what do you want him to do? You know, you couldn't take Booker in the first round there. That'd be too high to take him. They had to take who they had to take. And then by the time that they were picking the second round, most of those interior offensive linemen were just off the board. And then what are you going to do? What was John going to do? He couldn't reach there. Like, no. We don't want to go down that line. Point of priority, number one, this thing right here. This thing right here. And you hammer it, you course correct, you spill over the top of the sides, spillage onto the floor, understanding that you have short sold this year after year after year after year after year. Not for 1 or 2 years, but for a 10-year period. John Schneider's approach to the offensive line has been absolutely, fundamentally broken. So it's going to take this to fix it. You're not just going to be able to slap a Band-Aid. You got to stitch it up. You got to get some ointment on there. We're going to need to take some antibiotics on top of it, real cheese. So it's not a Band-Aid. It's a let's heal the wound. And the wound is this way for a reason, because you've not put what you need to put into it to make it go, man. You know, but yeah, you can. Center is going to be tough because of what's available talent-wise out there in free agency and the draft. Part of the reason, real cheese, I'm open to moving Haynes to center and having him duke it out with Oluwatimi. But can you address the left and right guard position in a major way? Can you upgrade both of those positions in a major way? Do you then have built-in depth if you upgrade those positions in a major way? Because now Bradford and Haynes and Satoa, rather than needing to be thought about as starters of the future, they're depth pieces of the future. Fit to more of where they probably are best suited. That's the approach I would take on it. Thank you, though, for the donation, man. I appreciate you for that. Brian Myerson, Scatabo is John Riggins with more receiving abilities. I don't know. I mean, I think he's going to weigh about, I think he's going to come into the combine. He's going to weigh about 210 pounds. I think Riggins in his prime would have been the equivalent of, like, in today's game and age, like 235, 240 pound back. It's where I worry with Scatabo, where at 210, 215 at a college level, you can fight through those tackles and you can be strong and you can still extend runs and fight, you know, bust off tackles, break tackles. But you get the NFL at that size, you know, 210 pound, 205 pound man hits a 235 pound linebacker. That linebacker puts that running back down. A safety comes up at 215 and they're equal weight. You ain't running over that guy like you did at guys at the college level. I like Scatabo, though, and I get why people love him a lot. He's a fun back, and he runs his ass off every run. But I worry about that, and I worry about the speed and the burst stuff. He's going to be a receiver that it's very, very important for how he tests. Because you're not going to be able to sell me on 210 pound Scatabo 4.6 with a 1.59 10-yard split and telling me that guy's going to find a way to be really ultra productive at the NFL level. That's going to be a hard sell for me on that one, because there's just not much of a baseline of those kind of guys finding that kind of success. Maybe he's the unicorn on that. But Catalyst, will the Steelers get bounced in the wild card? Yeah, they're just a little too limited this year. They don't quite have enough. King says, I just checked the whole comp thing. I think it's because Evan Brown played meaningful snaps for the Cardinals, and he's considered a free agent loss, which cancels out with someone we signed and gives us 6. There we go. That makes sense, too. Yeah, he's been the starting guard, left guard for the Cardinals, I think, pretty much all year, King Bomber. He says, we might get more picks because Dodson was released. Pharaoh Brown is awful, and George Fant has played a quarter max. That's also a way that this could factor in, too. Boy, imagine coming out with 4 comp picks because of that. That wouldn't be too bad. Orchie says, Ty Shager led the Mountain West with 3,500 yards and 26 touchdowns. He's a J United Golden Arm nominee and up for the Peyton Manning Award. And all that white, horrible offensive line and wide receiver. All that while a horrible offensive line and wide receiver position. Oh, okay. I'm stoked, man. Can't wait to check him out. Ron says, even though Schneider stinks, we might be stuck with him forever. I don't think we'll be stuck forever, but... Jeff says, Brandon, did you see the Colts are keeping their coach? I didn't, Jeff, but seemed like that one could kind of go either way on that. It did. I do think Shane Steichen's starting to reach a little bit of a spot for me where a little bit overrated. You know, he's gotten a little bit overrated for where sometimes his reputation is at. Sorry, I'm texting somebody here. Thomas says, when Brennan Nelson suggested a Frank Reich or Peterson, I flipped out as an OC. I get the feeling that McDonald respects McVay and he's going to go after Pete's or Kevin O'Connell guys, but GBOC too. Green Bay's offense coordinator too. Yeah, he could. Wouldn't shock me to go after any of those guys. They seem to be the kind of the shining targets right now. And in Pete's case, I kind of feel like they're already sort of laying the groundwork for Pete's. If they let go of Grubb tomorrow, I wouldn't shock me or not tomorrow, but they let Grubb go Monday and announced Tuesday that Pete's was the guy. It wouldn't blow me away. Catalyst, I'd go after Dable too if he was let go, if that's the option there. Thomas, I think Reich and Peterson aren't very good at OC or coaching, but Hawkblogger and Staten saying Pete's or someone in the house tells me that they know something. It's kind of what I'm hearing too on this, Tom. So it sort of feels like somebody knows something on this one a bit. Brock was talking about it too, and it just kind of seems like it's just like subtly leaking out, Orchie B, I get that with Scatterbowl, that people want to know his speed, but I really don't think it matters with that kind of skills. Let's be real. JSN is slow as hell with no burst. Laughing out loud. JSN has a burst. No, he has a burst. He's not necessarily, he's not fast with the probably more 4.6 time, but he absolutely has at least the burst, the quickness, change of direction quickness. Again, I think when it comes down to this, I can show you a track record, War Chief, of slot wide receivers that can be effective in the slot running a 4.6. I can't show you a lot of undersized or slightly undersized running backs who run a 4.6 with that kind of 1.59, 1.6 average middle of the road burst who are really grade A running backs. I think that there's going to be some limitations there that hold him back. Not that he won't be still a potentially effective player, but will hold him back. The other part of this too with Scatterbo is that he's not a particularly good pass protector. So if you're talking about just transitioning to be a third down only running back, that's where I'm just worried with Scatterbo right now. And it may be that he goes out there and runs a 4.5 and 1.55 10-yard split, and they weighs in on the combine at 215, and I can feel a little bit more better about him at that point. But I do want to see those items with him. Not all prospects do you need to see these testing times, but there's a reason they run it on some of these ones where it's like, I got concerns. I need to have some things shorn up on this. Zombies Central, the Hawks Nest. The number one priority should be interior offensive line. We need to absolutely hammer that. Anyone who suggests otherwise is out of their mind. We must improve the interior or die trying. I love that. Die trying. Let's go. Zombies, I'm with it, man. Signed, sold, delivered. Preaching to the choir on that one, and I'm that way too. I think we've got to just be like almost tunnel vision from a Schneider perspective on this one. Especially if he's going to do the Pinley Annie crap where he's like, they're hard to find. They're overvalued and they're just overdrafted. They're hard. It's just tough to find them, man. I mean, they're hard. I don't want to hear that. Hit it, hammer it. Stuart says it's so frustrating. O-line is literally half your offense. It really is. And especially frustrating when it's been years of this, Stuart. People come to the channel every year here where I do the outlook on an off season, and it's almost been wish off season, where every off season I'm like, well, this will be the one where John really kicks it into gear and does what he can now to put this forward. He's got to recognize now, finally. He's got to realize now, finally. He's got to understand now, truly at this point, I've got to do something about this thing. And he hasn't, and it's been very frustrating. I think this year it's hitting him in the face in a way where it's just, it's impossible not to finally jump. Martin, my number one priority is improving O-line. Number two priority is securing Ernest Jones and Jerron Reed on defense. Finding a replacement for Tyler is fairly down the list for me. Seem about right? Yeah, I think we're in alignment, Martin. I would agree with that. Yeah, I think that you like to find a replacement for Tyler, but it can't come at the expense of some of the higher priority situations. I might put ahead of Jerron Reed the plan for the nose tackle role, because I don't know how much Jerron Reed's looking to play at the nose tackle role moving into the future. And you already have a little bit of a stuck situation. I love Reed. Great year. Not knocking him on this. He's fully worth it if they want to bring him back. I do worry a little bit, Martin, about stacking up the 3 tech to where Byron Murphy doesn't have as much of a pathway to get enough significant snaps from the 3 tech to really get the most out of him as a player. Sports fan says, amen. If we need to reach in order to get that best offensive lineman in the draft, then reach. Amen, sports fan. I'm in that mode too as well. No excuses, no reasons, John. I don't want to hear about, well, this is this, or this costs too much, or that's it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's very rare as a general manager, you can go make a collection of moves that everyone will universally applaud, that they will stand up and they will clap and they will whistle and they will scream. This fan base in particular, we have a hard time agreeing on much as anything, from quarterbacks to number one wide receivers to the direction of the team to the timing of things. The one place you will get universal agreement from this fan base is going hog wild on the offensive line this offseason. I've yet to see anybody in my chat, in any of my comments, doing any of these shows throughout the year who said, no, you got to still take this patient approach. You don't want to overpay for these guys. No one has said that. And like I said, we've got a divisive opinion on everything in here. Dogzilla says, I'd take Booker even with the 18th, and Dogzilla dropped a $2 donation asking just that. Would you be okay with selecting Booker at 18? Yes. This is just to the point of sports fan. Booker's going to be a guy that probably factors out to be in a high second round, maybe middle second round pick. Ideally, then you'd like to move back into mid-20s and then still go take Booker and get a third round pick. But we've seen in recent drafts, Dogzilla, that the trading up in drafts, the team's willing to give up extra draft capital to move up. Not as many of those trades readily available to be made to happen. And so that's going to make it hard to maybe move back. Maybe you're just stuck at 18. And if they want to go with Booker there, the safest left guard in this draft, a guy who should be a day one starter and an instant upgrade over the top of Lincoln Tomlinson, a guy that can do all the movement-based stuff that you require from this offense, Booker's your guy. I got no problem taking that move at this point. There's one spot. Check. Done. Check. Done. So sign me up for that, Dogzilla. I'm completely okay with going that route if they want to do it. It's, yeah, you're reaching a little bit, but who cares at this point? Who's decrying that at this point? Feed Me, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, every time Mike wins, I go to McDonald's to celebrate. Well, your gut doesn't thank you for the win, even if your heart does. Feed Me. Wonder if McDonald's got any connection back to that. It's like, yeah, my family's got like a 1% piece. Grace, how would you feel if Olawatimi's back for center next year if Christian Haynes and him fought out for camp? I think that's a pretty realistic scenario to go with here, Hoop Craze, because there's just not as much availability for the center position out there in the market. And this would be a way to get around that. I think Oluwatimi's functional. Haynes gives you some upside there if he can develop over the top of what Oluwatimi gives you. And I like that as an option. You also bring Sundell back into that. He's had some flash moments too as a guy that maybe can develop for you in the mix of that as well. So I'm good with that. Dean says, yeah, Riggo could move faster than people thought. While we're here, what's up with line coach like Joe Bugle? Yeah, I like that, Steven. I mean, Riggins would have been in the equivalent of day game, equivalent of this day and age. You know, Riggins was kind of like the Derrick Henry of his day. You know, a big back, also had that unusual burst for a guy that size and runs tough as nails. And Scatterbo's got the tough as nails part, but he's definitely quite a bit off from the size standpoint. Riggins was a big back for his day and age too. Ukray says, McDonald says you have to be in Grubb's shoes, and also Grubb said he's excited to work next year. I'm getting the feeling he's staying. He just might. Grant Dillips, Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's fun, man. If I have first rejection, Jackson Dart or JJ McCarthy. I'd go Jackson Dart. Then you have to give up the first round pick for him. Thomas says, with Dable, wonder it would more Josh Allen than him. Kind of the Mahomes and Reed and their OCs. Plus, I heard the Giants want to keep Dable. They might. They might. And that very well be the case, too. As some of his success really did come from as much having Allen as the guy that makes a lot of guys look good. It's made Brady look good. Dogzilla, I don't care either. 18 or 28, man. I'll take him wherever. Thomas, I'll try to ask Jake his opinion on Pete's, if he's got one on that. See where he might stand with him. Ortiz says, baby, maybe not Riggins, but close. I agree, it's close. Maybe Scatterbo is more beast mode than mode 210. Beast mode was only 212. No, beast mode when he's on the football field, War Chief was well over 230 pounds. There's never, maybe rookie year 210, but beast mode played at about 225 to 235, I would reckon, between his career overall. If you saw Scatterbo and beast mode side by side, you'd go, one of these is a bigger human being than the other. Not like significantly, but you'd be like, this guy's bigger than that guy. On just from width to size to how they're built. Beast mode was a little bit more on that. In college, you might have had beast mode 210, but I don't think beast mode was ever 210-ish when he was rocking with us. Dogzilla, we can keep both OCs. Well, they might just run back the same way. Pete's, I heard, could have had a chance to be OC, but chose to be the passing game coordinator. Plus, the Rams organization was trying hard to keep Pete's when Seattle took him. Interesting. First Coach Mike so serious is funny. I like how serious Mike is. Grant Billups, please get a competent line, man. Barry says offensive line might be a priority for us. Don't sound like that's the case for the front office. Remains to be seen, Barry. It remains to be seen if they're going to change their ways in this respect and find a new leaf to turn over. Phoebe, thank you, Phoebe, for the $2 donation. It says Henry has more success in under center than shotgun. Yeah, he's not a real read option guy. They've done a lot of those read option stuff with him because that's as much something that, of course, Lamar Jackson's comfortable with. Part of what I wondered if it was going to be a success with the team being able to onboard what Henry did well versus what the Ravens like to do offensively. And they've done a good job of it, Phoebe. You know, they have leaned into some of the under center stuff more than they had in prior years. But you're right. He's not really set up to be a read option quarterback out of shotgun. He needs a little bit of that build up speed before the carry to be at his best. Thomas says, I always thought Riggins was Lynch and Henry. I'd go with that. That's fine too. He wasn't as tall as even for his age, size being like, Henry's legit 6'3" or whatever. So he's not quite in that realm of height wise, but yeah, kind of all in the same kind of neighborhood. Hoop, what teams would be fun to cover as a job other than the Seahawks? The Lions or Eagles would be fun. I think the Eagles would be a lot of fun because I think Howie Roseman is one of the smarter general managers in this league. And I think that he's going in a direction that not everybody's going at it with. So he's showing a willingness to be creative in his approaches and think a little bit outside the box. So, that'd be fun. Obviously the Chiefs winning constantly would be great. Yeah. Having a team that wins all the time would be pretty enjoyable. Bills would be fun with having Allen and how crazy he is to watch play and what he does. I think that would be a pretty cool team to check out as well. There's some good organizations in the sport. The Lions would probably be one, maybe. Ricardo says, yeah, Scatterbo looks tiny. He's probably Kenny McIntosh size. Yeah, I think he's probably closer to Kenny McIntosh than he is to Marshawn Lynch. To your point, I agree on that. He's a real fun back, but you're 205, 210, and you're trying to fight strong in the NFL. It's like you need an extra 20 to get through those linebackers' tackles. Nick says, B, thanks for what you've done this year. Can't wait for the offseason content. I'm stoked as well. Thank you for watching this year, Nick. It's been a great year for us here at the Hawks Nest, and we're going to load it up this offseason. I'm going to be knee-deep in these prospects, knee-deep in free agency, but we're going to be covering it end-to-end. That's for sure. Appreciate you. Pete, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, I have faith John will fix the O-line or try. I do as well. I know I've hammered him hard for not doing this in recent years, and that, like I say, it's hard to necessarily predict exactly that he will do it because he's not crossed this bridge. But he did it one time. He did 14 years ago. He was willing to do it. And I think that he has been hidden away this season with it, where, if he had kind of gotten maybe a middle of the road performance from this offensive line, that would have justified him taking a little bit of this soft approach. But your soft approach has meted out a god-awful offensive line once again. And you've not been rewarded by taking this now another season, going in this direction. And you've got to eventually have your come to Jesus moment where you're like, look, I tried this. It didn't work. I need to now fix this, or I'm going to get more of the same. That's the key of this. It's the definition of insanity. You keep doing the same thing over and over again when it's failing and expect a different result. You got to do something different if you want to expect a different result. If I have a first coach Mike every press conference, that stare. He's got those shark eyes, man. Those intense shark eyes. They roll over black, and then eyes go rolling over. It's a bite. Martin, if Grubb comes back, which I'm not sure I'm happy with, does that put huge pressure on Schneider to improve the O-line? Because Grubb's scheme needs a real good O-line, not just competent. I think it's kind of either way on this, Martin. I think that the O-line issues have been so depraved for years on end now. This isn't just the first year. It's just something Grubb's had to deal with, that the pressure has got to be on Schneider at this point. This has been the biggest failing positional group that he's had here in his time as a general manager. There is no other positional group that he has had a harder time putting together a competent group. And it's reaching the stage, and I don't think it's here, but it is reaching the stage of conversation where people are starting to maybe look at this and say, is this an inability of him as a general manager to build it? That he does not have the means or understanding of how to build it. And I'm not there on it, but I'm starting to find myself edge in that direction, Martin, because it's a lot of years of failure and a lot of years of you ignoring your failures in this respect. It doesn't embolden a lot of confidence that you're going to recognize it when you ignore it so very much often. But I think this year it's just, how does he ignore it? It is the universal opinion of almost all Hawk fans that I hear mention is like, this line, this offensive line, my God, this offensive line, my God, this offensive line. Jeff says John Schneider wouldn't know a good old lineman if it bit him. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ricky says John drafted Haynes instead of Pooney. Never forget. Yes, he did. Phoebe, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, if you wanted to move on from Grub, do you do it now? I don't have really a strong opinion on the Grub thing. Feed me. Maybe I should. Why I go back to the offensive line on this again and again is because when you have basically a shit offensive line, when you got something that is this bad, it then colors and skews the assessment of other positions. Now, when I go and look at my running backs, I look at our running backs and we talk about Walker and well, Walker's this or Walker's that. And there's some stuff with Walker that's not good. But look at the stat that I raised earlier on here in this situation where your Seahawks are 32nd in the league. If their running backs get hit quicker after they get the ball, before they get any yardage, before there's any hole, your running backs get hit quicker more than any other running back on any other team in the National Football League. Well, how do I then make my assessment of my running backs about them picking or not picking the right hole? How do I make my assessments about the running back who's got to fight through first that tackle in the backfield before he can even get to the hole? It's the same thing across the board, receivers, quarterbacks. When the line is this bad, when you're seeing 30-second rates and things like, pass protections or whatever else, these are the things then that make it impossible to make the proper assessments for players who may have some good, who may have some bad, and you can't quite get that right read on them. And so when it comes to Grubb, it's the same kind of way. You brought Grubb in knowing that he's got the heavy amount of 7-step drops and longer developing plays built within the playbook that he's going to want to call upon. You knew he wasn't going to want to be a heavy run guy. So what did you do? You put 2 run blocking first guys up front with him at the guard position, first and foremost. You didn't invest in the offensive line to be able to run his playbook. You brought the guy in to run his playbook. And now he can't run his playbook because you didn't put a line together to allow him to have it happen. So who's at fault? Is that Grubb at fault, or is that, Schneider at fault on that? Probably Schneider. So this is what makes it hard for me, Phoebe, to come to a place of much certainty as others are getting to on Grubb, because you didn't take care of business at the forefront of this. Just one more reason why I'm pressing so very hard and saying it's all about the offensive line and making that a point of priority this offseason. Grant Billups, I was thinking trade DK for a first-round pick this year with the draft capital, grab Tyler Warren and the best interior offensive lineman. It's very possible that they go this direction, Grant. That's a way that they could do and take this direction of it. I think you're going to let go of Noah Fant. That opens up the H-back. You have to make a decision on DK. It's a harder decision when you're talking about the $33 million per year. Roy Frolic, thank you for the $2 donation, Roy. I appreciate that. Says, is Bobo here next year? What happened this year? Bobo had a sophomore slump. As to the reasoning to it, Roy, I don't have a lot of clear reason I can give you. He showed you times last year of even being able to win on the outside. When DK went down for a game last year, he stepped up and really had a good game and showed you some sights there that, hey, this guy might have some upside to him in the future to be a number 2 wide receiver as you move on from Tyler Lockett down the road. This year has been a bumpy ride. He's not been the run blocker he was last year. His hands haven't been as consistent there when you have targeted him. He's not been able to be seemingly as targeted as much. When DK was out for the Bills game, he had no impact. He was getting no separation. So with Bobo, I think you've got to kind of put a bit of a halt on thinking future plans are there for him to fit in as that starter in the future, for him to take over as Tyler Lockett. And more the outlook now needs to be of, he's here next year. He's got another year rookie deal, maybe another year rookie deal after that. He's a special teams guy. He's a guy that you can bring on the field to block here and there and maybe gives you an improvement over blocking over what you might have with other guys out there. He knows the system, familiarity, all that. But I think he's probably a little limited at this point on what we're seeing at him as far as his top end or ability to reach that number 2 kind of receiver role. Joe says, love canine sharps, but were they worth second-round picks? No. In second, no. This is another place where John Schneider has run up the flagpole in an experimentation. The experimentation was, no, offensive line doesn't matter. This is part of the thing with the John and the offensive line doesn't matter thing, is that the second-round picks of Charbonnet and Walker were representations of Schneider not really fully valuing the line in the way that he needed to. Because what he was doing there was he's like, hey, I got a crap offensive line, and I'm going to take these 2 running backs, and these 2 running backs are going to be so great with their talent that they're going to overcome that crap offensive line and their ability to go get yards and go get, make it work on the ground. It's not the case. It's not what analytics told John Schneider prior to making those 2 picks. Analytics told John Schneider, the rule of thumb told John Schneider, that if you want to have a great, awesome running back, you want to go get a Saquon Barkley type, and you want to maximize him out to be in the 1,800, 2,000 yard guy a season, then the thing you actually have to give him is a grade A offensive line. If you give him a grade B offensive line, it's going to be about a 1,000 yard guy. But you get him the grade A, now it can tap into that great level of talent. This was the rule of thumb. This was universally the rule of thumb prior to those 2 picks. John Schneider decided that he was smarter than everybody else on this. He went left. He zigged when everybody else zagged. It has not worked out. I'm not raking him over the coals because of this at this point, but this now needs to be part of that course correction that you go along. The experiment we tried did not work. So now we don't double down back on the experiment that did not work. Now we reverse course. Now we change course. And I think that that's the better way to go here, Joe. So he tried something, he tried that dance move on the dance floor. No, that's not it, man. No, I can't. It's not going to work on that. Kick up. Do you think a team of Seahawks YouTubers would be a better front office, you, Brendan, Hawk, Blogger, Norbcam, than what we have right now? No, I don't think that would be probably the case. Kick up. These guys are professionals for a reason that are in, and that they've worked hard to get to where they've gotten. I think there is a little bit to the heart of your question on this. There is a bit of a consensus understanding from front offices perspectives that can help them out. And that I think what a lot of we do out here in the YouTube sphere is that we're very aware of a bit of a consensus on this. And what I would relate this to, you kick up, is this. Every year when we go through the draft and we're looking at prospects, we're going to be looking at guys that we're going to reference to the consensus boards, being that there are sites now that can take out what all these people are running as far as their mock drafts and take it as a collection, thousands and thousands and thousands of mock drafts. And you come out with a commonality of where players are picked in those thousands and thousands and thousands of common drafts. And the data has been very succinct on this, that collective of brain power that spits out where those players go and where they should go and where their proper alignment is much more accurate than the individual front offices making these calls. And so there is a very strong argument to be made on this kick up of saying that front office is looking more to a consensus on this rather than thinking that they're smarter than everybody else is a bit better way to go on this. And I think when some of the perspectives come in from YouTubers, it's us being influenced by that understanding of some of the consensus that exists out there. But it's been a bit of a data there on that data point that stands out to me is now we can get to an era of tracking these en masse sort of mock drafts, and people want to kick mock drafts away. But when they've taken that data away and they've looked at it, the consensus on those drafts has been smarter than the individual teams and how they've drafted and where they've gone and where they've targeted players should go when you look at them in retrospect of how those players have performed. So probably not. No, professionals are professionals for a reason. I do think there are some individual things kick up that happen where the professionals get lost in the forest despite the trees, so that you can end up in a position where an offensive line situation happens like this happens, and you very smartly thought about your process every step of the way to have the offensive line at the craptastic situation that it's landed at. But that's partly because you got a little bit lost in the forest despite the trees, that the straightforward thing you just didn't kind of face and face head on. Because again, you thought you were a little bit smarter on it. You started to think a little bit outside the box on it. Come back again. The consensus is kind of sometimes right on this. Just a little bit like kick up me talking about the running backs and the view of the running back position and how that's been proven true with you trying out this grand experiment. Dogzilla Monster, thanks for the $2 donation, Dogzilla. He says, besides Steve Hutchinson, may other scouts help John Schneider too? Yeah, he's not the sole guy. I feel like he's maybe just the guy that they would go to where let's say they've talked through an offensive line prospect, Dogzilla, they're sitting at the round table. Scouts are all having their say. John's having his input. Then you go to Steve as sort of your resident offensive line expert. What's your final call on this, Steve, as kind of just your influence on it? Maybe not an overriding factor, but as you're referencing of who's that sort of expert potentially for the offensive line that you go to in the room, it would probably be Steve Hutchinson at that point, Dogzilla. I'd say that you're going. He wouldn't be the only voice. You'd go to your other scouts, but you could also make the argument maybe these other scouts aren't necessarily the best always at finding the greatest of line talents, or the right process is not in place for them to basically identify that right talent, maybe. I'm not sure on that one. But I would guess that Steve's kind of the main guy when you've gone through that whole process. All right, Steve, where's your final kind of say on this? Or she says, okay, Brandon, I'll take your word for it, Brandon. I always thought beast mode was around 212. That was just his draft weight. Yeah. And keep in mind with that war chief, he went to the combine. This happens every year at the combine. This has happened for the last 15 years. The thinking in the combine is the most important metric for you is going to be, especially for a running back, the 40 time, the 10-yard split. The quickest way to get your 10-yard split and 40 time up for a running back or a wide receiver, they do the very same thing on this war chief. Wide receivers will go in at damn near 170 pounds sometimes to the combine just to make sure they're as light as possible to run as fast as speed as possible on that 40. But I think Marshawn would tell you that he was rocking 230 and up game day and onwards. Or she's a plus. I'm not saying Scatterbo's beast mode like nobody's beast mode. I'm just saying a little tinge of beast mode. There's a tinge of beast mode there, War Chief. I mean, you can see where he's modeled his game off of him. Definitely. And it looks more on vibrant display, I think, just at the college level. But it's there. Yeah, it's there on him. John plus McDonald singled out Pete's and others when your OC's out Grubb. Why call out others Grubb? Because McDonald's telling John Schneider him, look at it. Look, it ain't me. It's who you hired. Very possible. Yeah, I noticed that too with him mentioning Pete's kind of just out of nowhere at this time of year was kind of an interesting call, Tom. That's a little bit as well. Feels like a little bit of groundwork. You're sensing the same thing. It feels a little like groundwork. Might not be that, but it feels like that. Or she says, B for general manager of the Seattle Seahawks. They just need to bring me in as a consultant, There's what they need to bring him in is that there's this, I think it's the 12th man thing. I forget, I'm saying this wrong, but there's some theory out there where you have like a collection of 11 guys in a room like you have in Seattle of they're all interlaced and they discuss moves and what they're going to do. And then you have a guy that's separate at all times. And you can always reach out to that separate guy to make sure that, maybe that last little bit of consideration that we hadn't factored in. We've gotten a little bit, like I say, lost in the forest despite the trees at times when you're in the heart of the moment, the heat of the moment. But having that guy on the outside, you can kind of call upon as that sort of consultant and on that to kind of guide you as just an outside perspective, seeing this that could help. Jeremiah Johnson, Shane Waldron got a crappy deal going from our O-line to Chicago's. It wasn't great for him on that, Jeremiah. Don't know if he's a great OC as well, but yeah, not the best landing spot either, especially the rookie quarterback. Like says Steve Hutchinson signed off on some very mediocre players. Brian, yes, B, can't run the full playbook with the O-line's performance. That's right. That's where I get it. I get going either way on this. Brian says a blind man can see in a second that the top teams in the NFL are there because of the excellent or at least competent offensive fronts of those teams. Salary cap should incentivize O-line shopping. Amen. And I agree with you. Or she says, B, counting Riggins, Mohawk, he was at least 6'5". I mean, he ran like it at least. He did, at least he was like the equivalent in that era of that size, War Chief. You see him running around with those guys the size they were back then where corners would be 5'9", and he looks gigantic as they're trying to, tackle him out in the open field. Big boy Jess Hawksnest, would you trade Reek this offseason and sign DJ Reed to a decent deal? I would probably be in favor of moving Reek at this point, big boy Jess. I would not sign DJ Reed just because of the age. I think he's starting to get up at that spot where it's going to get very close to where cornerbacks tend to fall off pretty early in their early 30s most of the time. And you're taking a bit of that risk for a guy that's going to command, I think, a good price on the open market. So I like DJ. He's been a tremendous player for the Jets. He has. And was great for us too. But yeah, I would probably look to move Reek. Slowly One says, oh, laughing aloud. Come on, have more faith in your fellows. I'd take the job if they offered, I'll tell you that. Thomas says, that's why I don't want another McVay disciple. He ain't no McVay. I wonder the same with O'Connell and LaFleur. Yeah, I'm the same way, Thomas. I'm not as much of a disciple to that point because that hasn't proven to be as good a way to go down that path with, right? A certain way to go down that path with. Because there's also NFL insiders have better information on prospects than we do. It's true. And there are business aspects we don't fully understand. It's another great point, Ricardo. Very true. Lovey One says, I thought Marshawn played around 224. We may have to hit him up on Twitter and find out. I'd put money 230, but maybe 225. Martin says, I think A.J. Barner takes over from Noah Fant at tight end. I'm sure he could be coached to block better. Who do we have on the roster or practice squad that steps up for Tyler Lockett? No, I don't think there's a receiver on the roster right now that's going to take over for Lockett. You're going to have to fill that hole if he goes. JSN's a slot guy. He can do some outside stuff, but I don't think you want him there by and large. So you're going to have to make a move out there, Martin. Find another option with wide receiver. And Barner could be that guy long-term to take over for Fant. There is a little bit of an opening that you need for Fant, though, of course. You're going to have your inline. You're going to have your H-back. You're going to usually need both of those two tight ends on your roster at any given one time. You're going to have a lot of two tight end sets where you're going to need both of those guys on the field at any given one time. So if you move on from Fant, there is still an opening there and a need to go get an H-back tight end. Part of why one of those 3 second-round tight ends could be a guy that they look to target. Carlos says, I think what Brendan says is true. It's a money ball type of strategy to not invest in the interior O-line. John Schneider thinks he's ahead of the game with that strat. I think he was. I think that this is not simply John ignoring this. I think he's taken a bit of a purposeful approach to us landing where we've landed. That he had an idea to try something. He tried it. Didn't quite work. Bruce Griffin, Brandon, do you think we run the ball next year? Yes, I do. I was flashing on earlier on the show here, Bruce, some of the bad run game numbers. You're 29th in running back carries. You're 31st in play action. 36 and 32nd in the NFL in quick pressures allowed. This run game stat here, which shows the Seahawks running backs are hit quicker than anybody else behind the line of scrimmage. If your running back is getting contacted quicker than any other running backs in the sport on any other teams, it's probably going to drive your OC a little bit away from calling run plays. And that maybe whether it's Grubb or anybody else is there as an OC, when they have a line that actually can open up holes and not have the running backs getting hit in the backfield at a fairly consistent basis. Yeah. Zombies, Hawks Nest. I turned on Grubb despite being a fan of his because his inability to ever change his game plan despite everything falling apart shows me he just isn't ready for the leap to the NFL. I get that. I understand it. And if they were to move on from Grubb, I'd get it. I soured on him a little bit as the years gone along as well, Zombies. So if they move off him, it'll be understandable. If they kept him and move on, I don't think that he's done well to operate around the restrictions that he's had to be given. I think he's also been given restrictions. So it is a bit of both. If they moved off him, I'd understand it. I just don't have a hard line opinion on whether or not to move or not necessarily. Ain't going to be any free agency O-line we can poach. Tevin Jenkins, left guard. Trey Smith at right guard. Robert Jones, Miami. There's not a lot of centers. There's a couple of guards that could be interesting, though, in this draft. Thomas, I could just see it. Fire Schneider, he picked Genty. I know he won't, but imagine if he did go with Genty. He moves Walker, and then he goes Genty, and then doesn't deal with the line. He's like, no, I'm in this row, Thomas, He said, I'm in this mode. I'm staying in this mode. Ricky says, Mahomes was running for his life in the Super Bowl loss. The following offseason, they signed Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, Kyle Long, Austin Blythe, and drafted Creed Humphrey. Fix with money. It can be done in offseason, Ricky. That's why people will say, well, there's so much work to be done. It's like, no, you got the pillar tackles in place, right? You don't have to go make an Orlando Brown to trade. You've got to just deal with the interior of the offensive line. And that's what that Chiefs team did. You're right. They lost a Super Bowl with Mahomes absolutely under constant duress. They said, never again. We will never allow this to happen again. And they took strong steps to not make it happen ever again. And then it helped to vault them back into Super Bowl contention over the next couple of years. So it's a move that we've seen success with on the team and that it worked out in helping the offense. And then it helped out on actually bringing them wins and losses, helping them get to not just contending state, but to actually get to Super Bowls. So it's a part of what I say with this is that, Ricky, there's not a lot of track record people can go find with offensive lines having heavy investment. And I'm talking heavy investment put into them, where those teams then looked back and said, boy, that was bad money we threw out there. That was bad investment there. We put too much into our offensive line. We're really regretting that move. I cannot ever in recent history ever remember a team really looking at themselves and saying that. Even a team last year where this happened in, Ricky, Carolina Panthers. On the surface of it, you're going to pay $20 million a year to Robert Hunt. You're going to pay $13 million a year to Damian Lewis at the two guard positions. 20 and 13? 13 for Damian Lewis? But then what happens? Line develops, gets chemistry, gets continuity, gets better as the year goes along. Oh, suddenly now Bryce Young goes from being a guy early season everybody thinks is a bust who looks out of it to now he looks like the guy of the future for the Carolina Panthers. It works at every single turn, time and time again. You just got to be committed to taking it in that direction. Salute to you, Wilbert. Flag, you guys really think Grubb's still going to be here next year? My instinct on this is that he'd be let go. I'd be surprised if he's kept, but it is a flip of the coin. Grant says he said draft Genty and trade Walker. John better not. If he stays, great. If he stays in that mode, man, if he's in that same Walker second round, Charbonnet second round, he's like, yeah, I think this can kind of work. Okay, it didn't exactly work with them, but I'm telling you, man, the strat's real. The strat's good. The strat's intelligent. It just didn't work this time, Just some random factors came into play. Oh, God, I could see it. Wade says, I guess I'm okay of another year of Grubb, although the offense was really bad. I can get it, Wade. This is where I can go either way. If they moved off, I wouldn't hate it. If they stayed, I can kind of understand, but I get it too, where it's like, if you're not going to be feeling tremendously confident with Grubb into year two with how this year's gone with the offense, especially finishing off a little bit weaker than they started even. Ricardo, I think John Schneider should Jedi mind trick himself by taking tackles that can play as guards. That way he can justify the first and second round picks. There we go, Ricardo. We found the solution here, man. I think we found the solution. King Bomber Brandon, if John drafts Genty, fire Schneider. Did I trigger you guys on this one? I think I kicked in a little bit of PTSD on this one by mentioning it. I'm just saying, if you're talking about fitting the type here, King, if you're fitting the type and you're fitting to where this thing's been playing out so far, this is just where the chorus has taken me to the song. We're heading back to the chorus. That's all I'm saying. We've heard it 3 times over already. I mean, why is it going to change now on the fourth time through the song? I kid though. There's no way he can. I agree. Kevin says, Hawks Nest, what are your thoughts on Sam Hardman out of the Commanders practice squad for quarterback? No. One of the uninspiring worst quarterbacks prospects that I've seen in years. No arm strength, no mobility, no decision making. He's got the trifecta for a quarterback and he's old. He's like 27 years old, Kevin. He's like one of those guys that spent all that time in college with the COVID stuff, extra time and all that. So no, he's got no trait to build off of. He's not an NFL quarterback. He had an awful Senior Bowl too. When you had a chance to look at him close there, it was a tough Senior Bowl. He's just he's not a particularly good QB. Grant says, keep John away from the blackjack table, laughing out loud. Hit me. I know. He's like, 18. I know there's a 2 underneath there. Come on. King says, I don't care if you don't draft a single offensive lineman, but if he drafts Genty, I swear. I agree. Oh, just out of curiosity, why doesn't Z-Bot host the roundtable last week? Did he have to do a division? No, it was New Year's. We've had Christmas and New Year's landing right on our days that we do it this year. And it just makes it, people got plans and things they're trying to get done. And Z-Bot had something going on, he had to go out there and party, I'm guessing. So everyone, I haven't had a chance to check out Kyle McCord yet. He's on my list. So check back in with me on the next stream. I'll have an update for you on Kyle McCord for sure. Slubby One says, John hits on 16 for sure, laughing out loud. He does. Come on. If we can say one thing about John, we can say that about John. He's hitting on 16. He's going to make sure he's at 21. He's not going to let anything to chance on that. James, I have no problem keeping Woolen for next year and seeing what Matt can do with him. Only $1 million cap hit. Me neither, James. I'm okay either way on this. I really with it, James. I will have a certain plan. I'll have a certain thing that I want to see this offseason in general terms. I'm not going to be driven as much to specificity on stuff down the line, DKs and Genos and Woolens. Like, I'm going to kind of be like on it for the ride on those ones. I can make an argument for either way on either direction with it. So if the team chooses to go either direction with it, then so be it, you know? When it comes to dealing with the offensive line and making that the point of priority, I'm hardlined on that. That I'm on. But all of the rest of these decisions and choices, I think that there's arguments on either side that can kind of be made with it. So whichever way they want to go with it, I'll be okay with it. James, I'll take a look at the McCord. He's definitely on my next up on my list with that, for sure. Wilbur Knight, I'd go Benjamin Morrison. He's my third cornerback on my board right now. First round talent, Wilbur. So a guy that could be in line for them in the first round too. Interesting player. Larry, my God, people want Grubb back. I don't think so, Larry. It's more of that what they're anticipating is the team's going to excuse him with the offensive line a little bit to bring him back. So I don't think people are necessarily saying that, Larry. It's more of just what they're trying to predict will happen more than what they want. I think if we did a poll, we'd come to find that the poll would be like 75-25 on Grubb being let go, or that being what people wanted. Kevin O'Connell, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, hit that like button. If you can for me, sub on up. Join our guy, Superior Records, who subbed on up to the channel. I really appreciate him doing that. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers this year. So if you're not subbed up, please do get subbed up. I want to thank as well the sponsor of the show. You may be out of the bounds here as far as your fantasy goes. You may have been kicked out of the playoffs. You may be over with, but you can still recoup a little bit of that final week of the season. Even do it in the playoffs, where you can get in some weekly fantasy matchups, go head to head with some fellow fans, go win some money against fellow fans out there. Use my code today, NEST, on Underdog Fantasy, and they'll match you 2-to-1. So every $100 you put down, they'll give you $50 back, $500 down, $250 back. That is the way that they roll with that. So do go show the support to the channel today. Get a little extra coin in your pocket. Use my code NEST. There are some limitations that do apply in the state of Washington. As far as most of the state, you can't use it. But if you're in a casino in the state of Washington on a casino's network, you can use the app in full. So go out there, go head to head in some weekly matchups in fantasy with some other fans. Put some parlays together. Go between basketball, go between college football, go between regular football. Stack it all up together to make yourself a nice, tasty bet. Go win yourself some money and use my code today. Thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show. We will go ahead and kind of put a bit of a button on this, so I'll get through the last couple of questions on this. Any chance we could get Trump to run the team? They keep white people like Bobo. Maybe so. Kevin, he did want to buy an NFL team at one point. He tried to buy the Bills at one point. Kevin, I hope Grubb goes. The offensive scheme regression from 12 to 26 says a lot as our line got stronger. It's a great point, Kevin. As your line got stronger, as you got better guys out there than what you started the season, you got worse as a team. And I agree. I think the offense in a lot of ways regressed throughout the last part of the season. And I think that that's right, that shouldn't build a lot of confidence inside of you, because you would expect it to go the opposite way. You expect it to start out a little rough and get better. I'm with it. Kevin O'Connor asks, when is the 24-hour stream be? So we are going to do a 24-hour stream here when we get to 9,500 subscribers. When we're knocking 500 away from the door of 20,000 subscribers, we're going to do a 24-hour stream for charity. Probably going to happen right around, maybe as we're kind of trending here to probably a Super Bowl-ish, would be right around the time frame of this being going down. But it will be a 24-hour stream just in the name of charity. But once we get to 9.5, that's going to be the kick. So if you're not subscribed, all the more reason to get subscribed, if you want to do it. Slobby One, when is Washington going to allow online sports betting? I don't know. It's definitely not helping me on the sponsorship front because people can't use the code. I'll tell you that. Pisses me off from that standpoint. Washington, you're costing me stuff here. But they should. I don't know why that they are trying to be the big brother on this situation to people. Let adults be adults. James Brandon, what about taking a safety first? Love had a great year against the run, but he was below average this year in coverage. I don't know. I think he was okay. I mean, maybe not graded well in coverage, but he was all right this year in coverage, I thought. I'm okay with taking a safety, though. It wouldn't even be related to Love or Brian. Brian's on the final year of his deal, James, so it may not be a long-term answer. If you're letting value run your board, which I'm a big believer in when it comes to draft, then value can drive you to who's the best player on your board. And you might land yourself at 19, 18, and Malachi Starks is the best player on your board. That you have him higher fitted, higher upside, better player than anybody else. And if that's the driver, and James, that has been the driver recently with the Seahawks team when it comes to drafts, especially at the top of the draft, a guy like Malachi Starks could easily be that pick. And on top of getting a guy that's a future guy for you to maybe replace Bryant, you also had a lot of times this year where they went to 3 safety looks. So now you just maybe embrace more of this 3 safety looks as you go into next year on top of that. Thomas, you have a great night, man. Appreciate you for all the great discussion. He says, please don't fire Grubb. Laughing out loud. Please. Kevin says, bring back Ryan Neal. Bring him back. James, actually, I love Aller, quarterback. Paying $5 million for quarterbacks is crazy. It is crazy, James. And I think even if Aller came out right now, I think he would be taken by the Raiders at 8. So I don't think he would even last us if Aller did come out. I know that looked that way maybe a couple months ago, but I think by the lay of the land and the open market and what's available, that's unfortunately where it's at. Dogzilla says, no arm strength, no mobility, and no decision-making. Hilarious. He is as bad a tape I've watched for a quarterback. And then when you watch him at the Senior Bowl last year, it was even more brutal. It's like, dude, have you been working out at all since the end of the season? It just, he couldn't, like he was dirting it to guys on like throwing against air. It was tough. Josie says, do you think Abdul Carter will excel in the NFL? I do. I think he's a bit of an upside guy where you're going to have to wait a little bit of time to get there, Joe. You know, Penn State's kind of synonymous with trotting out these guys that are really raw rushers, varying levels of, you know, kind of insane talents, if I can call them that, but really good talents nonetheless. Abdul Carter's right in there in that, you know, Chop Robinson range and the Micah Parsons tree. He's probably between a Micah Parsons and a Chop Robinson as far as upside as an edge rusher, but still raw. Got all of the 3 main ingredients you look for an edge rusher, Joe. First step quickness, dip, and bend. He's got those 3 things. So very interesting guy, probably picked in the top 10 maybe at this point, maybe a little bit high for me on that. But as far as upside go, it's there. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get to it, though. Trey Grith furnishes off with a nice $2 donation. Thank you for that, Trey. He says, Mike McDaniel and Mike McDonald, I need it. Well, that's a possibility. We still don't know, Trey, if they're looking at moving off of McDaniel there in Miami. They've been able to maybe kind of shift this season just enough to maybe keep his job into the future. We'll have to see with Mike McDaniel, but maybe a guy that they do look to target if he does get moved on from by Miami. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with the OC position there, Trey. And thank you for both of your donations today. I really appreciate that. But I got no problem if they want to go that route. Smart offensive mind, very creative. Love his use of pre-snap motion and movement and realignments of the offensive line and tight ends and a lot of shifting, a lot of that good stuff. Ricky says, who would be your favorite free agency pickup? It would probably be a tie between Tevin Jenkins and Trey Smith. I might lean a little more to Trey Smith because, yeah, you're paying a little bit more, but with Tevin, you got a little bit of the injury risk side of it you're taking, even though he fits better to the left guard. But with Trey Smith, I'm just like, let's go. You know, I pay my price, but he injects in day one and he's good to go on that side of it. James says, my brother wants another edge. I'm like, please no, not first round. We need a box safety for the 3 safety sets in our blitz packages. Yeah, I don't know if edge is as much of a need here too, James. Especially if you're looking at an edge like Abdul that's more of a explosive, you know, twitchy guy. You might be looking for more of a power rusher type guy. Like Roy Robertson Harris hasn't really fit the mold. Mike Morris hasn't fit the role. You're probably looking for more of the big power edge than you would be looking for more of the twitchy guy. Grant says in Washington, you could be a man, woman, identify as a cat, and have a safe site for drug use, but you can't do a bet.us. Yeah, it's kind of a double standard there, isn't it, Grant? Like, what's going on? Ron Chandler, I love your idea, man. To a degree. I don't know if budget offensive lineman is the way I want to go, though, Ron, because that is the direction you've gone in recent years, and it's not worked out, you know. George Fant was a budget offensive lineman. Laken Tomlinson was a budget offensive lineman. Austin Blythe was a budget offensive lineman. Evan Brown was a budget offensive lineman. Gabe Jackson was a budget offensive lineman. Those moves didn't really work, taking that approach, if you were look to do it maybe again on that. Strike, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thoughts on trading a 2nd, 4th, and 5th for J.J. McCarthy. Boy, this fan base loves itself. Loves itself. J.J. McCarthy. I know that this is in the news right now, just again on this strike, because it's come out with the rumors. And maybe there's a lot to unpack on this, so let's try to go from end to end on this, because there's a lot here with it. I don't think that the Vikings are moving JJ McCarthy. The Vikings are going to keep Sam Darnold. I think that they want to keep both of them. You're going to hear rumors and you're going to hear stuff. This is getting leaked and that's getting leaked. This is war games going on right now. Everybody's going to leak everything from every different way, but it doesn't make any sense for the Vikings to trade McCarthy. You're not getting max value back from him at this point in return. That's number one. Why you're going to move him? For the sake of moving him, you've got him as an insurance plan there if Sam Darnold gets injured. He was a top 10 first-round quarterback. The Vikings are going to have to swallow a significant amount of bonus money in order. So this is the thing I think I see people doing this strike, where they go, well, second and a fourth, and we'll do the fifth, and then we'll get the, and you're going to get less. You're going to have to give up less. The problem here is it's a seller's market. There's no quarterbacks available on the open market. And if you remove Darnold, that's one more quarterback that's removed from the open market. So you're not buying him low. You're not buying him from bargain basement prices. You're going to have to buy McCarthy for high-end prices, because the Vikings have to eat that significant amount of bonus money on top of the fact that they're not really driven right now to move him, right? So it's got to be a team coming there that's going to blow them away with draft capital to get McCarthy to move out the door. And so I'm not in favor of doing that strike. I wasn't really big on him as a prospect coming out. I thought he was very overdrafted. I thought he was very overrated. I think in and itself, it can tell you something when the Vikings are so quick to parse their way back over to Sam Darnold, no matter how good a year Sam Darnold's had. The fact that they would pivot that quickly in that way should kind of maybe tell you something. And then there's the extra part of this too, which is he's coming off major knee surgery that required 2 different surgeries this offseason to get that knee fixed. All of that adds up to me of it just doesn't make sense, and that you're not going to get anywhere near. You're going to have to give up probably a first plus strike. You're talking about a first and a third round pick is what it would take for McCarthy. And I don't know why to strike, how it wouldn't be a team like the Raiders, for instance, wouldn't just offer their number 8th overall first round pick if he was available on the open market. So I appreciate, I really do, you're all good, man. No, I don't mind the repetition strike. That's why I go long. There's going to be repetition. It's as much as what I'm just kind of thrown off. And I know that people are really looking to quarterbacks. I know that the quarterback market is really, really limited. I know there's not a lot of options. I know many of you, you're kind of desperate. I know there's many of you that don't want to be on Geno Smith. I know that it's got people like searching in every crevice and every crack and every doorway on this. But when it comes to JJ, these are my reasons on that. That's too much that adds up on that strike. You're going to overpay for a guy coming off major injury, for a guy, remember on this 2 strike, you were here last year, right? So this is a guy that comes out and I say, I don't really like this guy because I see a little bit of a frailty in his build. I see a guy that I don't trust is going to be able to stay healthy. The fact that he had minimum amount of passing attempts at the college level means that he wasn't as exposed to getting hit, especially when he has a grade A offensive line with a bunch of offensive linemen that are all going to play at the pro level at the next level. He's going to get hit a lot, right? So he's going to get bashed around. He's not having that happen there. And once that happens, I don't trust that he's going to be able to sustain that. And then he goes out in his first year and he gets injured before he even walks on the field. And so it confirms my exact assessment of this strike. That's the thing I would point back to people on this, is if you guys want me to change my opinion on it, if I'm proved right on an opinion on a prospect a year later, I'm certainly not going to now suddenly reverse course because we have an open gaping need at the quarterback position to go back to this guy. So, I can't overstate enough how I feel like there's a little bit of an overinflation of value of JJ McCarthy by the Hawks fan base. I felt like they kind of overinflated him last year when people were hot to trot to go get for him. He's a quarterback that I don't quite get why so many people are so high on him. Slightly undersized, doesn't have the biggest arm talent or strength as far as throwing the football goes. Not upwardly mobile. He's okay from a mobility standpoint. Okay. And it ain't getting better after this ACL surgery. So it's one that I'm perplexed by a little bit on the McCarthy side. But again, I'll own it, strike. I'm biased on this in that my pre-draft assessment of him has been proven right so far by and large. And I don't think that he's going to get any healthier going forward, being that worry was coming in, and it's been proven true on that a little bit. But if you could have done it for a second and a fourth and a fifth strike at that point, because I did see him as more of a second round, third round guy and who I thought McCarthy was going to be. If you could pull that off, that'd be great on that side of it. But I think the capital is going to be much more costly on that side of it. I really do. Thank you for the donation. And you can always strike. It's never any worry here on the repetition on that stuff. So I know different people come in at different times, and it's all good on that front. Totally all good on that front. Kevin says, B, that 3-hour stream with Jake was insane. Great job putting up with all that. Oh, it was awesome, man. It's not a bad thing for me. I love it, man. And it's the part where people will know, where it's like, well, why do you guys go, Brandon, why do you go 5, 6, 7 hours on streams? And it's like, well, because oftentimes I'm 7 donations deep, and I can't catch up on my donations. You guys do an insane job just on donations, say nothing of the chat that exists in the comments that exist in that, to where I can't stay on top of it, and it's like, man, you look at 6 hours and it took you that long to get through these questions. And a lot of you guys on these questions will have something that's just an incredible amount of stuff that has to kind of be unpacked. It's like Strike on that question of McCarthy. It's not just as simple as just 2nd, 4th, 5th round pick. Do you take that from McCarthy? Well, it's also this, and it's also this, and it's also this, and it's also this. It's like I always say with football, there's never anything that's just a straightforward kind of a yes or no, or this is the full-on explanation for this or that. There's always a depth to all of it. It's part of what you love about the sport, but it also doesn't lend itself well to doing quick shows. I mean, today I thought I was going to be in and out at 12 o'clock and you guys would be done after on a Friday, but you guys are cooking along here strong as ever, 4.5 hours in the stream. You guys hang with me here for a long, long period of time. I love it. I love it. James, JJ McCarthy has a strong arm, but he's like Geno and doesn't lead the receiver on the deep ball or throw to the spot, lacks touch. He's a better thrower on the run than Geno, though. Too much capital to get him. Just my assessment of it, man, James. And I'm pretty solidly on this one, watching 2 years of heavy amount of tape on JJ coming out. Don't think he has a bad arm, but I don't think he's got an upper level NFL arm either. I do think Geno Smith has an upper level NFL arm. But I think JJ at best would have an average NFL arm. Radu agrees with me. bu- 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 Ricky, if John can add the O-line finally, but it means taking away from your strength of the area team, which area would you be okay to make weaker to fix the O-line? Clear out Draymond Jones, Uchenna Nwosu, Tyler Lockett, and Roy Robertson Harris, Ricky. Those 4 guys getting cleared out alone for their contracts would free you up with enough money to address it. So mainly the defensive line, but Lockett would be included on that. Lockett, I think, has carried the 2nd or 3rd highest cap hit on the team this season. So I would move from those 4 specific players to offload to the other. King says, I'll give you a 5th for McCarthy, Brandon. Bomber saw a tweet saying Witherspoon at 1st and someone else for McCarthy. Laughed my ass off. That would be angry if I saw that happen. God, I'd be pissed. Talking about trading Wilson to Arizona. I could see him maybe getting there. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense for Wilson to potentially go down to AZ. Croc Yog, 2 seconds to the 5th would get McCarthy. He's not getting a 1st-round pick. His stock has diminished, and we're going to get plenty of comp picks. Yeah, I don't know if his stock's going to diminish on that, Crocky. The main reason being that it's not just about where the stock is of the player coming off the knee surgery. It's also then about the scarcity of the market. There's no quarterbacks on the open market. 2 of your quarterbacks that are the top of the quarterbacks in this draft are taken in the first 3 to 4 picks. Yet you're going to have probably about another 5, 6, 7 teams that are quarterback hungry and needing a QB bad. So, I would not be shocked in the least if you end up seeing a team raise up. I mentioned the Raiders on this one. The Raiders after the 8th overall pick for McCarthy, it would not blow me away. Not saying they should do it or it's smart or it's the right move, but it wouldn't shock me to see a team do that because of the scarcity of the position. In recent years, Croc, that tends to be what drives this situation for the quarterback value on the open market. How many QBs are available versus how many are not versus how many teams need a quarterback. And we're going to go ahead and I think we guys would go all night tonight, and I want to wrap this up and go get some food. We're 4.5 hours deep. I think we've streamed about 79 hours over the last 2 weeks. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this one up on real cheese here, because I know you guys would just keep going, but I got to kind of put a button on this. I'm getting a little wore out. I'm getting hungry. Real cheese, thanks for the $5 donation. I was vacuuming, but Sam Hartman is that hot quarterback right now. I saw we get him and have our Garoppolo to bring in views. Oh, because he's a good looking guy. Maybe so, real cheese. Maybe so. The ladies in Seattle would love Hartman, man. So he'd be popular with them. That's for sure. We kind of did it once before with Charlie Whitehurst, right? Real cheese. Just go back down that Charlie Whitehurst line of things, man. Thank you for the $5 donation. Bomber, would I trade up for Aller next year? Maybe. Give me another year of development with him. He's a 20-year-old kid. He looked like Joe Flacco this year to me. Do I want to trade up for a Joe Flacco level of prospect in next year's draft? Not really. But does he have a lot of room to maybe improve this season and get better beyond that? Yeah, certainly he possibly, could get to that stage of things. So his status can still elevate. He might be a bit better player on another year back at college. But I saw him as more of a Flacco place where he's at right now. Good arm talent. Don't know about the mobility. Hand grenade B, Mike McCarthy VOC thoughts. I don't like Mike McCarthy hand grenade. No, I'm not a big Mike McCarthy guy. I would take a pass on that one. Nick says Burrow ain't trying to for a trade for Seattle. We can dream though. We can dream, man. We can dream. Appreciate you, Kevin. Appreciate you. Kevin says Burrow goes to the Rams for sure. NFL would orgasm. Boy, would they ever. Would they ever? Charlie Whitehurst dated Jewel. Did he really? Good for Charlie. I'd do a John Gruden. John Gruden would be fun as hell as an OC. He'd be a fun OC. Sloppy one. Young Gun says W for Pumpkin. W for Pumpkin indeed. She was a great cat today. She ran all 4 hours, cleaned herself, being a part of the action, being a good girl like she is. She's a good girl. We will, folks, be back here in about 48 hours. We've got the Sunday show set up this week for the play-by-play. So we'll be locked in to be doing that this week as we normally do. Play-by-play. We got the Bleacher Report following after. So if you haven't downloaded the Bleacher Report app, please do that. As we will be doing a post-game show on the Bleacher Report, full discussion, all that good stuff for the final game of the season here coming up against the Hawks. I know it's not a game that will matter a lot in the grand scheme of things, but we will still, as we have today, been talking about this team, breaking it all down, trying to figure out what the right approach is for this team going into the future, is what is going to be a very, very important pivot point of an offseason for your Seahawks here as they're trying to see if can we lock this in and drive ourselves to a contending state, or are we a bit stuck in that middle of the road? Do we have to do something major to shake ourselves out of that middle of the road state? Or is it merely just allowing this thing to progress to the next step? Hard questions. I don't necessarily have a lot of answers as we stand in this moment, and I don't envy John on some of the decisions he has to make this offseason where it's not always clear every single path to go, absent addressing that damn offensive line and getting this thing up to snuff. I thank you guys for watching today. You were amazing as ever on it. If you can for me today, please hit that like button on your way out the door. It helps this channel tremendously in the growth and all of that good stuff on my side of it. If you're not subbed up, please get subbed up as well, as we're trying to get that 20,000 mark. We're barreling strong. We're cooking here. You can help us get there a little bit closer right now by subbing up today, as I would just love to be able to get that mark here by the end of the year, by February, if we can hit in that mark. I know it's aggressive, but I'm dreaming big on this one. I'm dreaming big. But we'll be back here in less than 48 hours. Great discussion today on the channel. I appreciate the open-mindedness. Thing I just want to mention as a final point to this, we're going to have a lot of disagreement this offseason. And you're going to find me in a place of trying as much as I can to lead with this in the interactions I have with folks who I might even disagree with, on to say, look, we're going to disagree, but I understand where you're coming from. If this thing was set up more aligned and more fixed to where this is the path that has to be taken, A, B, C, D, and E, it's not that way. There's a variety of different ways we can go on this. And I would just ask of all of us as fellow Seahawks fans, whether you're here in other people's chats or in the discussion, that you understand that and sort of take everything with a big grain of salt on your own opinion, your own feelings on these matters, and saying, look, I really feel strongly and passionately about this, but it's not clear. And we're trying to get to a contending state. And this may require a heavy shakeup, maybe not, but it requires an open mind to get there, because we have been a little bit stuck recently. And I think the organization is going to bring this into being a little bit in their approach. It's a guess. Granted, it's a guess. but it is a little bit of what I would say, kind of prepare yourself for, maybe just a little bit. Dogzilla is going to finish us off with a $2 donation. Thank you, Dogzilla, for all of your support today. I really, really do appreciate you for that. Best quarterback running as a chicken with the head cut off. Probably Johnny Manziel in college, but remove Johnny Manziel in college. Russell Wilson is still the best at, no quarterback. He hit teams so unaware of that ability to be like the modern day Fran Tarkenton, who can basically slide from one end of the lateral side of the pocket to the other and just be able to he was so cat-like quick initially when he came in the door, and he could just bounce around guys and you just couldn't get your hands on him. And he was a mouse, and you could not, and he could sit back there and extend plays 11, 12, 13 seconds. I mean, that one Niner play that he had back in the day where I think Ahmad Brooks missed him twice. Like, he misses him first and slides past him, gets up. He's 15 yards from Russ, runs back over. Russ is still looking down the field. Russ sees him and then jukes him again, and he slides past him the other way, and you're going, twice on one play. He was magical. Young Russ with the ability to move like that was different, magical. He was the best at it, Dogzilla. But yeah, Manziel was pretty crazy too in college as well, where he'd run around behind the backfield, back and forth like a Madden game, and then just throw it up for Mike Evans. Like, F it, Mike's down there somewhere. It was wild tape to watch with Evans. It's part of how I fell in love with Evans as a player. It's like, this guy is insane. Like, Manziel's not exactly putting it in a good spot. He's just throwing it up like to the top of the backboard, and he's like, yeah, you can jump up that high. You can get there. You can make it happen. Thank you there, Dogzilla. I appreciate you for that support, those donations, man. I hope you have a good one out there. And appreciate you guys, again, all of you, for watching so much today. You guys are amazing as always on the support. Many have checked out on this season, but not you. Many have already said, I'll wait till next year to come back around. But you're right here, right with me, step for step as we go through this offseason together. We're going to get this thing figured out. This team's going to find its stride here one way or the other. Is it going to happen fast? Is it going to take a little bit of time? That part I don't know for sure. But we'll be here every step of the way trying to explain it and explain why they're doing and where they're going and what we can expect here in the near future. So thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate you. I love you. I thank you guys for all of that support that you provide this channel, members, patrons, and all the donations, as it has been an insane year on that. You guys, insane in a good way, of course, in the kind of support I get. So thank you for that, guys. Back soon. But until Sunday, don't you ever forget, even on a game that might not matter, even on a season where we haven't quite been able to click to that contender status, and even a season where we're just kind of missing a little bit of the playoffs again, even in a year like that, don't you ever forget, you're the first team in the NFL history here that's had back-to-back winning seasons and you haven't gotten to the playoffs. We're on the right road. We're moving in the right direction. How fast we get there, you can't say, but you're going in the right direction, which so many NFL organizations you can point to and look at and say, they're not doing that. So keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. Don't you lose it now. Stay locked in and know that we're moving in the right direction. So don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.